Chapter 651, Startling the Mermaid Queen. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the beastmen and the dwarves. He had fixed their divine artifact, making them grateful to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai told them his plans as soon as he can. However, Zhao Hai was still in deep suspicion towards the elves. He didn't know if this was really their nature, or there was a hidden plot happening that made them delay the matter. Because of this, Zhao Hai plans to wait for their reaction. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that the elves would tell the dragons about his inquiries. After all, he was already unmatched in the whole of our continent. As for the fishmen, Zhao Hai didn't worry about them at all. The fishmen had great enmity with the divine race, which also transferred to the Dragon Clan and the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai was extremely comfortable with them being in his side. However, Zhao Hai also knew how careful the fishmen were. Otherwise, they wouldn't have founded the Sea Gods Merchant Union in order to get news from the continent, and it was for certain that the mermaids had already received the news about the Radiant Church and the dragons. Zhao Hai wanted to see their response upon receiving this information. One must know that for these big races, there was no enmity that can't be solved. Anything can happen in the name of benefit. If the fishmen really did think that the divine race was powerful, then they may stop their alliance with Zhao Hai. The beastmen and the dwarves have their own divine artifacts, so they already knew that their races were also hostile to the Radiant Church's patrons. This made it impossible for them to side with the Radiant Church for benefit. Therefore, they sided with Zhao Hai to deal with the Radiant Church. On the other hand, the fishmen might not know about the relationship between their sea god and the Radiant Church in the divine realm. This was due to them not being in the records of the dwarves during the past Great War. Therefore, Zhao Hai had some doubts about their actions and wanted to see how they would respond when faced with the current situation. Zhao Hai proceeded onward. He didn't rush in the daytime and he rested properly during the night. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation on the continent through the space. Now that Kun and the others were in possession of the messenger fishes, Zhao Hai was able to have a dialogue with them in the past few days. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was the fact that his popularity among the fishmen had become quite high. In the eyes of the fishmen, the conclusion of their recent rebellion was only reached due to Zhao Hai's actions. So no matter which fishman tribe he meets, all of them were extremely hospitable towards Zhao Hai. They were quite polite and even brought him some gifts. At the same time, some of them even agreed to having a business cooperation with the Buddha clan. Although the fishman race were mostly self-sufficient, they still want to have other things. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't decline these offerings. Almost every fishman tribe can offer him with unique things to trade for. This made Zhao Hai very glad when forming his business partnerships. The fishmen liked human bottles, ironworks, wooden furnitures, cotton fabrics, and many more. Although things in the sea might get reduced by trading with Zhao Hai, it was still fine since Zhao Hai only needed common marine products. For the fishmen, these things can basically be seen everywhere. There was no need for them to exert so much effort in acquiring them. Zhao Hai certainly didn't think that he would have this good of a reception among the fishmen. One must know that dark mages in the continent never did have a good reputation. Those who were come in front of Zhao Hai were only those who had come in contact with him face to face. As for the other people, all of them would be terrified by the mere mention of Zhao Hai's name. After all, this was a person that can turn several 100,000 people into undead. 3 days later, Zhao Hai had finally arrived at Mermaid Islands region. But when he arrived, he was actually stopped by a group of swordfish tribesmen. It seems like they weren't able to recognize Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai can also see that they didn't come with unfavorable intention. So he went out of the blade scale whale and gave a slight bow before saying, "Might I know why I am being blocked?" The leader of the swordfish group immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, The Queen has something important to discuss with you. We ask Mr. to please head towards Mermaid Island." When he heard this, Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "Can I know why Her Majesty is looking for me?" Naturally, Zhao Hai knew why the Queen was looking for her. He was just asking for formality. The swordfish tribesman shook his head and said, "I'll be unfair to Mr. But I really don't know. Her Majesty didn't tell us. She just gave instructions to invite you over to the island." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then I'll be troubling you to lead me there." The swordfishes immediately turned their mounts around and swam towards Mermaid Island. Behind them, Zhao Hai urged the blade scale whale to follow. The blade scale whale wasn't known for its speed, however. Zhao Hai's blade scale whale was a 9th rank undead, so how could it be any slower? It was able to comfortably keep up with the speed of the swordfish group. This startled the people from the swordfish tribe. They were famed for their speed, so how could Zhao Hai's whale able to keep up with their speed? This was something unexpected. After advancing for 2 days, Zhao Hai had finally arrived at Mermaid Island. There were no changes in the island. The whales were still in charge of guarding it. When they reached the island, the swordfishes left Zhao Hai and handed the task of leading Zhao Hai over to the whales. After entering the island, Zhao Hai stepped on the back of the turtles as he went through the pillars and arriving in front of the Mermaid Palace. When he arrived at the palace, Zhao Hai can already see Lola waiting for him. When she saw that Zhao Hai had come, Lola stepped forward and greeted him. "Mister, please come with me. Her Majesty is already waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Lola towards the inner hall. The Queen was already in her throne when Zhao Hai came in. When she saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but move. Her tail vanished and turned into feet. At the same time, her throne had turned into an ordinary chair. The Queen stood up and said, "Mister, have a seat." Zhao Hai gave a bow and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then the group saw inside the hall. The Queen opened her mouth first. "Mister, you've helped us greatly this time. The rebellion wouldn't have ended this soon if not for your help." Then she gave Zhao Hai a bow. Zhao Hai stood up to return the courtesy before he quickly said, "Your Majesty is too polite. It's just a little effort. It's not worth mentioning." The Queen didn't delay the matter as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you aware of the recent developments in the continent?" Zhao Hai knew that the main topic had come. He didn't hide anything from the Queen, so he nodded and said, "I do." The dragons and the Radiant Church made their move and controlled 2 big empires of the continent. At this time, they should be stabilizing their rule over their subjects. The Queen didn't expect Zhao Hai to already be aware of the news. One should know that as soon as the Queen heard the news, she immediately sent people to look for Zhao Hai. He should be unaware of this news since he had always been in the sea. Zhao Hai, already knowing this information, gave the Queen an estimate of Zhao Hai's resources. So she just nodded and said, "Right. It's that." "May I know what Mr. thinks? Do we need to make a move?" When he had the Queen, Zhao Hai's worries had completely vanished. He smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry much about this. I already have a plan." The Queen stared. She was confused at what Zhao Hai meant. "What I just wanted to know is what plans Zhao Hai has already made." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I also need Her Majesty's help for this plan. I'm prepared to deal with the dragons, and I want Your Majesty to keep the Ocean Waves dynasty away from supporting the Lion Empire. As for the other things, leave everything to me." The Queen thought for a moment before she nodded and said, "This isn't difficult matter. However, is Mr. confident with dealing with the dragons? Their title of invincibility isn't without proof." Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured. I have complete confidence in my strength. The reason why I still haven't attacked them was because I needed to discuss the matter of the Ocean Waves dynasty with Your Majesty. At the same time, I am also waiting for the response from the elven race. As long as information arrives, then I will immediately head to the elven forest, and after that, I will then go and deal with the dragon race." The queen stared for a moment before she nodded. "All right, then we shall wait for Mr.'s word. When the time comes, we shall fully coordinate with you." Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "I'll have to thank your majesty." "Right. I also need your majesty to sign this." Then he took out the beast skin scroll and handed it over to the queen. When the queen received the scroll and saw the marks of the beastmen and the dwarves, she didn't hesitate and also marked the scroll with the fishman race's unique mark. Then Zhao Hai took out a bottle of messenger fish and gave it to the queen. "Your Highness, this is a messenger fish that I have specially bred. As long as your majesty has this fish, you can speak to it directly and I shall immediately hear your message." The queen received Zhao Hai's messenger fish. Naturally, she was very familiar regarding these creatures. However, she didn't think that Zhao Hai would also have them. Moreover, it seems like Zhao Hai's breed was more advanced. This startled the queen. The mermaid race had been religiously doing research on marine life. Because of this, they had more understanding with regards to beings of the sea than anyone in this world. The mere fact that Zhao Hai was able to produce a more advanced messenger fish made the queen freeze from shock. Chapter 652, Buddha Empire. The queen looked at Zhao Hai. She was very clear about what this change in the messenger fish represented. It was not just a mutation, this was an entire evolution of the messenger fish, making it more advanced and giving it much better function. The messenger fish was a small and common marine beast. However, this small magic beast has a unique ability. The difficulty of making such a beast evolve several times more than evolving any common magic beast. To put it bluntly, even if the fishmen were people, their differences compared to the marine beasts weren't that huge. The reason why the mermaid clan was researching marine magic beasts was for them to be able to develop a method to make the mermaids or the other fishmen more perfect people. This might sound simple, but once one does this for quite some time, they will discover how difficult it actually was. Each type of magic beasts might have their own unique characteristics, but the fishmen also had their own unique properties. Gathering these strong points and matching them was easier said than done. It wasn't only the task of gathering strong points that was difficult. Even improving magic beasts was a difficult matter all on its own. One might see something great in a magic beast, however, improving them might result in a futile effort. Even if it succeeds, there are still more issues along the road. It was still far from being called successful. The mermaids were aware of these difficulties since it takes into account genetics as well as other advanced matters. However, it was impossible for them to use these matters in order to evolve magic beasts. On the other hand, the space can digitize beings, making it very easy for it to upgrade these beings. It was just like when one plays a game and finds a skill book that they can learn in a matter of minutes. However, reality was just too far away from this. The queen wasn't aware of the existence of the space, so when she saw Zhao Hai's messenger fish, she couldn't help but express her shock. Billy and the Beast King didn't understand the fishmen and the significance of the messenger fish. Therefore, even if they felt strange, they weren't startled like the Mermaid Queen. The thought of the messenger fishes caused the Mermaid Queen to think about Zhao Hai's unusual undead creatures. Although Zhao Hai had reduced their strength, they were still quite extraordinary in the eyes of the Queen. Large-scale summoning as well as impressive fighting prowess. All of these made the Queen extremely curious towards Zhao Hai. The Queen knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of good things based on what she had heard from the continent. It seems like Zhao Hai's unique things aren't only limited to the messenger fishes. This made the queen think that Zhao Hai might have discovered a way to improve a being's biology. Zhao Hai was confused at the queen's surprised expression. Was it because of the messenger fish? Aren't there a lot of variant beasts in this world? So why was she especially surprised this time? Zhao Hai looked at the queen and asked, "Your Majesty, is there something wrong?" The queen looked deeply into Zhao Hai without saying anything. Then she handed the messenger fish over to Lola before turning her head back to Zhao Hai and said, "There's no problem. Once Mr. decides to act, don't hesitate to let us know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I shall thank your Majesty in advance. I shall say my farewells first. I'll be leaving for the continent tomorrow to continue with my plans." The queen nodded. "All right, Mr. Can rest assured. This is an important matter to every race, so my fishman race would surely give you our full cooperation." Then Zhao Hai stood up and gave the queen a salute before turning around to leave. Once Zhao Hai was out of sight, Lola immediately turned to the queen and said, "Your Majesty, haven't we been looking for a way to make the mermaid clan stronger? If Mr. Zhao Hai can improve the messenger fish, then he surely has the means to help us. Why didn't you tell him about this matter earlier?" The queen sighed and then said, "Now is not the time to say it. Mr. Zhao Hai has been busy with dealing with our own matters, but we still haven't contributed to Mr. Zhao Hai's cause even if we are allies in dealing with the divine race. But I'm sure that this method is Mr. Zhao Hai's biggest secret. If we want to get this method at his time, the only thing we could do would be to threaten Mr. However, we naturally can't do it, so this matter can only be postponed to the future." Lola nodded. Then the queen sighed once again before she said, "Our mermaid race can be seen to as quite a perfect race in the continent. We can survive in the sea as well as on land, as long as there is a body of water nearby. We also have good control over water as well as being able to use various water element magic. At the same time, our combat capabilities are also quite formidable. Not very different compared to any ordinary warrior. Our only downside compared to the other races is the fact that we mermaids have the least members in the divine realm. Perhaps this is the drawback for our mermaid race." Lola sighed as well. She didn't know what to say. The mermaids were indeed unique. They had long lives, great strength, good population, and were generally 9th ranks at maturity. However, it was close to impossible for them to become God-ranked experts. All previous mermaid queens were aware of this point and worried about it for a long time. They sought for a solution all this time but was unable to actually succeed. But seeing Zhao Hai's messenger fish made the current queen see hope. However, just like what the queen said, they hadn't done much for Zhao Hai yet. If they were to open this matter up to Zhao Hai, then he might develop some misunderstandings, and misunderstandings were something that they didn't need at this moment in time. Zhao Hai was currently listening to Lola and the Queen's conversation while inside the space. He didn't think that his messenger fish would evoke this reaction from both the Queen and Lola. No wonder the Queen had a strange expression earlier. However, it would not be difficult for Zhao Hai to make the mermaids God-ranked experts. Now that the space had reached level 65, plants that would allow the creation of God-rank potions can now be planted in the farm. As soon as the plants become ready, then Zhao Hai would surely take some potions out. After all, their enemy this time was the divine race, who had a lot of God-ranked experts in their fold. Only then can the Ark continent truly resist the divine race. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Then he changed the monitor towards the Buddha Empire's royal palace. He wanted to see the response from the Buddha Empire's side. The Buddha Emperor surely wasn't a fool. He knew the implications of the Radiant Church and the dragons being in control of the Ocean Waves dynasty and the Lion Empire, respectively. He knew what they would be facing, and he was currently looking for the key to resisting both the Radiant Church and the Dragon race. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the Buddha Empire's situation for a few days. The Buddha Emperor was certainly not a fool. His response was exactly what Zhao Hai expected. The Empire had sent some envoys towards the Rosen Empire, in hopes of establishing an alliance against the Saint Dragon Empire. The Buddha Empire's worries were completely justified. In the past, the Buddha Empire held a stronger army compared to the Ocean Waves dynasty, but they were still lacking when it came to naval power. On the other hand, the Lion and Buddha Empire was separated by the Accra Mountain, making the Lion Empire unable to send troops towards the Buddha Empire, also making the empire completely safe against the attacks from the Lion Empire army. However, the current situation changed everything. The dragons have gotten control of the Lion Empire, establishing the Saint Dragon Empire, and since the magic beasts in the Accra Mountain were subordinates of the dragons, an avenue to attack the Buddha Empire had appeared. If they were to send a force towards the Buddha Empire, then the Saint Dragon Empire can now use the Accra Mountain as a path. When that time comes, the Buddha Empire would then be placed on its back foot. Since they knew about this, the Buddha Empire immediately sent envoys to the Rosen Empire in order to form an alliance. The Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful nation, so they should have no fear towards the dragons. Being an ally to the Rosen Empire would surely make the dragons think twice about their further actions. While the envoys were on the way, the Buddha Empire had also entered a state of preparation. Zhao Hai's constant supply of magic beasts also gave the Buddha Empire some courage to hold on. However, courage and confidence were two different matters. The dragon's reputation of invincibility had placed a huge pressure on the Buddha Empire. The emperor as well as the great nobles were constantly on talks as to how to deal with this matter. However, after hours and days of discussion, they still haven't reached a good enough resolution. Naturally, the Hurricane family was aware of this matter as well, and since Juno had a close relationship with Billy, he also wanted to know how Zhao Hai plans to deal with this matter. Zhao Hai had not hidden the truth from him. He told the Hurricane Patriarch about his plan to completely eradicate the dragons. At the same time, he also gave Juno a messenger fish. It can be said that the thing that Zhao Hai was waiting for was the response from the elves. Whether the elves were willing to cooperate or not, Zhao Hai still needed their response in order to plan for his further actions. If the elves agreed to ally with him, then he would immediately head to the Elven Forest to repair their divine artifact while also discussing their matter of alliance along with having them sign his beast skin scroll. If the elves don't agree to dealing with the divine race, then Zhao Hai would not care about their word anymore. He would then go and deal with the dragons. And if the elves were to side with the divine race, then Zhao Hai would have no choice but to be impolite. Zhao Hai continued to look at the situation of the Buddha Empire. However, there wasn't any special change in the empire. Like the previous days, they were still trying to figure out ways in order to deal with their current situation. At this point, it was impossible for the Buddha Empire to side with the Radiant Church. They saw what just happened to the Ocean Waves dynasty as well as the Lion Empire. So how could they side with them? The Radiant Church was like a beast that eats people along with their bones. Sooner or later, the Buddha Empire would get swallowed up. So the Buddha Empire can only hold on for as long as they can. They couldn't make any agreements between the dragons and the Radiant Church. Chapter 653, Visiting the Elves. The next day, Zhao Hai said his farewell to the Mermaid Queen before he got on board the Haven. Zhao Hai planned to ride his ship towards the continent. This was also to give the elves more time to send their response. After all, there wasn't anything significant that he had to do at this time. Once word arrives from the elves, then Zhao Hai would begin with his action. He didn't plan to tell the Rosen Emperor about any of these. Even if the Rosen Emperor was Zhao Hai's father-in-law, he was still an emperor of a nation, making it difficult for him to keep secrets to himself. Who knows if the Radiant Church had set up some shadows in the imperial palace? If Zhao Hai reveals his plans to the Rosen Emperor, then he might risk having it known to the Radiant Church. When that time arrives, all of Zhao Hai's plans would be placed into trouble. Although Zhao Hai was not anxious and was just slowly sailing towards the continent, he was still paying close attention to the developments in the continent. Through the space, he was looking at the Kelsey family while also listening for information from the Crook family. This made Zhao Hai updated with regards to the matters of the continent. Rosen Empire's response was also in line with what Zhao Hai expected. Although the Rosen Empire recognized the existence of the Saint Dragon Empire, it also entered a state of war preparation. They were preparing to go against the dragons. On the other hand, the Wuxia Empire's response was far from what Zhao Hai thought. Although they were implicated in the conflict between the Radiant Church and the Beastmen, Zhao Hai still thought that the Wuxia Empire would reignite their relationship with the Church after hearing the news. But instead, they actually formed an alliance with the Rosen Empire. This was way out of Zhao Hai's expectations to the point that he doubted them. But after observing the Wuxia Empire for a few days, Zhao Hai found out that he was wrong. This time, the Wuxia Empire did want to deal with the Radiant Church. The way the Radiant Church handled the past matter caused the Wuxia Empire to dislike the organization. Even if the Radiant Church conquered the 4 other nations, the Wuxia Empire would still resist them. This wasn't only due to the current ruler, Boris. This sentiment was shared by all the nobles of the empire as well, not to mention the commoners. This response from the Wuxia Empire made Zhao Hai glad. For Zhao Hai, this was the best outcome that could happen. An enemy of an enemy is a friend, so even if they had a past matter, Zhao Hai would still consider them as friends as long as they planned to deal with the Radiant Church and the Dragon Race. 2 days after Zhao Hai left Mermaid Island, Billy had finally brought some news. It was said that the Elven Queen wanted to meet with Zhao Hai. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with this answer. The Elf Queen only wanted to see him and didn't express their intention to form an alliance. However, Zhao Hai would still want to see the Elf Queen. After all, this was also an opportunity to win the elves over to his side. Zhao Hai appeared inside the dwarf mountain through the space. At this point, the dwarves aren't startled by his sudden appearances anymore. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately sent people to inform Billy. Billy also knew that Zhao Hai was coming. Therefore, he was already waiting for him. When they had sat down, Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I told the elves about the Radiant Church." This prompted them to send an answer. "You should go and see the Elf Queen. It seems like they are quite hesitant." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I don't understand why they would hesitate now that the divine race are almost at the tip of our noses. I'm actually surprised. How can this race survive to the present?" Billy can understand Zhao Hai's complaints. To be honest, he also couldn't understand the response from the elves, but Billy didn't complain. Instead, he urged Zhao Hai, "Just don't mind it. The elves just haven't had a conflict for many years. Moreover, their archery and swordsmanship are very well suited for the jungle. Almost nobody can defeat the elves in forest combat." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't doubt this point. If the elves didn't have any special means, then they would have already become slaves a long time ago. One must know that elves were the most valuable slaves for the humans. However, there weren't any elven slaves that had been caught in a long time. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Maybe the reason why the elves aren't willing to see you is because you're a dark mage. Elves hate dark mages, and since you are the most famous dark mage in the continent, it would be understandable if they don't want to see you." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smiled bitterly. The elves were advocates of nature and respected life, and for the elves, the act of resurrecting the dead that dark mages do was the most blasphemous act towards their belief. It would be strange if they were to immediately like Zhao Hai. Moreover, the elves were also quite famous for having more tenacity than the dwarves. Although the dwarves can be tenacious sometimes, they can still be accommodating. Otherwise, the dwarves wouldn't have done business with the humans, and Billy wouldn't have been Juno's good friend. The elves were completely solid to their beliefs. They were people who completely disliked failure and were more strict to themselves than to others. This was the reason why all of the things that the elves produced were all works of art. They destroy everything that they deem embarrass them. It was because of this that Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. He didn't know what to say upon meeting such a race. These people seemed to be paranoid and weren't some people that would accept an outsider's words. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and sighed. No matter what, you still need to see the elves. There's no other way. Take a rest here first, then I shall accompany you to the elves first thing tomorrow. Although they disliked dark mages, I don't think they would go far this time. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, if they don't agree to be allies with us, then I won't care about them anymore. If the divine race decides to eliminate them, then I won't be lending them a hand. As long as they don't cooperate with the Radiant Church, then I will leave them be. Billy knew that Zhao Hai was quite angry. To be honest, Billy was somewhat annoyed as well. The Radiant Church and the Dragon race were still holding back since they were waiting for word from the divine race. Time was quite precious, but the elves were actually wasting it. Zhao Hai waiting for their response was already giving them face. Billy didn't say anything more as he arranged a room for Zhao Hai, making him rest well. When Zhao Hai got settled in their room, they immediately went to the space and sat inside the living room. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai's expression and knew that he was quite unhappy. To be honest, they were in a foul mood as well. Laura boiled a cup of tea and then placed it in front of Zhao Hai. Then with a soft voice she said, Brother Hai, you shouldn't get angry. After all, we'll be hearing the elves' side tomorrow. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Then he sighed and said, I really want to know what is inside these elf leaders' heads. They had dragged such a simple thing for too long. If not for the Radiant Church and the Dragon race making their move, I reckon that they would have dragged this matter for a longer time. What were they thinking? Laura forced a smile and then said, the elves are more closed off compared to the beastmen and the dwarves. Even the fishmen had their own merchant union in order to listen to the situation of the continent. The elves essentially had no contact with the outside world. They might come in contact with the dwarves sometimes, but that's it. This is the only race that had done it in the entire continent. Lizzie sighed. There's nothing strange as to why the elves are like this. They are different from the mermaid race, who can just change their appearance to that of a human, allowing them the chance to trade with the continent. The elves simply aren't able to do this, and whenever an elf was spotted, people would then make them their slaves. It isn't strange that the elves chose to refrain from having contact with the humans. Zhao Hai also sighed with a heavy heart. He was also aware of this matter. Any race would do the same if they were subjected to the same fate as the elves. After resting inside the space, Billy went to look for Zhao Hai to have a meal. Zhao Hai has been very tired in the past few days. It wasn't fatigue of the body, but it was a fatigue of the heart. Zhao Hai's rest in the dwarf mountain that night was very good. The next morning, Billy led Zhao Hai to the elven forest along with 10 other dwarf warriors. The distance between the dwarves and the elves wasn't short. Moreover, there was also the Akron mountain in the middle. However, the dwarves have developed their own methods. After countless years of effort, they had finally made a system of underground rivers to get through Akra Mountains. This gave them the capability to pass through the mountain and come out to an area close to the elven forest. This was a very large project. Although they used the underground rivers, it wasn't something that can solve everything. It was impossible for the river to deliver the dwarves directly to the elves. So after about 200 years of development, the dwarves had finally made a passage that would take them quite closer to the elves. In order to make it more convenient to come in contact with the elves, this route was composed of different underground rivers, allowing them to travel by boat. But even if one were to go fast, they would still need about 5 days before they arrive at the forest. However, in order for the travel to become more comfortable, the dwarves had set up some resting points all along the route. These resting points had supply of liquor and grain. All of these just to establish a good relationship with the elven race. Chapter 654, Voiceless Soundbird. The dwarf race's boat wasn't big, so Zhao Hai always found himself sitting together with Billy. Naturally, he had no chance to return to the space. Therefore, he can just stay in the ship and chat with Billy. To be honest, he was quite bored these past 5 days. However, even if the boat was small, there was still space for him to lie down, so Zhao Hai was able to fully rest in these 5 days. 5 days came by quite fast. The boat was now stopped at a pier. Billy led Zhao Hai down to the pier and walked out from the big mountain. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the mountain, they had discovered that they were already in the forest. Zhao Hai couldn't help but marvel at the scenery outside the mountain. The scene in front of him was just so beautiful. The thing in front of him was a rainforest, one with lush trees everywhere. There were shrubs under the trees as well as some plants that Zhao Hai was unable to recognize. Most importantly, the place was so primitive. He can't find a single artificial intervention here. It seems like it was a kingdom for plants. It was very attractive. At this time, a sound suddenly came from the forest. Zhao Hai stopped, then he turned his head only to find a small magic beast. This small beast looked like a small monkey, but it was really small. It looked very cute. It had fluffy fur, 2 round ears, bright eyes and a look that would seem like it was just a toy. This small monkey was also curiously looking at Zhao Hai and the others. There was no fear that was found in its face. Zhao Hai came to like this creature more and more as time passed by. He turned his hand and took out an apple before throwing it to the direction of the small monkey. The beast was startled. It immediately whizzed towards the opposite tree. It lashed its tongue and showed its teeth towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't move. He only looked at the small monkey and laughed. This left the monkey with a confused expression. Then when it found the red apple on the ground, he immediately disregarded Zhao Hai and the others as it slowly jumped down from the tree. It ran towards the apple and smelled it. It expressed excitement on its face before taking a nib out of the apple, and before long the whole fruit went into its belly. Then the small monkey turned its head to Zhao Hai. Zzz, it sounded. It seems like it wanted more. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before throwing another apple towards the monkey. After eating a few more apples, the small monkey made a face towards Zhao Hai before it went up the tree and squatted on a large branch. Then it just slept there. Upon seeing the small monkey's action, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This little thing was too lovable. Billy and the others who were right by his side were also smiling. They saw how the monkey gave Zhao Hai a grin before going to the tree and then went to sleep, not caring about Zhao Hai anymore. This made everyone laugh. At this time, a shadow suddenly flashed from the forest. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he became alert. Then a green figure appeared in front of them. Zhao Hai stared, but he didn't make any moves. He noticed that the green figure in front of him was a person, a blonde man wearing a green robe. This person was very handsome. He had a face that would make even women jealous. He had golden blonde hair that was draped freely behind him, tied by a grass rope. In his hand was a harp, and most importantly, Zhao Hai noticed that the person's ears were longer than that of the humans. It looks quite sharp, but it didn't hinder the man's beauty. On the other hand, this effeminate man looked at Zhao Hai's group with a stern expression. Zhao Hai knew that this person was an elf, but he didn't speak. He knew that the first contact was Billy's task. Billy knew about this. Therefore he immediately took a step forward and bowed to the elf. "Elf friend, hello, I am the dwarf race's patriarch Billy. We came here to visit the elf queen." The elf returned the bow, and then looked at Billy and said, I have seen Patriarch Billy, come with me, the queen is already waiting for you. After that, he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't delay, he also bowed to the elf and said, "Hello, friend, I am the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai. I came here to pay a visit to the elf queen." Zhao Hai was aware that this harp-bearing man had a unique occupation. The harp in the elf's hand wasn't only for decoration. The strings of this harp were made of special elven material. This not only allowed the harp to play beautiful music, it also made it possible for the user to make magical arrows from it. Most importantly, the elves can cast a specific magic that can give additional reinforcement to their arrows, increasing their lethality. This was something that made elves famous in the continent. However, not all elves can have a harp as a weapon. Those who do were their most formidable warriors. In addition to music and arrows, the harp also had another function, and that was to produce a barrage of eject beads. This barrage of beads was a special attack of the elves. It wasn't like the arrow that contains penetrative force. The beads were things that can store up magic and exhibit various effects like explosion or other magics. Using this function was very unusual. The elves would place their harps to the ground, and then the fingers on their both hands would alternate in stroking the instrument. With each string that was plucked, a raindrop-sized bead would eject from the harp that would cause a lethal blow towards the enemy. When the elves waged war with the humans, these magic beads had become a nightmare to the human army. 10 harp-bearers working together could decimate a 1,000-man army almost instantaneously. But when Zhao Hai heard this, the only thing he could think about was a machine gun. A machine gun that had explosive ammunition. The harp-bearing elf returned Zhao Hai's bow and said, "We welcome the arrival of Patriarch Zhao Hai. Her Majesty is already waiting for all of you. Please come with me." Then he turned around and led Zhao Hai's group through the forest. During the journey, Zhao Hai was fully convinced that the elves were invincible in this forest. They were indeed formidable. Animals in the forest, even the most efficient predators, would still produce a sound every time they make a move. On the other hand, the elves were completely silent. It seems like they had melded themselves to the forest. It was very astonishing. The group ran along with the elf as they progressed through the forest. Then all of a sudden, the elf stopped. He played a gentle note on his harp which transformed into a beautiful melody. Then the group suddenly heard a cheerful cry from atop the tree. While Zhao Hai was still in a daze, several shadows suddenly fell down in front of them. Zhao Hai and the others fixed their vision towards the shadows, and what they saw were a group of big birds. These birds looked like cranes, but their claws were something that should belong to a hawk. Zhao Hai hadn't seen a magic beast like this before. Moreover, these birds also have big bills. It wouldn't be a problem for them to have a person sitting in their back. After playing his harp, the elf turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please ride these voiceless soundbirds. Our tree of life is quite far from here." Then the elf rode on the back of a voiceless soundbird. After seeing the elf, Zhao Hai and the others didn't delay and also rode on the backs of the other birds. Then the harp-bearer played another tune before the birds whipped their wings and flew off into the sky. Zhao Hai already has experience with flying due to his blood hawk, so he didn't feel anything in this ride. On the other hand, Billy and the others were still inexperienced in air travel. This made each and every one of their faces quite pale. While the elf led the group of voiceless soundbirds across the forest, Zhao Hai examined the birds as he sat on the back of one of them. These birds had a mouth that was longer than the average birds, but not longer than a crane. Their claws were similar to those of the hawks. The birds were 2 meters high and they had wings of 5 meters each. Moreover, even if they were carrying a person on their backs, their flight was still quite smooth. It was clear that these birds were also quite strong. Most importantly, the cries of these birds were very clear. It was very serene and was like a melody in itself. Very interesting to listen to. It might be possible that the name of voiceless songbird came from this, but what made Zhao Hai feel strange was the fact that he hasn't heard of a voiceless songbird in the continent before. Why was this? One must say that the elves had waged multiple wars with the humans. If these birds were used by the elves at those times, then they should have already been written in human records, and even if the Radiant Church had modified the history, they wouldn't have an incentive to eliminate the mention of these birds. Were these birds a recently tamed beast by the elves? In truth, Zhao Hai had guessed right. These voiceless soundbirds were indeed recent additions to the elven race. These voiceless soundbirds were extremely rare in the past, and they were also quite vigilant. Only elves with affinity to these birds were able to tame them, otherwise they wouldn't come in contact with an elf. Also, the voiceless songbirds weren't as big as they were now. However, just more than 300 years ago, a nest of voiceless soundbirds suddenly fell down from the Tree of Life. This nest of eggs soon hatched and bore large voiceless soundbirds, 2 meters in height. Most importantly, these voiceless soundbirds weren't vigilant towards the elves and were even the ones to go and come in contact with them, and slowly, as time went by, these voiceless soundbirds had become the mounts of the elves. Chapter 655, Elf Queen. After studying the voiceless soundbird for a while, Zhao Hai found himself to have nothing else to study. He shifted his gaze towards the scenery of the elven forest. Beautiful, it was too beautiful. If you gaze at the forest, you would feel that you were in a magical world. The forest was just too dazzling for him. This green landscape was completely different from the green lands of the prairie. The Beastman Prairie was flat, as if there was a green carpet on the ground. But here, you will be subjected to a green world. There were all kinds of trees with leaves of all shapes and sizes. If the greenery in the prairie was like a calm sea, then the greenery here was like a raging sea. Although this kind of sea was static, it didn't undermine its beauty at all. It wasn't any worse than gazing at the endless sea. Zhao Hai was quickly absorbed into the scenery of the forest. After Billy's discomfort passed, he was also attracted to the scene around him. His mouth opened from time to time as he expressed his admiration. Then suddenly, a huge tree appeared in their line of sight. This was the biggest tree that Zhao Hai had ever seen. It was so huge that the bread trees back at Ape Island looked like saplings. The only plant that Zhao Hai can compare to this tree would be Care. The scene of Care enveloping a city was completely similar to this tree. It was a shocking sight. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at this tree. Then they could faintly spot a few black spots coming out of the forest. Before long, these black figures appeared in front of Zhao Hai. They were a group of elves that were riding on top of voiceless soundbirds. All of these elves were wearing long green robes. The robes were beautiful and looked very elegant. Zhao Hai couldn't think of the material that these robes were made of. The one on the lead was a female elf. The people going along with this female elf were all harp bearers. On the other hand, the female elf was actually holding a magic staff. Evidently, she is a mage. Then the one who escorted Zhao Hai spoke to the female elf. "My lord, Patriarch Billy and Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived." The elf woman nodded. Then she turned her head to Billy and Zhao Hai before giving a small bow and said, "Jeller has seen Patriarch Billy and Patriarch Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai and Billy immediately returned the bow. They don't dare to be arrogant in front of the elves. The arrogance of these elves were quite well known. It wouldn't be good if Zhao Hai and the others were to be rude. At the end of the day, there was no need to offend the elves. Zhao Hai knew that even if these elves have been quite hard-headed, their fighting power was still significant. It would be good if he had them as his allies. Jeller nodded to the two men. "Please come with me. Her Majesty is already waiting for you." Then she turned her mount around and flew towards the big tree. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't expecting this reception from the elves. He knew that the elves were already aware of him being a dark mage. For them to give him this welcome was something that was out of Zhao Hai's imagination. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others entered the forest and into the big tree. Compared to the tree, the elves who were busying themselves looked as insignificant as an ant. Then, with a command from the leader, the voiceless soundbirds fell on top of a branch of the tree. The diameter of this branch alone was 10 meters, and it definitely wasn't the largest branch. After Zhao Hai and the others came down from the birds, Jeller went to them and said, "Everyone, please come with me." Then she waved her hand and turned around. Zhao Hai and the others immediately followed her to walk along the branch. While walking along, Zhao Hai also took the time to look around. This tree was really too big. He didn't know how high it was. The only thing that he knew was that when he was at the back of the voiceless soundbird, he wasn't able to see the top of this tree. The tree seems to have broken through the sky. The stems of the tree were also quite thick. Zhao Hai didn't have the capacity to measure it. In any case, Zhao Hai can assure that the trunk of the tree was comparable to the size of Golden Island, and almost the entire elven population was living on this tree. Then Jeller led Zhao Hai and the others into the trunk of the tree. The inside of this tree looked just like the interior of Dwarf Mountain. There were densely packed caverns inside, with each cavern occupied by an elf household. The inside of the tree's trunk was very spacious. One couldn't see the bottom of this space. At the same time, Zhao Hai can also see that there were some elves that rode some voiceless soundbirds to navigate the inside. Jeller took Zhao Hai's group to a cavern inside the tree. This cavern had an area of more than 50 meters. It had a living room as well as a smaller caverns for bedrooms. Jeller then turned to Billy and Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, please take a rest here while I go and inform Her Majesty the Queen." Billy and Zhao Hai simultaneously gave a salute to Jeller and said, "Thank you for the trouble." Jeller returned the salute before turning around to leave. After Jeller left, Zhao Hai and Billy sized up the room that they were in. The chairs and tables in the room were all made of rattan. Every single one of them were a work of art. It seems like the elves had merged the pursuit of art with their own lives. After Billy looked around, he went to the chair and took a seat. He let out a long sigh and said, "This was the first time that I flew in my entire life. It actually feels very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I actually ride a hawk, but I really can't feel anything special with them. On the other hand, the cries of these voiceless soundbirds are very pleasant to hear." Billy smiled and said, "I forgot that you have these flying phantasmal beasts. How about giving us some?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's not a problem. I can give you as many as you want. However, those who ride these beasts need to have training. Otherwise, you won't be able to fly even if you have them." Billy nodded and said, "That's great. Give me some of them when we get back. Those phantasmal beasts would make dwarf transportation much better." Zhao Hai nodded as well. Then he looked at Billy and said, "Patriarch, why did you think the Queen called for us? I'm quite worried." Billy stared, then he comforted Zhao Hai, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Our trip this time is related to the whole continent. We're only here to convince the Queen to join our cause." Zhao Hai sighed and then he said, "I really hope that the elves would form an alliance with us. It would be best for the continent if all non-human races unite against both the demons and the divine race. When that happens, I can then take the beast skin scroll to the Buddha Emperor, my father-in-law, as well as Boris. As long as they agree to deal with the divine realm, then we would have nothing to fear." Billy looked at Zhao Hai, and then with a serious tone he said, "Rest assured, we can certainly deal with all of our enemies, whether it be the demons or the divine race. Everyone who wants to enslave our races shall be eliminated." Zhao Hai replied, "I also believe that we can defeat them. I just hope that the elves would be on our side. Otherwise, when the divine race comes, we couldn't just accept them as allies. And with no point of retreat, the elves would be placed in a dangerous position. Billy nodded, then said, "This time, whether we succeed or not, we should go and deal with the dragon race. Their reputation alone is causing huge problems. Moreover, their current arrangement divided the continent in half. This wouldn't be a good thing for us when the divine race arrives." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm aware of that. That is why I immediately thought of eliminating them. After I head back, I shall start to deal with the dragons. We can't afford to wait anymore lest more problems pop up." While the two were talking, a female elf had come in from outside. She brought a bottle of wine as well as some fruits. After placing the food on the table, she looked at Billy and Zhao Hai and said, "Please have a taste. These fruits and wines are special products of our elven race." Naturally, Zhao Hai and Billy didn't decline. After thanking the elf, they immediately tasted the fruit and wine. There was no need to mention it. The fruit and wine were extremely good. This was especially true for the wine. It had a variety of fruit aroma as well as a very special taste. When the two had drank a glass of liquor, Jeller came in. Upon entering, she gave a salute to the two and said, "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, Her Majesty has invited you in." The two immediately stood up and followed Jeller out. After walking round and round the tree for who knows how long, they finally came out from a hole in the trunk. Then they went on further outside and arrived in a thick branch. This branch was very large and had twigs that formed a platform with an area of about 10,000 meters squared, and erected on this platform was a palace. The palace wasn't very big. Its body was completely made out of wood branches. Moreover, these branches were still alive, as seen from the green leaves that can be seen here and there. There were no guards in this palace. What can be seen on its huge entrance were elves that were continuously going in and out. Before long, Jeller took the two into the palace. While walking along, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at the ground. The floor of the palace was made out of leaves that were carefully cut and arranged into very beautiful patterns. Then Jeller led them towards a great hall that had Life Temple written on it. It seems like this temple was named after the god that the elves worship, the god of life. When the three people entered the temple, Zhao Hai and Billy couldn't help but stare. Inside the temple wasn't only the elf queen. There were chairs inside the hall where elves can be seen sitting. The hall was packed. It had an audience of no less than 100 people. In the innermost part of the hall were 3 chairs. The chair on the middle was more elevated from the other two and there was a female elf sitting on it. This elf doesn't look old. She wore a green robe and had a magic staff on her hand. She also had a crown made out of vines on top of her head, giving her a noble aura. It seems like this person was the elf queen. On the left side of the queen was another female elf. She looked quite old due to the wrinkles on her face. However, her eyes was shining, and the seriousness on her face made people feel like she wasn't a person that was easy to get along with. On the left side of the queen was a tall and handsome man. Even if one were to consider the other elves around him, he still stood out. His figure was quite tall and he had a very symmetrical build. He had a neat small beard that didn't make him look less attractive. Instead, it actually made him exude a more manly charm. On his left hand was a sword while on his right hand was a harp. Unexpectedly, he was an elf who was an expert in both sword and harp. The elves commonly studied either magic, swords, or the harp. There were almost no elves who had both martial and magic cultivation. However, there were people who can actually study both the sword and the harp. However, these people were in the extreme minority. This was because studying both fields can cause a person to divide their attention, making their progress mediocre. But at the same time, there were still people among the elven race that were referred to as heavenly gifted in their childhood. These people are extremely gifted in both sword and harp. When these people finish their study, They would be called great warriors. These great warriors are amongst the fewest of the few in the entire elven race. Jeller brought Zhao Hai in front of the queen before she stopped and bowed, reporting to Her Majesty, the Great Elder, and the Prince. Patriarch Billy and Patriarch Zhao Hai has arrived. This was a special characteristic of the elves. Their ruling body not only comprises of the queen, they also have the Elders' Assembly as well as the Prince's Palace. This Elders' Assembly was composed of elf elders that were chosen. Majority of them were women, the other men were part of the Queen's courtiers, men who follow by her side. The Prince's Palace was generally the hall of the Queen's husband. The Prince's men also held some sort of authority. These three group were the core body of the elf community. Once something related to the whole race comes us, these three would convene and vote for it. Zhao Hai and Billy quickly took a step forward and gave a bow to the Queen, Great Elder, and the Prince and said, "Zhao Hai Billy has seen the Queen, the Great Elder, and the Prince." The Queen nodded and said, "In behalf of my elven race, I welcome Patriarch Billy and Patriarch Zhao Hai. Please have a seat." The Queen's voice was very nice to hear. It had a certain magnetic charm to it. Although her voice wasn't loud, one could still hear every single word very clearly. Chapter 656, Anger. After Zhao Hai had sat down, he immediately felt countless amounts of gazes targeted towards him. Some of these gazes even held great hostility, while some were loathing. Zhao Hai was very clear about why he was receiving such gazes. It was either because he was human or he was a dark mage. Both conditions were enough to make elves look at him in a negative way. It was needless to say that the elves might even hate humans much more than the divine race. After all, the hatred between the elves and the divine realm happened too long ago. Even if the lifespans of the elves were more than the humans, not even them can live for longer than 10,000 years. Moreover, it was also impossible to remember matters of tens of thousands of years ago. On the other hand, their hatred for the humans was quite recent. Although it had happened in about less than 1,000 years ago, there were elves who were still alive from back then. Therefore, the elves still held a huge grudge against the human race. Additionally, Zhao Hai was a dark mage. Dark mages were deemed by the elves to be the most repugnant profession there is. The elves respected life and loved peace. Although they were quite fastidious about art, they were even more fastidious when it comes to peace and preservation of life. It was to the point of extreme obsession. Because of this, the summoning magics of the dark mages were seen to be the biggest disrespect to the elven beliefs. Reanimating a person who was already dead was an insult to life. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not confused about the gazes that were thrown his way. After they had sat down, the Queen looked at Billy and Zhao Hai. "Patriarch Billy, Patriarch Zhao Hai, I want to know, is Patriarch Billy really telling the truth? Patriarch Zhao Hai, do you have any proof to back your claims?" Zhao Hai looked at the Queen in annoyance. He didn't think that the elves would still be doubtful this far into their contact. However, he still took out the beast skin scroll that was signed by the dwarves, the beastman and the fishman. Then he stood up and said, to the Queen, "Read this and you will know." The elf queen nodded. Then she beckoned her hand as an elf received Zhao Hai's beast skin scroll and handed it over to the Queen. The Queen opened the scroll and carefully read the contents inside. She noticed Billy's and the others' mark. Her face couldn't help but show surprise. The dwarves, the beastmen, and the fishmen were huge groups of the continent. In the past, the elves also had contact with these races. Only when the Radiant Church instigated the humans to break the relationships with these races did the elves come in contact with the others' races fewer and fewer times. Only when the dwarves had dug their tunnel did the elves have in contact with them. Although it had been a long time since contact has been made, the Queen can still recognize the unique marks of the other races. These marks were simply unable to be forged. Additionally, Billy was sitting right there, which proves that these marks were indeed real. After looking at the scroll, the queen handed it over to the great elder before turning her head to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like Mr. is telling the truth." Also, did the Radiant Church and the Dragon race really occupy the Ocean Waves dynasty as well as the Lion Empire? Zhao Hai just nodded since there was no need for useless words. He really couldn't understand why the queen refused to believe in him. He and Billy had time and time again displayed their sincerity, but after all this time, the queen was still doubtful. This annoyed Zhao Hai very much. The great elder also looked at the scroll before she handed it over to the prince. At this time the queen asked, "And does Mr. have any plans?" Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "I do. I don't think that the dragon's action this time was due to pure coincidence. It was possible that they had received a message from the divine realm. Therefore, as soon as I leave the forest, I shall go and deal with the dragons. Their race needs to be eliminated from the continent. Otherwise, we would be placed in grave danger once the divine race arrives." The elf queen looked at Zhao Hai. Her eyes shone with interest, making her more attractive than before. The queen expressed her noble aura as she asked with a serious tone, "Is Mr. confident in dealing with the dragon race?" Seeing the look on the queen's face, Zhao Hai knew that she was thinking about how invincible the dragons were. It was no wonder that the queen had her current expression when she heard that Zhao Hai was going to eliminate the dragons. Zhao Hai didn't become polite, he just nodded and said, "I do. I have no choice." After all, the dragons had controlled the Lion Empire, essentially having the entire continent. If we don't deal with the dragons, then when the divine race comes, they would be able to establish a base in Lion Empire. Then, along with the Ocean Waves dynasty, the two of them would quickly take care of the Buddha Empire. After that, they can then focus on attacking the Rosen Empire and the Ixu Empire. And most importantly, the Lion Empire separates the dwarves and the elves. The elimination of the dragons is required for the future cooperation between the dwarves and the elves in dealing with the divine race. The elf queen nodded. At this time, the prince had also read the beast skin scroll. He curled it and then passed it over to an elf and had it returned to Zhao Hai. The prince looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what does Mr. require of our elf race?" Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, "You don't have to do anything. I just want the elves to know this so that when the divine race comes, we could stand side by side in resisting and fighting back." But then the great elder suddenly said, "And how can you assure our safety? How can we feel relieved when fighting together with you? How can we make sure that you're not doing this just to enslave us?" Zhao Hai had already thought about this issue, so with a serious tone he answered, "As long as the elves is our ally, I, Zhao Hai, shall assure your race's absolute security. I have the strength to back this up." The great elder coldly snorted and said, "Do you really believe that the elven race would ally with you with just those few words? Aren't you being too naive?" At this point, Zhao Hai had gotten angry. Ever since him and Billy started their contact with the elves, the latter had always been dragging its feet. And now, he had come with sincere intent, but the other party was still being like this, not trusting him. This made Zhao Hai fume with anger. He looked at the queen, the prince, and then the great elder before he said with a cold voice, "I came here in the hopes of forming an alliance with the elf race. I was hoping that you would know that your race wouldn't be excluded from being targets when the divine race comes. I'm only here to propose an alliance and not to beg for help. If you ally with us, then only good things would happen to the elves. When the divine race arrives, you would have allies to share the burden of battle with. Moreover, if the divine race comes, do you really think that we would be in the mood to enslave the elven race?" Billy was similarly incensed. The elves might be clueless, But Billy was aware of what Zhao Hai had done in the past few days. He had kept going back and forth to different races just to unite them all. His effort alone was already worthy of respect. The elves' completely distrustful attitude truly lit the fuse of this dwarf patriarch. Billy stood up and looked angrily at the elf queen as well as the others. "What do you mean? You still don't trust Zhao Hai? I had already told you before." Besides being a human, he had become a foreign elder to the dwarves. At the same time, he is also a foreign prince of the beastmen. Moreover, he is also in extremely good graces with the fishmen. Is this status still not enough for the elves? Are you looking down on us? Dwarves have their own temper, and it was not easy for them to hold back for a long time. Zhao Hai has been regarded well by Billy. In this case, how could Billy tolerate the elves' distrust of Zhao Hai? This was akin to the elves being distrustful to the dwarves. The elf queen frowned. She also thought that the great elder's words were somewhat improper. In fact, the elves had already investigated the words coming from the dwarves and the queen was already willing to form an alliance with Zhao Hai. However, she didn't have the means to make a decision because the Great Elder has been opposing to it all this time. This was the reason why this matter has been dragged on for so long. The Queen understood why Zhao Hai and Billy would get angry at the Great Elder's words. She already trusted Zhao Hai and Billy. Even if she had doubts about the human, her suspicion didn't extend to the dwarf. The elves had been in contact with the dwarves for a long time, so the Queen was aware about their temperament. The Queen can affirm that the dwarves wouldn't just help the humans to deal with an enemy if the reason was not fully investigated through. But at this time, the Great Elder once again coldly snorted and said, "And why would I trust a human? Even if he is the foreign elder of the dwarves as well as a foreign prince of the beastmen, he is still a human. Also, the dwarves have been living easy because of the elves, and you count yourself as our equal?" Completely laughable. When he heard the Great Elder words, Billy's face expression turned completely dark. So it turns out that the elves are the savior of the dwarves? Ha ha ha. This is the most ridiculous joke that I had ever heard. We have it easy, just from those artworks that you make. Our dwarven ironwares are famous all over the continent. At the same time, we dwarves also have no problems when it came to food and clothing. On the other hand, you elves have been using your products in order to trade for supplies from my dwarf race. Now, I must ask the Great Elder, what days did the elven race have before we came in contact with you? Now, after we dwarves came, how much did your quality of life improve? Chapter 657, A Suspicious Great Elder. Billy wasn't incorrect. The reason why the dwarves were living well even until now was their ironware, and with how the Buddha Empire exhibited their prowess, dwarven ironware has been known to be the best all around. On the other hand, even if elven wares were expensive, their rate of production was just pitifully low. If it weren't for the dwarves, the elves wouldn't have ample living materials. After all, there was no way to get in contact with the elves, nor was it easy to interact with them. Among the races in the continent, it was the elves that were the hardest to approach. When the Great Elder heard Billy, he didn't know what to say, but this also made her angry. The Elder had always thought that the elves were the most noble race in the continent. This was because the elves were the most beautiful, had the longest lifespan, and were able to make the best artworks. This fact made the elves very proud, to the point that they looked down on the other races. In fact, the dwarves were too crude in their eyes. If they didn't need to trade for living necessities, then they wouldn't have come in contact with the dwarves. The main reason of this thinking was the fact that they were not in contact with other races. They had always thought that they were the most noble while always staying inside their kingdom. They were like frogs inside a well, thinking that the sky was the only one that existed. At the current time, there were still a lot of elves who had this mentality. After all, they hadn't come in contact with the outside world. This caused them to gradually have this attitude of self-importance. The Queen was aware of this quality, but she didn't have the means to change it. This was because the elves cannot come in contact with the humans. At the same time, they also see the beastmen to be quite dangerous. In all honesty, the queen was feeling quite helpless with regards to this matter. One shouldn't see the queen as the one who managed the entire elven kingdom. With both the prince and the great elder to decide matters with, the queen felt powerless. It was just unfortunate that the elves always had this type of governance. Normally, the queen and the prince should have a more intimate interaction with each other. After all, the prince was the queen's husband. However, the queen's current situation was a bit special. Although they were husband and wife, the prince was actually the son of the great elder. That is to say, the queen was actually the daughter-in-law of the great elder. Since the prince grew up in the care of the great elder, everything was done in accordance to the great elder's decision. Therefore, when a matter arrives, it was always the great elder and the prince who would come into a unanimous decision. If it weren't for the great elder, the queen wouldn't have allowed Zhao Hai's matters to reach this point. When the nearby prince saw that Billy was berating the great elder, he immediately became angry. He stood up and pointed to Billy and said, "Rude! How dare you disrespect the great elder? Apologize immediately." Billy turned his head to the prince. He coldly snorted and said, "Me, being rude? Isn't that something that I should say to you? Don't forget, I am the patriarch of the dwarven race, a position that is equal to your queen. Meanwhile, you're just a prince. What gave you the authority to scold me? Who do you think you are?" The explosive temper of the dwarves was quite famous in the continent. At this point, Billy couldn't stomach the elves' attitude of always having their noses turned to the skies. Billy's politeness had already run out. Zhao Hai looked at the great elder and the prince. He couldn't understand how the matter reached this point. Why were the great elder and the prince having these reactions? They came to the elves this time to offer an alliance, not to ask for anything. Moreover, it was an alliance to fight shoulder to shoulder when the divine race came. In this case, why was the great elder in opposition to this? What exactly was he thinking? Zhao Hai was frowning while looking at both the great elder and the prince. It might be an illusion, but Zhao Hai saw that when Billy and the prince quarreled, the great elder had a flash of happiness in her eyes. An alarm suddenly sounded inside Zhao Hai's heart. He can remember the time when the beastmen were being brainwashed by the Radiant Church. Was it possible for the church to brainwash an elf? Was the great elder brainwashed by the Radiant Church? But Zhao Hai changed his mind. If this was really the case, that the great elder was a person of the Radiant Church, then she would have already told the church about their plans. But from the response of the church, it seems like they still weren't aware of his plan. This made Zhao Hai doubt his initial suspicion. When the prince heard Billy, his handsome face turned red. He unsheathed the sword on his waist and pointed it towards Billy. "Apologize, otherwise, face death." Billy looked at the prince coldly and said, "Letting me apologize? Keep dreaming. If you want to fight me, then bring it on. Let's see who survives to the very end." Since he came to see the queen, Billy didn't bring any weapons. However, dwarves were never afraid of a fight. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't just go down that easily. The queen frowned and said, "Gay, that's enough. Don't forget, Patriarch Billy came more politely. Don't be disrespectful." Just as the queen finished talking, the great elder suddenly said, "How could it be disrespectful? We still haven't formed an alliance with them. They just want us to be in an alliance with them so that when they can slowly enslave our race once again." Zhao Hai looked at the great elder. He was still quite suspicious towards her, but he didn't express it. He just turned to the great elder and said, "I'll have to disagree with that, great elder. After all, your combat prowess won't reduce when you become our allies. At that point, how could we possibly enslave you? Moreover, are you confident in resisting the attack of the divine race? Will you be safe by yourselves?" The great elder coldly snorted and said, "Even if we surrender to the divine race, At least we won't be treated as slaves." When Zhao Hai heard the Great Elder, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. His eyes flashed a cold light and said, "How can the Great Elder be sure that the divine race wouldn't enslave you? If the divine race was not planning to enslave you, then why did the elves join the war against them a long time ago? How can the Great Elder make her current judgment? Has the Great Elder been in contact with the Radiant Church?" After hearing Zhao Hai speak, the entire hall suddenly turned quiet. All the elves present were looking at the Great Elder. The elves weren't stupid, in fact, they were more intelligent than the dwarves or the beastmen. It was only because of their beauty as well as the plot of the Radiant Church that they were unable to come in contact with the humans. One must know that in the past, during the time where the elves were still in contact with the continent, there were a lot of big merchants who were elves. At the same time, there were even some elves who held high-ranking position in the various nations. This was ample evidence for the elven intellect. Zhao Hai's question immediately made the elves inside the hall find something wrong. Zhao Hai's trip was done in pure sincerity. He didn't even make the elves leave their forest. He also didn't say that the elves would have to listen to his command. He only came to propose the alliance to the Elf Queen, and to express his idea of fighting together against the divine race. In this case, the Great Elder's reaction was truly overboard, especially when she said that they would just surrender to the divine race. This made the elves doubt her words. The Great Elder also discovered that her mouth had slipped, but she didn't surrender and steeled her resolve. "Correct. A person from the Radiant Church came. They were very sincere in their visit and told me that as long as the elves help the divine race control the continent, then they would guarantee the safety of our race. They also assured me that the elves would continue living inside the elven forest." Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder and said, "How come the Great Elder believed their promise while doubting mine? I am a foreign elder of the dwarves as well as a foreign prince of the beastmen. My status should be a match for the Radiant Church. May I know then why?" The Great Elder looked at Zhao Hai and then sneered. "That's an easy question. Did you realize who you are, Zhao Hai? You're a dark mage. How could you be credible when you don't even respect the dead? I would never believe you. I might as well believe a light mage than a dark mage." When the other elves heard the Great Elder, humming discussion was suddenly heard inside the hall. It was clear that they approved of the Great Elder's view. Zhao Hai couldn't help but couldn't smile and said, being respectful to people, "Great Elder, can you really be this naive? Do you know the reason why the races became like this? Do you know why the elves were turned into slaves by the humans? Do you know why the humans suddenly loathed the other races when they were initially peaceful with them? May I know whether the Great Elder had thought of these questions?" The Great Elder coldly snorted and said, "It is because of how greedy the humans can be. Therefore, they suppress the different races of the continent. What further thinking does this need?" Zhao Hai sneered. "The reason why I claimed that the Great Elder is being naive was because the Great Elder seemed to not have recognized the core of the matter. The reason of the current situation was due to the fact that the human records have been changed. In the past, history books of the humans depicted the dwarves and the beastmen with a positive light. Although the beastmen loved to fight while the dwarves had shallow temper, they were still written to be good people. On the other hand, the elves were also regarded quite well. Nor only are elves seen as gentle, they were written to be intelligent as well as people who loved art. All these descriptions were worthy for the readers to respect the races. The elves in the hall couldn't help but nod. Even the Great Elder nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "But later on, some people revised the contents of the human books. In this revision, the beastmen turned from being brave to being ruthless barbarians. The dwarves had turned into being with unreasonable temper. But since the elves had zero negatives to their attitude, they were written to be races who had nothing else but beauty. The humans were slowly influenced by these books and suddenly changed their attitude towards the other races, and before long, They were suppressing them. Does the Great Elder know who revised the records? Chapter 658. Rebels. The Great Elder couldn't help but stare when she heard Zhao Hai. Although they have their own records, the elves' history only recorded how the humans have suppressed them. It didn't record the reason why. Because of this, the elves had always blamed their suppression and enslavement to the greed of humans. Now that Zhao Hai expressed this matter, things suddenly seemed to be not so simple. The Great Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "And do you know who did it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I do." The humans aren't like the elves or the dwarves who always had peace with each other. Due to the ambitions of the humans, they weren't able to unite internally and even had multiple cases of war. This made it hard to preserve human history and extremely easy for someone to slip in some revisions. And there is an organization that can easily do it in the past. And it was the Radiant Church. It was not only the elves who were startled with Zhao Hai's words. Billy was the same. All of them stared at Zhao Hai, waiting for him to back his own words. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The Radiant Church had existed way before all of us thought. They were just being extremely low-key, only becoming slowly formidable in the recent several hundred years. Before the church officially rose, they were sending their priests to various battlefields in the continent and offering help to injured soldiers as well as affected commoners. This allowed the Radiant Church to accumulate universal praise from everyone. Sometime after that, the nations in the continent started to trust the church with the responsibility of being in charge of the human records. It was at that point that the church started to revise the history books of the human race. Humans suppressing the various races was caused by this revisions by the church. In their edition of human history, the other races of the continent were lesser beings. They made humans feel disgust in interacting with these lesser races. Everyone stared at Zhao Hai. They have not heard about this before. Then Zhao Hai continued, "In the Radiant Church's revision, the dwarves, beastmen, and fishmen were lesser beings that were diseased and should not be mingled with. It was said that anybody that came in contact with these races for too long would turn into the same lesser being. This made the humans stray away from the other races. However, the Radiant Church came into a problem when it came to the elves. The elves were perfect in human standards. There were no negative things to pin on them. Therefore, the Radiant Church wrote that the elves were historically high-quality slaves. In this way, the humans would enslave the elves, which in turn, made the elves loathe the humans. And now, Great Elder, you actually believed such words from that organization. Ha 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 ha. This should be the funniest joke that I have ever heard." When she heard Zhao Hai, the Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. With a paled face, the Great Elder retorted, "This is only based on your own words. Who knows if they are true or not?" Zhao Hai gave the Great Elder a cold look before saying, "The Great Elder still doesn't believe me, right? I forgot to ask. I believe Patriarch Billy had included the matter where I repaired their divine artifact in the letter that he sent. I can repair your divine artifact as well." The artifact spirit of the dwarves already told us the reason why they fought with the divine race. This was not only because they want to enslave you, but it was also because the god that you worshipped is in opposition to the god that the church idolized. For the church to rule this continent, the god that needed to be worshipped should only be the Radiant God, not the individual gods of the races. Once everyone believed in the Radiant God, the other gods would lose spiritual support, which would allow the god of the Radiant Church to eliminate them. O Great Elder, trusting the Radiant Church is akin to trusting the Radiant God. This also meant that you are betraying your god of life. I don't know if the Great Elder is aware of this. The Great Elder's face turned dark when she heard Zhao Hai. She couldn't bear sitting still as she stood up and glared at Zhao Hai. Nonsense, complete nonsense. Do you really think that we'll believe you just because you told us that you can fix our divine artifact? You're completely talking nonsense. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder and coldly snorted, I can fix your divine artifact. There's no need to deceive you with this. Just hand me your divine artifact and you'll know then whether I can fix it or not. With a berating tone, the Great Elder shouted, and why would we hand our divine artifact over to you? Who knows, maybe you'll steal our divine artifact away. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder's reaction and became sure that the Great Elder was a chess piece that the Radiant Church had sent inside the Elven race. Otherwise, she wouldn't have these responses. He had always spoken with sincerity. If one weren't a person of the Radiant Church, then they wouldn't have reacted like this. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer at the Great Elder's claims. Great Elder, your accusations are not very pleasant to hear. Moreover, if I really intended to steal your divine artifact, then there's no way for you to stop me, and there would be no need for me to do about it in a roundabout manner. At this moment, the prince, who hadn't spoke for quite some time, loudly said, complete nonsense. And for daring to snatch my elven race's divine artifact, you deserve to die. Then he stabbed his sword towards Zhao Hai. Nobody thought that Gay would act like this. After seeing Gay's action, the queen immediately shouted, Gay, stop. However, it was already too late. Gay's thorn sword was already close to reaching Zhao Hai. One must know that Gay was an elven great warrior who was outstanding in both the harp and the sword. There was no need to mention about his strength. Gay was a talented elf, being peak 8th rank strength despite being relatively young. In addition to the emphasis of speed in elven sword techniques, Gay's attack was no less than a sneak attack. Gay wasn't far from Zhao Hai, so a short time after his words just fell, his sword was already at Zhao Hai's throat. Billy's face changed completely. Although he was near Zhao Hai, he still couldn't block Gay because of his lack of weapon. But even so, Billy still roared as he aimed his fist towards Gay's head. He wanted Gay to abandon his sword strike in order to dodge the punch. However, it seems like Billy had underestimated Gay's strength. Gay's sword was extremely quick, so he didn't care about Billy's punch since he knew that he could still dodge the punch right after he killed Zhao Hai. But at the same time, Gay also had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. While the sword was heading towards his throat, Zhao Hai didn't even move an inch. Instead, he looked at Gay with a contemptuous gaze. Gay felt that something was wrong when he saw this gaze, but it was already too late to retract his attack. Gay hardened his resolve as he accelerated his stab towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't make a move as Gay's sword reached his sword. Upon seeing that the sword was about to puncture through the other party's throat, Gay revealed an elated expression. He thought that Zhao Hai was dead. But it didn't take a long time before Gay noticed that there was no stabbing feeling on his sword. Instead, he heard a ding sound before his sword stopped moving further. Gay stared, then he saw that Zhao Hai's throat had turned into a crystal. While Gay was in a daze, Zhao Hai had grasped his sword, which turned it into a crystal as well. Then when the sword crystallized, Zhao Hai made a small twist, shattering the blade into pieces. Gay was startled. He immediately loosened his grip on the sword as he used his toes to propel him backwards, dodging Billy's punch as well. Then he returned to his chair as he grasped hold of his harp. But at this moment, Zhao Hai made a move. He appeared in front of Gay and grasped his neck. He raised Gay with only one arm as he coldly looked at him and said, "You want to kill me? Is it because I have spoken the truth?" Gay's throat was seized by Zhao Hai, making it hard for him to breathe as his face turned red. He looked frightened at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. Moreover, he had expected that Zhao Hai was a mage. He didn't imagine that Zhao Hai was also a very formidable warrior. At this time, The Great Elder and the Queen responded. The Great Elder angrily shouted as she wielded her magic staff and began casting a spell at Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai coldly snorted as an incredible pressure began to burst out from his body. Although Zhao Hai cannot use his god-rank strength, his 9th rank power was still something that the Great Elder couldn't endure. This was when the Great Elder discovered that Zhao Hai was actually a 9th rank expert. Zhao Hai looked at the Great Elder with a cold gaze. Great Elder, I'm afraid that the situation isn't as simple as you being approached by the Radiant Church. I think you are a person of the Radiant Church itself. The Great Elder's face was struggling right now. It seems like she was holding on with all she had. You talk nonsense. Don't think that since you are a 9th rank expert, you can tell anything you want. Don't think that my elven race doesn't have a 9th rank expert as well. Zhao Hai actually smiled faintly and said, Elf friend, you had been observing for quite some time. Why don't you come out and see me? Then just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, an old sigh was heard. My elven race has truly been unfortunate. We've made a joke out of ourselves in front of Mr. I'll be honest to Mr. I had also just recently discovered that she is actually a person from the Radiant Church. Mr. Rest assured, I already snatched her letter for the Radiant Church. I just wanted to see what moves they'll do next. I just didn't think that she would betray her own race. Sigh. This is really a huge misfortune to my elf race. Along with this sound, an old elf walked into the hall. After this elf appeared, every single elf in the room stood up and bowed to the old elf. We have seen the Supreme Elder. 2. The old elf nodded and turned to Zhao Hai. Mister, I ask you to please put him down. We will surely provide you with a satisfactory response. Zhao Hai loosened his grip on Gay. Then he turned to the old elf and bowed. The Supreme Elder is too polite. This is an internal matter of the elves, and since I'm a human, then I will surely hand this matter over to you. I just came here to offer an alliance. How about we resume this matter tomorrow? The old elf returned the bow and said, We apologize to Mr. Then, Mr. Please. Zhao Hai and Billy gave a salute to the old elf before they both left the hall. 1. And since Billy is a dwarf, it could be described as an uppercut. XD. 2. Like any other elder, but his robe just had a Supreme logo in it. XD. Chapter 659, Supreme Elder. After seeing that Billy and Zhao Hai had left the hall, the old elf then turned to the Great Elder and Gay before he lightly sighed and said, Ever since we received Patriarch Billy's first letter, I had always been paying attention to the entire tree of life. Since I don't want things to be known to the Radiant Church and don't want to hinder our chances in dealing with the divine race, I have intercepted every letter that came out. The Great Elder's face couldn't help but get pale when she heard the Supreme Elder. Gay's face was quite ugly as well. This was because they had indeed been sending letters to the Radiant Church all this time. The Supreme Elder looked at the Great Elder and Gay. Although I always thought that doing this was nonsense, our records pertaining to the divine race was indeed too terrible, so I still made an effort. However, I just didn't expect to find those letters addressed to the Radiant Church. And even if they were encrypted, I can still make sense of some of those words. I didn't think that there would be traitors in my own race. Then the Supreme Elder stared coldly at the Great Elder. So what made you betray your own race, your own beliefs? Tell me. The Great Elder looked at the Supreme Elder. Her eyes flashed with fear. However, this fear was immediately replaced by fanaticism. She loudly declared, The God's will is everywhere, and you all should surrender to the Radiant God. It is your privilege to serve under him. God is omnipotent. God is all-powerful. God will lead us to the shining light. The Supreme Elder looked at the Great Elder's expression and his face sank. Then a ray of light came out of the hands of the Supreme Elder and entered the Great Elder's body. The Great Elder pitifully groaned out before her body collapsed on the floor. Then the Supreme Elder turned his head to Gay and did the same thing. Gay cried out before collapsing. Then the Supreme Elder turned his head to the Queen and said, "I have crippled their cultivation, take them away." The Queen nodded. Then she immediately had people drag the bodies of the Great Elder and Gay away. At this time, everyone in the hall was paying attention to the Supreme Elder. Similarly, the Supreme Elder scanned the hall and then said, "Our race's history is divided into two parts. One part is accessible to everyone while the other can only be read by our race's ninth-rank experts." In the records, the Ark continent had been subjected into a war against the divine race. Our elven race is a main force during that war. The dwarves and the beastmen were main components as well. There was also the mermaid clan and some human ninth ranks that joined. However, a lot of the human ninth ranks were also on the side of the divine race along with the dragon race. The war was incredibly fierce, and in the end, the elves, dwarves, and beastmen's divine artifacts managed to wound the god-ranked expert, driving him back to the divine realm. In that fight, the divine artifacts of the three races were seriously damaged. The beastman race's beast god spear was heavily injured. The dwarven race's iron hammer was similarly wounded. Only our elven race's bow sustained light injuries. At one time, the elven bow's artifact spirit managed to materialize for a short time, informing our ancestors about the war with the divine race. After that, the artifact spirit fell into a deep slumber. The elves in the hall were very silent as they listened to the Supreme Elder. They were completely unaware that there was another part in their race's history. The Supreme Elder looked at the people present and said, just like what Mr. Zhao Hai said, the Radiant Church's God in the divine realm is in a hostile relationship with our own God. This made them send people to deal with us, and wanting to control the entire Ark continent, enslaving all of the races in the process. They will treat us as livestock, and when our strengths reached a sufficient level, they would send us to the divine realm and join their army. Basically, the divine race wanted to turn the Ark continent into a soldier-producing factory. Because of this, the major races in the continent decided to resist the divine race. Mr. Zhao Hai did nothing wrong, and we will establish an alliance with him to deal with the incoming divine race. No elf in the hall dared to oppose. All of them simultaneously nodded. The Supreme Elder nodded and turned his head to the Queen and said, "You have done well all these years. You shall go form an alliance with Mr. Zhao Hai tomorrow." Mr. Zhao Hai came here in person despite being a ninth-rank expert himself. This is already giving us a huge face. Discuss this matter with him yourself. At the same time, deliver the elven bow to Mr. Zhao Hai and ask him to help us fix it. If Mr. can fix our divine artifact, then it would be good for our race. I suspect that there are more traitors within our race. When the divine artifact gets fixed, finding those rebels would be easy. Then the Supreme Elder scanned the hall as if looking for the traitors present. The elves in the hall felt their backs to be coldly sweating. Even if they haven't betrayed their race, the Supreme Elder's gaze alone made them feel guilty. The Queen immediately nodded in reply. The Supreme Elder also gave her a nod before turning around to leave. After the Supreme Elder left, the Queen looked at the other elves and said, "All right, everyone can go back. Make sure to manage your subordinates well. This is a special period in our race. While the divine artifact is being fixed, nobody is allowed to leave the Tree of Life." The elves nodded before they stood up and left the hall. After the group left, the Queen found herself weak as she sat on her chair. She didn't feel great at all. Of the two who were captured, one of them was her husband while the other was her mother-in-law. At this time, Jeller walked in and went towards the Queen. "Mother, what just happened? Why were Nana and Father dragged away?" The Queen looked at her and sighed. Then she told Jeller about everything that just happened. Jeller looked at the Queen, her expression as though she couldn't believe it. "Mother, are you telling the truth? How could that be possible? Why would Father betray our own race? Why would Nana side with the Radiant Church?" The Queen shook her head and said, I also don't know. I have lived for many years with your father, but I still didn't notice that he is a person of the Radiant Church. At the same time, your Nana has lived here for her entire lifetime, yet nobody noticed that she was a traitor. If Mr. Zhao Hai didn't come here, then we wouldn't have known about it for a long time. Jeller looked bewildered at the queen. She didn't know what to say. There was really no way to explain this matter. The Great Elder had lived with the elves for her whole life, even to the point of being the Great Elder. She did her best for the betterment of the race and also hated the humans to the bone. It was because of her qualities that she managed to attain her current position. But who would have thought that she would actually be a person of the Radiant Church? The queen looked at Jeller and sighed. It wasn't only Jeller. The queen couldn't accept what happened as well. But since there were still matters that needed to be processed, the queen looked at Jeller and said, Jeller, make sure to take care of Mr. Zhao Hai's group as much as possible. There shouldn't be any mistakes. I shall deliver the boat to Mr. Zhao Hai tonight. At the same time, I shall also ask him why the Great Elder and Gay would betray us. I think he knows the reason why. When she heard the queen's instructions, Jeller immediately nodded. Then she turned around to leave. In the elven race, the children were always more closer to their mothers. This was because the elves were a matriarchal race. The key positions of the government were mostly handled by women. Because of this, Jeller didn't have much of a connection to Gay. But no matter what, Gay was still Jeller's father. This matter made Jeller sad. She didn't understand why her father would do such a thing. When Zhao Hai and Billy returned to the room that was arranged for them, Billy immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, were the Great Elder and Gay really sent by the Radiant Church? Zhao Hai nodded and said, The Great Elder is for certain. However, Gay might not be. Gay is the Great Elder's child, so it was possible that it was the Great Elder who educated him about this since childhood. Therefore, making Gay exhibit such actions. The Great Elder was brainwashed by the church while Gay was brainwashed by the Great Elder. Billy knit his brows and said, Maniac, she's really a maniac for doing this to her own child. Zhao Hai sighed and said, This is in line with the church's philosophy. These people were avid devotees of the church. For the church, they would give up everything they have. Billy frowned. That 9th rank elder clearly saw Gay attack you. So why didn't he stop it? What happens if you weren't a 9th rank expert? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't exhibit my 9th rank aura, so that's why you can't notice it. However, other 9th ranks would surely be able to feel it, so he just let it be. I just didn't expect the Supreme Elder to be so thorough. It was great that he had confiscated the Great Elder's letter when he found out. Otherwise, our plans would have been in trouble. Billy frowned and said, Right, we were too careless this time. Fortunately, they did things very carefully. It would be terrible if our plans were to be known to the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he sighed and said, I thought that since the elves have isolated themselves from the world, then the Radiant Church would not have the opportunity to get to them. We weren't careful enough and underestimated the church. The Radiant Church has been preparing their plans for countless years. Their moves might always be out of our expectations. Billy nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, is the story about the church changing history true? Is that the reason why the humans started to suppress the other races? Chapter 660, Fixing the Elven Bow. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I also wasn't aware of this matter before, but when I went to the fishmen, I discovered that their history was much more complete. It was them who told me about this matter. Billy's expression calmed down as he said, Radiant Church. Truly vicious beings. Up until now, we still haven't understood why the humans have suppressed us. As it turns out, it was the Radiant Church's plan all along. We must completely destroy them, all of them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Patriarch, don't worry, we will surely have the opportunity to do that. We certainly will. Sooner or later, we will come in contact with the church. At that time, we will deal with them ourselves." Billy coldly snorted. He knew that he couldn't be anxious about this. In any case, there would be an opportunity in the future. Zhao Hai looked at Billy and said, "Patriarch, what do you think would happen to the Great Elder and Gay?" Billy snorted and said, "They shouldn't be let off easily. Except for the humans, other races treat treason as a major crime." Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. What Billy said was true, whether it be dwarves or beastmen, or even the proud elves punish rebels quite severely. This was something that differed from the humans. In the continent, there were many human empires, and the humans on those empires had more sense of belonging to their own empire compared to the entire human race. At this time, Jeller arrived. Zhao Hai and Billy discovered that Jeller's expression wasn't the best, but they didn't say anything about it. Jeller accompanied the people who delivered them some food to eat. Elven diet was quite peculiar. They mostly don't eat meat, giving priority to consuming fruits and vegetables. Therefore, there were a lot of fruits and vegetables in the food that was presented to Billy and Zhao Hai. There was a staple food that seemed to taste like the breadfruit, but it didn't have a hard outer shell, and it was also shaped like a horn. Zhao Hai wasn't disgusted by the food, but Billy was different. The dwarves liked to eat meat, so when he saw the spread on the table, he couldn't help but lose appetite. After the food was set on the table, Jeller gave Billy and Zhao Hai a bow and said, "Please enjoy our food. If you need anything, just shake the bell on the table and someone will come and listen to your requests." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Jeller. The food looks delicious." Jeller gave another bow and then seemed to have some words that she wanted to say, but in the end, she didn't say it and just turned around to leave. Zhao Hai noticed her hesitation, so he smiled faintly and said, "Miss Jeller, wait. Do you have anything you want to say? Please, don't hesitate to tell us." When Jeller heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stop. She turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I just want to ask, why did the Great Elder and the Prince betray the elf race?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Jeller would ask this question. He looked at Jeller and asked, "Why would Miss Jeller ask about this matter? What relationship does the Great Elder and the Prince have with you?" Jeller's face paled slightly as she answered, "The Great Elder is my grandmother while the Prince is my father. If Mr. Zhao Hai knows the reason, please do tell me." Zhao Hai and Billy stared. They didn't expect that the person in front of them was an elven princess. While looking at Jeller, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sympathize with her. He sighed and said, "I have a guess, but it doesn't mean that it's true. It is highly possible that the Great Elder was a spy that was sent by the Radiant Church a long time ago." Jeller was confused at what Zhao Hai said. This was because Zhao Hai said that the Great Elder was sent by the Radiant Church. This was completely different from the Great Elder betraying the elven race. Zhao Hai looked at Jeller and continued, "There has been a long-standing plan of the Church to abduct the children of major races and brainwash them, making loyal believers of the Radiant God. They will transform those children into people who would give everything for the Church's deity. After brainwashing those children, they would then send them back to their races, effectively infiltrating the races. I have come across a similar situation back in the Beastman Prairie. Therefore, I thought of the possibility of the Great Elder being one of these abducted children. As for Gay, he is the son of the Great Elder, so it is possible that he was educated by the Great Elder from a very young age. But all of these are my guesses. I cannot assure you that it is real." Jeller's face was quite pale while listening to Zhao Hai. She looked at the other party and said, "So Mr. means that the Great Elder was taken away by the Radiant Church when she was young. Then they sent her back after brainwashing. All of this just to deal with the elven race? However, why does the Great Elder seem extremely passionate in serving our race?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong about that. Since your race is extremely sealed off, There was no opportunity to send information back to the Radiant Church. Therefore, she did the other method, work hard and gain a high rank. After that, she would then get access to the core of the race and get more secrets to send in an opportune time. Jeller and Billy nodded. This was a highly probable case. The Great Elder was in a position above tens of thousands of elves. If she wasn't discovered by the Supreme Elder, then the alliance would have failed. This was something that made spies extremely scary. Jeller bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I thank Mr. for dispelling my doubts. Then I wouldn't be disturbing Mr.'s meal any longer." Then she bowed towards Billy before turning around to leave. After Jeller left Zhao Hai's place, she immediately looked for the Queen. Then she told the Queen about what Zhao Hai had told her. After listening, the Queen immediately thought that this wasn't a simple matter, so she immediately went to the Supreme Elder and told him. After telling this to the Supreme Elder, the Supreme Elder's expression turned cold. Then he turned to the Queen and said, "What do you plan to do next?" The Queen replied, "I suspect that there are more spies aside from the Great Elder." The Great Elder had been in her position for many years, and she had also gained a lot of loyal followers that we need to deal with. "I plan to send the divine artifact to Patriarch Zhao Hai today. If Patriarch Zhao Hai can really fix the elven bow, then the matter would be taken care of easily. If he can't, then I'll have to ask the Supreme Elder to act. We must thoroughly check every elf inside the tree." The Supreme Elder nodded. "This is truly a matter that needs to be looked at. The Radiant Church's spies in our race need to be completely weeded out. Your Majesty, we should establish our alliance with Mr. Zhao Hai as soon as possible. There are only benefits that we can get out of it. At the same time, have the elves stop making artworks and have them make more weapons. In the fight against the divine race, artworks wouldn't be very useful." The Queen nodded. Then she turned around to leave. The Supreme Elder sighed. He was worried about the future of the continent. The divine race has been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Their strike should be as swift as a thunderbolt. Will the continent be prepared for it? Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about any of these right now. At this point, he was already finishing up the food along with Billy. To be honest, these elven fruits and vegetables weren't completely unpalatable. However, they weren't very good as well. They were too bland, with no seasoning. There wasn't any taste to be amazed about. On the other hand, the wine that the elves made were very good. While the two were sitting and chatting, an announcement was suddenly heard. "Her Majesty has arrived." Zhao Hai and Billy stared, but they immediately stood up. At this time, the Elf Queen had her men open the door before she walked in. The two immediately gave the Queen a salute. Then the Queen returned the gesture and said, "Patriarchs, please sit down. I am here to ask Mr. Zhao Hai for help." Then she waved her hand as Jeller brought a longbow in. This longbow was green, and seemed to be made out of a kind of crystal. It had a vine twining on its body and a single leaf on its top. On the other hand, the bowstring was something that Zhao Hai couldn't identify. It was not thick, and was even fairly transparent. If one wasn't paying attention, then they wouldn't notice its existence. The Queen extended both of her hands and received the bow. Then she lifted it towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. This is our elven race's divine artifact. We ask Mr. to try and fix it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I will certainly offer my help. I ask your Majesty to rest assured. However, it would require an evening's time. By tomorrow, your Majesty would be able to know if I was able to fix it or not. I also hope that your Majesty sends word that nobody is to disturb me tonight." Naturally, there was no need for the Queen to decline, so she immediately replied, "Mr. Don't worry, I will have people assigned to keep the surroundings peaceful." "Patriarch Billy, I have arranged a separate room for you. What do you think?" Billy understood what the Queen meant. She was afraid that Billy would disturb Zhao Hai. This was a natural worry, so Billy nodded and said, "I understand, then I shall take my leave." The queen expressed her gratitude to Billy before she led the dwarf patriarch out of the room, leaving Zhao Hai along inside. Zhao Hai didn't immediately head to the space, he just sat there and carefully examined the elven bow. The bow arm was made out of a kind of crystal, and it was evidently quite tough. On the other hand, the bowstring was not only hard to pull, it was also quite sharp to touch. It seems like if one wanted to use this bow, special techniques would need to be learned first. After examining for some time and finding out nothing, Zhao Hai then took the elven bow to the space. The moment he entered the space, a prompt was heard, "Damaged item detected. Proceeding to repair it. Repair has been completed. Subduing the spirit. Unique crystal has been discovered. Extracting the crystal's properties. Improving the host's crystallization technique." Chapter 661, The Radiant Church's Backup. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the elven bow would actually give him some advantages. However, the surprise didn't end there. At this moment, another prompt was heard. Thread made out of special material has been detected. The silk thread was made out of variant spider silk. It is very tough. Extracting the silk's properties. Enhancing the host's combat suit. Cuffs has been added to the suit. These cuffs can spew out web in order to tangle the enemy. Zhao Hai was shocked this time. Wasn't his function too familiar? Wasn't this Spider-Man's ability? Zhao Hai shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. In any case, the space was already quite bizarre, so it would not be surprising for these things to happen. The space itself has Spider-Man's suit, so it wasn't strange that its function was added to Zhao Hai's own suit. Zhao Hai lowered his head and looked at the elven bow. He wanted to see what its artifact spirit looked like. At this time, a green light suddenly flashed from the bow as a person slowly floated out of it. This figure was very different from Iron Hammer and Bloody War. The figure was actually lying down. When her appearance completely materialized, she yawned and then slowly sat up, just like how an ordinary person would act after being woken up from sleep. Zhao Hai was curiously looking at this artifact spirit. She wasn't wearing the traditional elven robes, but was wearing a tight-fitting suit instead. This gave her a martial aura. At this moment, the artifact spirit was also looking at Zhao Hai. The artifact spirit sized Zhao Hai up before she bowed and said, "Green Vine has seen Master Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai was sizing her up as well. "You're called Green Vine?" The artifact spirit nodded. "Yes, Master. I was named Green Vine." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Just call me young master." "What are you made of? Why do you seem to be different from Iron Hammer and Bloody War?" The artifact spirit smiled faintly and said, answering the young master's question, "Bloody War and Iron Hammer are made in Arc Continent. When their masters became god rank, they were then brought to the divine realm. Only then did they become divine artifacts. On the other hand, I was made in the divine realm, so I was made using the materials there. This made me different from Bloody War and Iron Hammer." Zhao Hai nodded. No wonder he didn't get any benefits when fixing Iron Hammer and Bloody War. So Green Vine was actually made in the divine realm. After this thought passed through his mind, Zhao Hai's heart was suddenly moved. If Green Vine being made in the divine realm gave Zhao Hai benefits, then does it mean that there were materials in the divine realm that can't be found in the Arc Continent? If that was really the case, then it would be great to visit the divine realm to take a look. Leveling the space in the Arc Continent had become very difficult. The most recent boost of level that it had received was from the Lotus, but that thing has some sort of a relationship with the demon realm. It seemed like if Zhao Hai wanted to upgrade his space, then he would need to visit either the demon realm or the divine realm. Zhao Hai looked at Green Vine and said, "Green Vine, are divine artifacts divided into levels?" Green Vine nodded and said, We are indeed graded. Iron Hammer and Bloody Ware are low-level artifacts. I am classified as an intermediate-level artifact. There are also high-level artifacts. High-level artifacts are very formidable, but they were also difficult to make. Because of that, there were very few high-level artifacts in the divine realm. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked Greenvine about the previous war against the divine race. What Greenvine said was the same as Iron Hammer and Bloody Ware's testimonies, so there was no need to ask for more details. After that, Zhao Hai instructed Greenvine to protect the elf race and also to refrain from calling him young master when they leave the space. Since Greenvine had surrendered to the space, then she would naturally follow Zhao Hai's orders. Then Zhao Hai sat inside the living room and opened the monitor. He wanted to see the current developments in the elven race. After having rested inside the space, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the morning. After opening the door, Zhao Hai noticed that there were people outside. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised about this since this was just the queen's procedure. She was afraid that people would come and disturb Zhao Hai. At first, Zhao Hai thought that this method was unnecessary. However, when he thought about the situation yesterday, he thought otherwise. There were still some traitors among the elves. If it weren't for the queen ordering martial law, then they would have already approached Zhao Hai's room. At this point, Zhao Hai was no longer worried about the rebels. Now that he had fixed the elven bow, everything would be taken care of. Divine artifacts were truly mysterious enough that they can detect traitors among their race. This was something that wasn't unique to Greenvine. Bloody Ware and Iron Hammer were capable of doing this as well. After seeing Zhao Hai open the door, the people outside immediately loosened their expression. Jeller, who was the leader this time, walked forward and gave Zhao Hai a bow. "Mister, you're out." Was Mr. successful? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then handed the elven bow over to Jeller and said, "I've succeeded. Please take it back to Her Majesty." Jeller stared at the bow as it was transferred to her own hands. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "In behalf of the elves, I express our gratitude. Mr. must be tired. Please have a good rest. I shall have someone prepare you a meal. When Mr. wants to eat, just send words and they will serve it." Zhao Hai nodded. "Thank you, Miss Jeller. Then I shall be taking my rest." He gave Jeller a salute before he returned to his room and closed the door. Actually, Zhao Hai had already rested yesterday, so he didn't need any more rest. He just wanted to show that fixing the boat took a lot of effort, so he pretended to be tired and returned to his room. After that he entered the space and opened the monitor to see how the elves react to the fixed elven bow. Jeller took the elven bow to the hall where the queen was waiting for news. The queen went sleepless throughout the night as well. At this moment, Jeller came in, holding the elven bow on her hands. The queen couldn't help but stand up and looked at Jeller. Jeller immediately gave her report. "Mother, he succeeded." Mr. Zhao Hai succeeded. The queen looked at the elven bow and then let out a long breath. At the same time, her two eyes shined as she quickly arrived in front of Jeller and respectfully received the elven bow. Then she turned around to leave the hall. She needed to see the Supreme Elder. In the elven race, the Supreme Elder wasn't the only 9th rank expert. There were other 9th rank elders as well. There were more than 20 of them. Today, all of these 9th rank elders convened. They attached great importance to the news of whether the elven bow has been fixed or not. The queen took the bow to the cavern where the Supreme Elder and the others were. This tree cavern was very big, but there were no decorations inside. Only a large empty space. Inside the cavern were several straw mats where the various 9th rank elders were sat down. The queen stopped before these 9th ranks and then respectfully bowed and said, reporting to the Supreme Elder, Mr. Zhao Hai had fixed the divine artifact. Then the Supreme Elder's voice was heard, "Your Majesty, please come forward." The queen complied. and they took the elven bow forward. There was a bow frame in the middle of this huge cavern, and the Supreme Elder was standing right next to it. After the queen arrived by the Supreme Elder, she immediately placed the elven bow on the frame before she respectfully drew back to the sides. Among these 9th-rank elders, the oldest one of them went forward. She was also wearing the same green robe while she had a magic staff on her hand. She bowed towards the elven bow and said, "We request Sir Artifact Spirit to come out." Then Green Vine slowly came out of the bow. She looked at the elves and nodded. "Good. I have slept for many years. It's good to see that the strength of the elves has recovered. Mr. Zhao Hai already told me of what's happening outside. It seems like the divine race is planning to attack once again. I also told Mr. Zhao Hai that we would be making an alliance with them to jointly deal with this enemy. Does anyone have any other opinions?" The elves present doesn't dare to oppose. All of them simultaneously said, "We don't dare. We follow what the divine artifact decided." Green Vine nodded. Then she knit her brows and said, "Why do I feel the aura of the enemy in the bodies of our clansmen? What is this all about?" When she heard Green Vine, the oldest Supreme Elder replied, "Your Grace, this is the Radiant Church's conspiracy. They have brainwashed some elven children and sent them to infiltrate the elven race. We had already caught 2 spies yesterday. However, we weren't able to find the others. We ask Sir Artifact Spirit to help us in weeding them out." Green Vine nodded. Then she looked at the Supreme Elder and said, "This isn't a problem, but after discovering them, what did you do?" Then the Supreme Elder hesitated for a moment before replying, "Your Grace, we wasted their cultivation." "What is your Grace opinion on this?" Green Vine actually snorted and said, "Stupid. These people cannot remain alive. I can feel the aura of the divine realm on their bodies. It seems like they weren't just simple spies sent by the Radiant Church. Their bodies have been altered using a special method, sealing God's realm energy within them, something that all of you cannot detect. As long as a divine race expert arrives, they can just activate that seal and release the energy inside. That explosion would have the same power as a 9th-rank expert. So how could you just leave them be? If the divine race came and released that energy, then what would you do? Have you thought about this?" Green Vine's words made the expressions of these Supreme Elders change. They didn't think that the Radiant Church would have this kind of backup plan. Even if the rebels' cultivation were wasted, they can still explode. At that point, the elves would be doomed. The Supreme Elders were sweating at the thought of this. The oldest Supreme Elder immediately bowed to Green Vine and said, "Sir Artifact Spirit, we know what we should do." Chapter 662, Preparation begins. Zhao Hai was currently sitting on a boat while looking at the beast skin scroll on his hand. In fact, there was nothing special about the scroll. The only change in it was the elven race's mark. The elven race had proceeded with their operation, weeding out more than 100 spies. This made the elf queen furious. She didn't think that there would be this much rebels inside her kingdom. The queen was terrified of the thought of these people exploding with the might of 9th-rank experts. At this point, Zhao Hai had acquired a new status, the elven race's foreign elder. But Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. Now that the alliance with the elves have been dealt with, then the next plan can start. It was time to take care of the dragon race. Billy was right by Zhao Hai's side when he read the scroll. Billy couldn't help but laugh and said, "Now you've become a foreign elder of the elves. I believe that you have the most unique status in the whole history of the Ark continent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All of it was due to the current situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gain these many titles. I can say that things have gone smoothly this time. Not only were we able to help the elves fix their artifact, we also helped them weed out their traitors. Now we can proceed to the next step." Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The dragon race?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the dragons. They need to be eliminated. Their current position is very significant to the state of the continent. We can't wait for too long. They need to be gone. I have this feeling of dread. It's as if something is about to happen in the continent. You must be careful. Billy nodded and said, "Be relieved. We will be extremely careful." The same applies to you as well. Be sure to take care of yourselves. After all, you're facing against the dragon race. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to be fine. I can assure you of this." Billy was also quite aware of Zhao Hai's methods, so he was not that worried about his security. 5 days later, they had finally arrived back at Dwarf Mountain. After resting with the dwarves for a day, Zhao Hai left. He was ready to deal with the dragons. Although Zhao Hai had been with the elves and dwarves in the past few days, he was not being idle. He had control the Blood Ghost staff to monitor the dragons inside Lion Empire. Aside from Lion Empire, Zhao Hai also had the staff fly towards Sakura Mountain to see the situation there. Dragons were claimed to be invincible by the continent, so Zhao Hai didn't want to just go in without ample preparations. Fortunately, as long as the map has been collected to the space, then the space can monitor the Lion Empire and the Sakura Mountain at any time. For many years, there were hardly any dragon sightings in the continent. All this time, the dragons have stayed inside Sakura Mountain, treating it like their own kingdom. They also had a lot of magic beast and lesser dragon subordinates. Dealing with them would be as hard as attacking any other empire. Zhao Hai's plan was to first head to the Lion Empire and deal with the dragons that were stationed there. After that, then he'll go on and attack Sakura Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't inform the other nations about his plans and only revealing it to the dwarves, fishmen, elves, and the beastmen. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of any leaks pertaining to these races. This was because the numbers of the traitors in them were very few. Moreover, some of them also have their divine artifacts that can detect any rebels among their race. At the same time, it would be impossible for the Radiant Church to infiltrate the Fishman race. This was because their situation was very special. Even if 9th ranks were to go there, then people would immediately spot them. It was impossible for any Radiant Church spy to evade the eyes of the Mermaid clan. When Zhao Hai left the Dwarf Mountain, he immediately went to the space. In the past few days, Laura and the others had been paying attention to the movement of the dragons. Although the dragons had controlled the entire Lion Empire, they still needed to get the recognition of its citizens. Although humans were easily tempted to go against the Lion Imperial clan, it was still quite difficult for them to accept the dragons as their rulers. The dragons were truly formidable, but one shouldn't forget that in human eyes, they were still magic beasts. It was impossible for humans to accept a magic beast to be their rulers. But it was clear that the dragons were prepared for this. They already controlled a lot of noble clans, and with the help of these clans, even if the people weren't comfortable in being ruled by dragons, they still weren't able to make a fuss. There were 40 dragons in the Lion Empire's capital. 10 of these 40 dragons were 9th ranks while the other 30 were just a tad bit below. But even if these 30 weren't 9th ranks, they can still fly, so their threat was no less than the 9th ranks. Beside these 40 dragons, the Lion Empire's capital also had about 5,000 lesser dragons guarding it. These lesser dragons also had their own magic beast mounts. The fighting power of the lesser dragons were around 6th or 7th rank while their magic beasts were 6th ranks. This force was also something that one shouldn't take lightly. In order to ensure his success, Zhao Hai spent some time in the space to fully map the territory of the Lion Empire. He wanted to see if there were other dragons in other parts of the empire. Sure enough, in the Lion Empire's border with the Rosen Empire and Buddha Empire, dragons were present inside the towns as well. They might now be numerous, but their lesser dragon army were still able to drive away the attacks of the Rosen and Buddha Empire. 1. After Zhao Hai returned to the space, He immediately called Kun and Green over to the space. Then together they discussed how to deal with the dragon race. Zhao Hai showed the full map of the Lion Empire. Then he turned to Green and Kun. Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kun, the dragons have garrisons on these places. Which of them should we attack first? Zhao Hai had referred to 4 spots. These 4 spots were indicated by green dots on the monitor. They were the Lion Empire's garrison, the Rosen Empire's border, the Buddha Empire's border, and the surroundings of Accra Mountain, where a lesser dragon army of 2,000 was also situated in. Green looked at the map and thought for a moment before saying, "With the number of troops in our hand, I think it wouldn't be hard to attack multiple of them at the same time. I think we should separate our troops and attack the borders of the Rosen and Buddha empires first. Eliminating those 2 armies would only take about 1 evening. Moreover, we need to make sure that those dragons don't escape. After that, we'll wipe out the dragons in the Lion Empire's capital. Lastly, we'll have our army charge towards Accra Mountain." Kun nodded and said, "I agree to Green's plan. Our undead troops are in high enough number that even the fishmen wouldn't be able to make a move, so it should be fine if we split them up. Moreover, we have the advantage of being able to increase our numbers the more we fight. The only thing we need to do now is to inform the fishmen and have them destroy the Radiant Church's navies so that they wouldn't be able to send any help towards the dragons. I'm not too worried about the dragons in the capital. After all, we have the capability to completely clean them up. At the same time, those loyal to the Lion Empire has already been eliminated when the dragons took control. Therefore, those who were left behind were those nobles that sided with the dragons." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's time to resolve the problem in Lion Empire." "Then it is decided. Tomorrow we will act." Kun nodded. After the space has been upgraded, it was now possible to place an army anywhere on the map. This made their tactics much more flexible. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to make a quick move. It was necessary to remove the dragons before the nobles were able to act. It would be better if they didn't get into a fight with the army of the nobles. In all honesty, Zhao Hai really didn't want to fight those noble armies. In any case, they were still humans. Later on, when the war happens, they may even be another force that can resist the divine race. After completing the plan, Zhao Hai rested well. However, Green and the others were still staring at the screen. They wanted to see what the Rosen and the Buddha empires were doing. Since they weren't aware of Zhao Hai's plans, the Rosen and Buddha Empire didn't have any movements. They were still fully alert against the dragons. They wouldn't dare take the dragons too lightly. The day passed quickly while the people in the continent continued to live their peaceful lives. The army of the dragons were also stationed in their camp. They weren't afraid of the Rosen and Buddha Empire. In their minds, as soon as their identities as dragons were revealed, no one in the continent would dare to attack them. The dragons had always been aloof while in Accra Mountain. Even the lesser dragons had found themselves being able to move sideways in the mountain. 2. Due to being subjected to this environment, the lesser dragons had become quite arrogant. Although their current population wasn't a lot, their status in the Lion Empire was actually very high. Even ordinary lesser dragons would dare to be disrespectful towards the nobles of the empire. They wouldn't even take the effort to give a salute. There was needless to say when they meet a commoner. In the eyes of these lesser dragons, these commoners shouldn't even be considered people. In the few days that they had been in charge of Lion Empire, there were already several thousand people who were killed for no reason. It was basically a massacre. 1. I think the arrangement is like this: Northern Icefield, greater than Prairie, greater than Ixa, greater than Rosen, greater than Buddha, greater than ocean waves. 2. Walk sideways means they can do whatever they want. Chapter 663, Taking 2 Cities at Night. Ai was a lesser dragon. He is a descendant between a dragon and an 8th-rank shadow leopard. He can also assume the form of a human. but his strength was in his shadow leopard form. Shadow leopards were the best assassins of the jungle. There was hardly anyone who can discover them when stealthed. Even dragons admired their might. When AI is in his shadow leopard form, then his fighting strength would be on par with genuine shadow leopard, maybe even more. This was because he wasn't only carrying the genes of a shadow leopard, he had the genes of a dragon as well. However, AI's status wasn't very high among the other lesser dragons. He was only a junior captain. At this moment he was guarding the Lion Empire against the Buddha Empire's army. AI's cavalry unit was stationed in the Lion Empire's most important fortress that faced the Buddha Empire. The Buddha Empire had stationed 50,000 people here, while the Lion Empire used to station their 50,000 magic cavalry unit as well. Now, it was AI who was assigned to this post, but he wasn't here mainly to defend against the Buddha Empire's attack. AI believes that the Buddha Empire wouldn't dare to attack them. AI was stationed here mainly to defend against the original army of the Lion Empire as well as those civilians that wanted to escape towards the Buddha Empire. AI's recent days have been good. Although the original cavalry of the Lion Empire was very strong, their magic beast mounts were all acquired in Accra Mountain, and since these magic beasts were under the rule of the dragons, the Lion Empire's mounts would naturally listen to the dragon's words. Because of this, the Lion Empire's army had found themselves to be cavalries without mounts. In addition to the dragons stationed here, AI and the others were descendants of dragons as well, so their status was much higher than those magic beast mounts. When those magic beast mounts saw them, they immediately wore smiles on their faces, turning extremely polite. It can be said the AI's life here was very much the same back in Accra Mountain. Tonight, it was AI's turn to become the night watch, but AI thought that this was unnecessary. There simply was no need to do this. AI didn't believe that the Buddha Empire would actually dare to attack them. He also didn't think that there would be any Lion Empire rebellion. But since this was an order from the higher-ups, he didn't have any other choice but to listen. Besides his first night, AI always had a pot of liquor with him in his succeeding night shifts. There were side dishes present as well, so he was living quite an easy life. AI was very happy with his current situation. The dragon race had endured living in Accra Mountain for all these years, and this time, they had finally took control of a human nation. Now, people were serving them every day. It was comfortable. Nothing can compare to this bliss. In AI's mind, the dragons should have already come out of the mountain and took control of the continent a long time ago. There was no need for them to endure in the mountain for many years. Just after taking a sip of his liquor, AI suddenly stopped. He raised his own ear. It seems like he had heard something. One must know that a shadow leopard's hearing was very strong, and since AI had the genes of a shadow leopard, his hearing would naturally be strong as well. AI placed his wine glass down and quietly listened. He was right. There were very strange sounds. This sound wasn't the whistling of the wind, nor was it the rustling of leaves. It was a sound that was made by people hurrying along. AI stared for a moment before he slowly stood up and looked towards the city. This was because the source of the sound was inside the walls. There was a night curfew, and every person that was caught would be executed for the crime of conspiracy. Because of this, AI felt strange. Who would dare run in the middle of the night? He didn't think that it would be the Lion Empire cavalry. They wouldn't dare since they knew that there was a dragon in this city. This was equivalent to having 9th rank experts, so how could they rebel? If it weren't the garrison, then was it commoners? Even them wouldn't dare. There was a restriction placed on the city, disallowing civilians to hold weapons. Even the act of hiding one would merit execution. These civilians were weaponless, so they wouldn't dare to rebel. So to which people do these footsteps belong to? AI decided to look at the direction of the sound. In addition to their superior hearing, Shadow leopards were also gifted with the ability to see in the dark. Ai was sure that he could spot who it was. Before long, shadows appeared on the streets of the city, and there were a lot of them. Ai's calm face immediately changed because these people were holding weapons in their hands. Ai knew that these people were enemies. Just as he was about to fire an alarm, Ai suddenly felt a pain in his throat. Ai looked down and saw that a dagger had stabbed him on the neck. Before he blacked out, Ai can see blood spurting out of his neck. It was then that he knew that he was already dead. From start to finish, Ai wasn't able to see what the enemy looked like. An undead assassin appeared behind Ai and supported his body. After placing Ai back on his chair, the undead immediately turned to look at another person. Just as the undead assassin turned around, Ai, who was about to fall above his chair, disappeared. Then he appeared once again. Ai moved his hands and feet to pick up his own swords before going back to his position on the wall. By now, Ai had become expressionless. His eyes stared straight and he wasn't breathing. Naturally, he had been turned into undead. Zhao Hai's main goal was to deal with the dragons, therefore, he didn't want to touch the original Lion Empire cavalry. However, those lesser dragon cavalry weren't spared. All of the lesser dragons, magic beasts, as well as dragons had become undead. With the 9th rank strength of his undead, the sneak attack was completed without a fuss. If one were to ask the Lion Empire garrison, then they would just tell you that the night went strangely smooth. Even the dragons weren't able to respond before dying. Everything was silent. The magic beasts, lesser dragons, and dragons had all disappeared. The same situation happened on the border between the Lion Empire and the Rosen Empire. The dragons didn't place too much defenders on these two cities. Zhao Hai only sent 200,000 undead to kill the defenders in silence. Zhao Hai's undead didn't even need to make any significant effort in order to succeed. The night passed by with no issues. The next morning, the civilians and the garrison had found out that all magic beasts, lesser dragons, and dragons had disappeared. Only blood can be spotted on the ground. The bodies were nowhere to be seen. The garrison on these two cities were terrified. The blood on the floor were clearly from the magic beasts and lesser dragons. Even in the place where the dragons rested, blood can be seen. However, there were no bodies anywhere. This made them very confused. Among the garrison and the civilians were veterans in battle. From this scene, they can infer that there must have been a huge army attack last night, targeting these magic beasts, lesser dragons, as well as the dragons. From what they can see, it seems like the enemies were quite ruthless. The garrison troops immediately got anxious. No matter which party did it, the garrison still wouldn't be able to escape taking the responsibility. They weren't in the Lion Empire anymore. They were in Saint Dragon Empire. It was a nation that was ruled by dragons, beings who didn't tolerate shortcomings and were very ruthless. Once they came to know that their subordinates had vanished, how could they be merciful to the garrison troops that survived? The garrison had experienced firsthand how cruel these lesser dragons and dragons can be. Both the lesser dragons and dragons simply don't see them as people. A lot of them had already died because of the indiscriminate slaughter that the dragons had done. It would be strange if the garrison were to remain alive after all of this blows off. The garrison was left not knowing what to do. Some of the small soldiers had already sneaked away. On the other hand, the officers had no choice but to stay. They had their complete information in the capital. From their hometown to the names of their families were known. It was impossible for them to escape. Of course, not all officers chose to stay. There were some who already had left their family behind to die. After all, they wouldn't be returning to Lion Empire. They planned to live a whole new life in the Buddha Empire or the Rosen Empire. Because of this, there were nobody in those two cities that reported what happened to the dragons back at the capital. While they refrained from sending word, they were also buying Zhao Hai some time. Zhao Hai had already sent word to the fishman the moment he attacked. while the Saint Dragon Empire's army asked for reinforcements from the Radiant Empire. They would be delayed to the point where by the time they come back, the dragons would have already been extinguished. Zhao Hai, who had already cleaned 2 cities, didn't celebrate. This result was within his expectations. On the other hand, it would be impossible to do the same thing to the Lion Empire's capital. There were just too many experts within the capital, and the dragons haven't been able to control it for a long time, so everyone in the capital was on high alert. Faced with careful dragons, the method of sneak attack was just impossible. Therefore, there was only one way to attack the capital. It was by storming it with an army. But attacking the Lion Empire's capital was not that easy. The Lion Empire's capital was similar to the Rosen Empire's capital. On the outskirts of the city, noble castles had been erected. Gathering all of the soldiers here would amount to no less than 200,000 people. At the same time, the capital's garrison would number to be 500,000. Among those 500,000 were 200,000 elite troops as well as 300,000 heavy armor infantry. Additionally, there were also 5,000 lesser dragons as well as 40 dragons. If this was just the case, then Zhao Hai can be assured that he would be able to take the capital in a short period of time. However, there were 2 bumps that Zhao Hai can see. First was the huge magical formation that protects the Lion Empire. This formation had been in the capital for hundreds of years. If the dragons didn't have people from the inside, then they wouldn't have been able to take the capital in such a short period of time. Chapter 664, Dark Creatures of the Underworld. The second reason was very simple. Near the Lion Empire's capital city were 4 fortresses. These fortresses stand guard near the capital city. They weren't very far from the capital. It would only take a day for their troops to arrive by horse. In other words, Zhao Hai needed to take the capital in one day. If he failed to do so, then he would have to face both inside and outside attacks. The 4 fortresses around the capital had 100,000 troops each. All of them were cavalry. Although they weren't the most elite cavalry of the empire, they were still quite problematic to face. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these cavalry units. He just didn't want to face them in combat. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't have any good impression for these cavalry. When the dragons attacked the Lion Empire, they didn't do anything. After the establishment of the Saint Dragon Empire, they still remained as is while enjoying the same treatment as before. This shows that these people had already sold themselves to the dragons. Zhao Hai really wanted to kill these people, but the reason why he held back was the fact that these soldiers were only common soldiers of the Lion Empire. Moreover, they weren't just born out of stone. They had their own family members. If Zhao Hai killed these soldiers, then these family members would definitely hate him. When the time comes, a chain reaction would happen, causing chaos in the Lion Empire, adding trouble to the current situation. Because of these conditions, Zhao Hai didn't want to get in a fight with the dragons for a long time. It would be best if he were to take care of things fast. This time, the method of sneak attack wouldn't work. This was because ever since the dragons had taken over the capital, they had enacted a curfew every night, and they also activated an alarm magic formation on the whole the capital during those times. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai to sneak in some assassins. Therefore, the only thing he could do was wait for the daylight before storming the capital. After attacking the 2 fortresses, Zhao Hai prepared himself to attack the Lion Empire's capital on the next day. However, since he still wasn't confident in his plans, he had decided to delay it for another day. Zhao Hai and the others discussed what they would do and finally thought of a plan that Zhao Hai felt to be feasible. After having rested for a day in the space, Zhao Hai immediately began to prepare the attack. Him along with Green and the others were in the space's living room, looking at the Lion Empire's capital on the monitor. The Lion Empire's capital was not much worse than the Rosen Empire's capital. After all, The empire was still the second strongest in the continent. At this moment, there were 40 dragons in the capital altogether. However, these dragons weren't grouped up, they were scattered all throughout the city. It might seem like they were dispersed in order to protect the populace, but they were doing this so that they can maintain control. These dragons weren't weak. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to use his previous method, then it would prove impossible. There was a warning formation in place. The Lion Empire's capital always had its warning formation enabled. However, the formation wasn't as strict in the day compared to at night. It would only be activated in places where the dragons were staying. This was exactly why Zhao Hai cannot attack in the night. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the Lion Empire's protective shield at all, since the space can just place the undead directly inside the city. However, these warning formations were the annoying ones. They simply cannot be bypassed. At this moment, the sun had just risen, so the gates were still shut. Those commoners that wanted to do business in the capital were still barred from entering. This was also the best opportunity for Zhao Hai to attack. If these people were already in the city at the time of the attack, then they might become victims of the crossfire. But if Zhao Hai attacks before they enter the gate, then these civilians could still run in the opposite direction. Zhao Hai looked at the time. It was close to the moment where the city's gates would open. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, it's time to start." Green nodded and said, "Let's begin. We need a total of 50 cubes." "Young master, be careful in controlling them." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and launched his attack. At this time, the skies of the Lion Empire's capital had suddenly turned dark. Then a large patch of dark cloud appeared. The black clouds kept rolling, making it seem like rain was going to pour soon. But what confused the people in the city was the fact that they couldn't hear the sounds of a thunderclap. They also didn't feel any kind of wind that would be associated with such a cloud. It was the garrison troops that felt something wrong first. They knew that this wasn't any simple dark cloud, so they couldn't help but grab their weapons. At this time, in the middle of the cloud, a thunderous voice can be heard. "Shameless dragon race, since you dared to attack a human city, then you shall be paying your sins with blood." As this statement fell, the dark cloud suddenly moved, turning into 50 smaller dark clouds. At this point, even idiot would notice that something was wrong about these dark clouds. Before long, the entire capital had turned into chaos. Those people who were about to leave for work immediately abandoned everything as they ran back home with the quickest speed before locking themselves up inside. The soldiers immediately became nervous. At this time, a garrison commander suddenly shouted, "Quick, inform the generals, open the protective formation, sound the alarm, give way for the mages." Along with the commander's orders, the city's magical formation was immediately activated. Fortunately for them, the formation had just been retracted, so it was very convenient to activate it once more. When the formation came into life, a ray of yellow suddenly flashed as a hemispherical dome covered the entire capital. However, only after the formation was placed did the soldiers notice something wrong. The formation had indeed been activated, but the dark clouds were actually included inside. This must be the reason why the garrison felt strange. The dark clouds were actually very close to the ground. Seeing that the protective formation became useless, the soldiers didn't panic immediately. At this time, the mages that guarded the city had arrived at the wall. When they saw the dark clouds, a light mage face suddenly paled as he shouted, "Light mages of all ranks, use light magic to attack." This is a dark mist spell of the dark mages. When this light mage shouted, the other light mages immediately took their stance and started to cast light magic towards the dark clouds. Now that the Radiant Church and the Dragon Race had made an alliance, the Radiant Church had sent a lot of light mages to help the dragons. Therefore, there were a lot of light mages defending the capital city right now. As expected, the light mages had become useful. When their magic hit the dark clouds, they immediately started to slowly disappear. This made the garrison troops cheer. However, the light mages actually think that there was no point in celebrating. They were people who completely understood dark mages. They knew that the dark mist spell was just a first-rank magic. It had zero attack power. Its biggest use was in blocking the enemy's sight. Therefore, dispelling the dark clouds wasn't something remarkable. As the dark mist slowly dissipated, the cheering garrison suddenly found themselves to be like ducks who were caught by the neck. They were suddenly jolted into silence. This was because they saw battle formations in place of the dark clouds. This battle formation was very strange. It was because it was structured into a cube and was floating in midair. It looks like every single cube floating in midair is the same. The peculiar thing was that every unit in these cubes were composed of undead creatures. Just as the dark mist vanished, the battle formations suddenly moved. They gradually accelerated as they went straight to specific points in the city. When they saw these flying formations, the garrison troops' complexion suddenly changed. This was because those points were places where the dragons were resting in. It seems like the other party came completely prepared. At this time, the voice came once again, to the garrison troops. Listen, I came this time to deal with the Radiant Church and the dragons. Since they shamelessly united to usurp the Lion Empire, I am going to eliminate all of them. I hope you won't participate in the battle, otherwise, you will definitely be killed. The garrison troops looked at the flying figures in the sky. Although they weren't that strong, as long as they are from the Ark continent, then they are aware what being able to fly meant. Aside from flying magic beasts, all other flying beings were 9th rank experts. Even if they haven't heard of flying undead before, they knew that these undead were going to be trouble if they were provoked. Their ability to maintain a formation alone was enough to convince the garrison of how formidable they were. Additionally, those who commanded these undead were even more frightening. At the same time, the garrison also found out that the voice wasn't lying. Those flying undead were indeed specifically targeting the dragons. Their flight direction was towards the places where the dragons were resting in or the places where the lesser dragons were. None of the flying undead were heading towards the place where the garrison troops were. The lead light mage who commanded the other light mages was very pale right now. To be honest, even he couldn't remember reading about flying undead. In the history of the continent, the strongest undead that was spotted had the strength of 6th rank. The strongest creature summoned by a dark mage was not an undead, but instead it was a creature of the dark that came from the underworld. This creature was extremely powerful. If one was a high-level dark mage, they can use a method of sacrifice in order to summon these 9th rank creatures. However, the requirements to summon such a creature was extremely high as well. After the summoning, their life force would be heavily affected. Moreover, there were also cases where the summoned dark creature turned against its own summoner. Chapter 665, easily accomplished. Although he had never heard of flying undead before, this didn't hinder his judgment. He was sure that the strengths of these undead were surely extraordinary. Because of this, he decided to fight. The other party already stated that he was here in order to deal with the dragons and the Radiant Church. It was for certain that light mages like him weren't going to be let off. When he thought of this, the light mage immediately commanded loudly, "Don't be afraid of them. Their display is no more than deception. There is no way that they are 9th rank undead. Everyone, attack!" But just as he shouted, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head to look only to see the tip of a sword that was slowly being pulled back. With great difficulty, he turned his head and saw a black-clothed undead. As the undead slowly withdrew its rapier, the light mage can swear that the undead was grinning at him. Bang! A noise suddenly sounded at the side of the light mage. He took effort in turning his head and found out that all of the light mages on the wall had an undead right behind them, and that those light mages were killed as well. "We're finished. This was the light mage's last thought. The defenders on the wall were all startled when they saw these undead that just suddenly appeared. They wanted to attack but found themselves shaking. Even their weapons seemed to be shaking. Not wanting to make an attack, these undead assassins turned to look at the soldiers. Then with a flash, their bodies floated in the air where they drifted towards something. Before long, more and more undead floated up from the walls before forming a cube. Then it turned around and flew towards the city. The soldiers on the walls were relieved. At this moment, the previous voice sounded once again. I'm saying this again. We only came to deal with the dragons and the Radiant Church. For the others, as long as you don't make a move, then we won't hurt you. If you resist, then we will execute you immediately. The soldiers looked at one another and didn't make a move. To be honest, these soldiers didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the dragons. They still take themselves as people of the Lion Empire. After all, the Lion imperial family had been ruling the empire for more than 1,000 years. Since nobody took the lead, nobody made a move. Even the officers didn't dare to make a move. They don't want to suddenly get stabbed by a rapier, so they decided to behave themselves. At this moment, a roar was suddenly heard inside the city. Along with this initial roar, more dragon roars can be heard from other parts of the city. The garrison troops knew that this was the sign that the dragons have awoken. Their faces couldn't help but pale. They didn't know what to do. The dragons were extremely formidable in their eyes, but the strength of these undead were terrifying as well. They didn't know which side to pick. With the roar of the dragons, all of them immediately took to the skies, covering the skies of the capital with their hulking figures. Those who were timid couldn't help but kneel on the ground, shaking. But the garrison soon discovered that although the dragons have appeared, they were immediately met with an attack from the flying undead. Although the group of undead formed a cube, they were still smaller than the dragons. But at the same time, the cube of undead was more flexible than the dragons, so when the dragons appeared, all of them immediately went to clash with flying beasts. In their process of flight, the formation immediately changed. Every cube formation transformed into a giant scorpion as it clashed with the dragons. The dragons were also keen to meet the enemies. In the eyes of these dragons, the undead were just like ants. They were thinking that the undead would just need to be slapped a few times before they were taken care of. However, the moment they exchanged blows, the dragons immediately found their mistake. They thought that the undead were just flying because of a special spell by their dark mage. It was impossible for these undead to have 9th rank strength. This was because a 9th rank undead hasn't been spotted in the continent before. But in this exchange, the dragons discovered that the undead weren't pretending. They really had 9th rank strength. They were 9th ranks. This startled the dragons. The bodies of the dragons were tough. An 8th rank dragon can be compared to a human 9th rank. At the same time, 9th rank dragons had bodies that were extremely close to being invincible. This was exactly why the dragons were known to be invincible. However, even dragons would find it impossible to withstand the attacks of several hundred 9th ranks. 9th rank dragons might be able to withstand it, but those 8th ranks certainly couldn't. Just as those 8th ranks clashed with the undead, they began to fall one by one. The first dragon to fall cried out pitifully before it was knocked down by the undead. Then a clump of dark mist trapped the dragon before it turned into a bone dragon. After that, the bone dragon rose to the sky and joined the fight to slaughter the remaining dragons. The garrison troops that were on the wall saw everything that happened. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The almighty dragons were actually taken down and even turned into undead. This development was completely out of their imagination. The weapons of some of them had unconsciously fallen to the ground. However, none of them were able to notice it at all. 40 dragons. 10 of them fell first and became bone dragons who joined the slaughter. Before long, the 40 dragons had been reduced to 10. These 10 dragons were the strong 9th ranks. However, Their situation had turned dangerous. With the addition of the bone dragons, the defenses of these 9th-rank dragons began to crack. Suddenly, among the 10 9th-ranked dragons, one of them screamed and fell from the sky. This scream smashed through the hearts of the garrison like a huge hammer. At this point, any rebellious thought that they had were completely erased. Those who still had weapons on their hands immediately threw them away as though they were venomous snakes. All of them were staring at the skies with a pale complexion, but these garrison troops were completely unaware that in the city's lesser dragon compound, a massacre was happening. All of the lesser dragons and magic beasts were eradicated. At the same time, undead were also blocking the exits of the army barracks, killing all those who wanted to resist. Additionally, when these soldiers saw that the dragons had started to fall, their thoughts of resisting were gone. Unexpectedly, the capital had calmed down after only a short time. On the other hand, an army had formed outside the capital. There were nobles who wanted to enter the capital in order to help. However, all of them were blocked by the city's protective formation. The nobles even shouted to the garrison, ordering them to deactivate the formation. But at this time, there was no garrison soldier that would dare to make a move. They just witnessed the dragons being slaughtered as though they were chickens. If these people needlessly moved, then they would be like cockroaches that would be stepped on. Zhao Hai calmly witnessed the battle outside. Laura and the others were sitting right beside Zhao Hai. This time, the battle plan was left to Lizzie, Megan, Green, and Kun. They had found out that the strength of the undead would be expressed to its full potential when it was in the Fishman's Cube formation. They planned to deal with the dragons and the lesser dragons at the fastest speed. Once the dragons fell, the other people in the Lion Empire would naturally stop their actions. This time, if they wanted to kill the dragons, then they needed to do it in front of the soldiers. Only in this way can they stand up and go against the nobles of the Lion Empire. At the same time, it was also to inform the nobles that the dragons weren't the invincible beings that the legends had stated. From the time where the black clouds appeared up until the end of the battle, no more than 3 hours has passed. 40 dragons, 5,000 lesser dragons, nearly 100,000 magic beasts, nearly 1,000 people from the Radiant Church had fallen. Additionally, there were also 10,000 defenders, 30 nobles, and 20 generals who participated in resisting. All of them were promptly killed by Zhao Hai and turned into undead. Although they were turned into the undead, their blood still flowed in the streets, painting it blood red, especially the blood of the dragons. There were whole residences that were turned red just by being splashed by draconic blood. The residents didn't dare to come out of their house or even take a single step out of their door. The fight also ruined about 200 private residences. It killed about 87 civilians while injuring 302. But these ruined residences were immediately fixed by the undead. The injured civilians were also healed by some undead light mages. The undead also visited the houses of those who were affected and gave each of them a bag of coins containing no less than 1,000 pieces of gold inside. After 3 hours, the entire Lion Empire's capital had turned calm. There were no fights that happened, nor was there any other disturbance. The garrison stayed in their own barracks. Nobody dared to take action. At this time, the undead that just slaughtered the dragons were forming a huge cube in the air. The dragons, lesser dragons, and the others that were killed had also become a part of this formation. Some courageous citizens opened their windows and looked at the huge formation in the air. They were waiting for their unknown fate. Then suddenly, the formation suddenly gave way to a red mansion. This red mansion was shackled to a dragon as it slowly appeared in front of the formation. Then the mansion's door opened as a man came out of it. This person was very young and wore a dark mage's robe. He looked extremely ordinary along with his average-looking face. However, nobody dared to underestimate this young man. Everyone knew that this person was the one who controlled the undead. Chapter 666. officially declaring war. Richie was a Lion Empire merchant and was a marine trader. His business was quite well known in the Lion Empire. However, in the recent days, Richie had come to find that the changes in the Lion Empire was beyond his understanding. First, there were the dragons, who, with the cooperation of the nobles, suddenly broke through the empire and slaughtered the Lion imperial family. Then the dragons titled themselves to the royal family of the Lion Empire, renaming the empire to Saint Dragon Empire. Richie thought that the matter can only continue on like this. Everyone knew what the dragons were. Moreover, the Buddha Empire, Rosen Empire, Exa Empire, as well as the recently changed Radiant Empire, approved of the dragon's rule of the Lion Empire. In this case, the Lion Empire would have to be ruled by the dragons from here on out. In Richie's mind, there was nothing wrong about this. Everyone knew how powerful the dragons were, and at the same time, they had also allied themselves with the Radiant Church. Although Richie didn't agree to this alliance, he was just a merchant. He didn't have any power to speak at all. And even if he did have the ability to voice his thoughts, he still wouldn't do it if he wanted to live under the rule of the dragons. In the beginning, he didn't find anything wrong. However, it didn't take a long time before Richie knew that being ruled by the dragons was not a good idea. The dragons think of themselves too highly and look down on all the humans. In the eyes of the dragons, humans were just like ants. Even the lesser dragons held the same mindset. In the recent days, the Empire had already lost thousands of innocent civilians. These civilians didn't do anything wrong. They just forgot to salute to the lesser dragons, or even worse, killed just for fun. Such overbearing attitude makes it impossible for the dragons to gain popular sentiment. Richie had noticed that there were fewer and fewer people who did business in the capital. Even small nobles didn't dare to go out of their houses. Feasts and ballrooms disappeared. Nobody was in the mood of merrymaking. The ones who gained the most with this situation were the great nobles. Although the dragons ruled the Lion Empire, they were still foreigners and were unfamiliar with how the empire runs. Therefore, everything was handed over to the great nobles, giving them power that they had never experienced before. This also made Richie scorn these great nobles. To be honest, Richie didn't like the rule of the dragons. They were too tyrannical, and in addition to being foreign, they also treat everyone as their slaves. In order to gain more benefits, these great nobles prostrate themselves in front of the dragons. This really made Richie feel shame in their behaviors. But he was just a merchant, famous and rich yet powerless. In fact, Richie was afraid that the great nobles would do something to him. But fortunately, Richie had friends among these great nobles, so he still managed to avoid their gaze. This day, Richie was prepared to go on board his ship and go out of the capital. This was because he needed to take a trip at sea, heading towards Golden Island. He was a marine trader, and which marine trader would not head to Golden Island to do business? However, just as he was about to go out, something occurred. Richie's courage wasn't small. He had been in the sea for many years. He has seen magic beasts, pirates, and people who died on the water. Naturally, he wasn't as afraid as the other people. This allowed him to look at all that happened with his two eyes. It took some time after the battle until Richie had recovered his senses. He didn't think that the invincible dragons would get taken down one by one. Moreover, they were also turned into bone dragons after they fell. Richie was standing inside the attic of his own residence as he looked out a small window and into the cube formation outside. His heart was beating loudly. He was so afraid. One must know that there were only very few individuals who were unafraid of the undead, especially powerful undead like these ones. At this time, the undead formation suddenly moved as a bone dragon with a red mansion appeared in the sky. This mansion was completely red and seemed to be made out of a special crystal. Then a person walked out of the mansion. This person looks quite young and had a very average appearance. However, this person made Richie quite shocked. He knew who this person was. This was the Lord of Golden Island, the Buddha clan's patriarch, called to be the continent's most powerful dark mage, the most romantically fortunate man, the richest merchant, strongest patriarch, and more strings of titles. This was Zhao Hai Buddha. Since he had been doing business in Golden Island, Richie was also given the opportunity to attend Zhao Hai's wedding. With his own two eyes, he had seen Zhao Hai get married to his wives. Richie was also quite awed by Zhao Hai's liquor. Therefore, how could he forget Zhao Hai's face? Seeing Zhao Hai appear stunned Richie. He never thought that this powerful undead army was actually commanded by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai's mansion suddenly turned into his staff as he walked out. He stood on the bone dragon's head as he looked calmly at the Lion Empire's capital before he said, "Friends from the Lion Empire, hello, I am Zhao Hai Buddha, Buddha clan's patriarch. The reason why I came with force this time is to deal with the dragons. The dragons are quite shameless to usurp a human empire and enslave the human race. For me, this act is simply unforgivable. Today, I, Zhao Hai Buddha, in behalf of my Buddha clan, officially declare war against the entire dragon race. Today, I have eliminated all the dragons, lesser dragons, and human traitors in the Lion Empire's capital. Yesterday, I also eradicated the dragon race's forces on the border fortresses, and tomorrow, I shall charge toward Sacra Mountains. Friends of the Lion Empire, don't worry, I will not violate your safety. Do not be afraid." With the help of magic, Zhao Hai's voice had reached every corner of the capital. Every citizen inside the city were listening to Zhao Hai's words. Many commoners opened their windows and looked up into the skies to see Zhao Hai. Before long, people started to walk out of their houses, slowly increasing as they filled the streets. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the people and said, "I ask everyone to rest assured. I have no intention of encroaching into your empire. I only came here to specially deal with the dragon race. I hope that the garrison troops will help me in keeping the capital's peace intact. I don't want any chaos to unfold." After that I shall open the capital's protective formation and see the noble army outside. As for the noble armies, I hope that you don't do any unnecessary movements unless you want to get hurt. After that, Zhao Hai commanded his undead and slowly went towards the north gate. He also deactivated the formation as the yellow hemisphere began to disappear. Then Zhao Hai appeared in front of the capital's northern gate. The noble armies outside the city were actually trembling. Although the protective formation has been removed, they still didn't have the means to enter the city. Additionally, even if the walls had obstructed their vision, the protective shield couldn't block sounds. This allowed them to hear Zhao Hai's words very clearly. They also heard the noises inside and could vaguely guess what just happened. After hearing that the dragons and the lesser dragons were eliminated, the great nobles started to be afraid. The reason for the Lion Empire's fall had a direct relationship with them. If they haven't sided with the dragons, then the empire wouldn't have fallen to its current situation. Zhao Hai bringing his undead and killing the dragons meant that the great nobles had lost their backer. They were now waiting for Zhao Hai's judgment. When they noticed Zhao Hai and his sky-blotting undead army, the great nobles wanted to run away. Upon seeing the bone dragon beneath Zhao Hai's feet, these great nobles knew that the capital's dragons had already perished. They understood why Zhao Hai was able to kill the dragons in such a short time. It was because of those flying undead. However, what were those flying undead? Are they ninth ranks? Are there ninth rank undead? But even if they had their doubts, these great nobles still couldn't help but believe that these undead were ninth rank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have eliminated the dragons in this short time frame. The great nobles found their own legs to be shivering. All of them were thinking, CRP. Zhao Hai stood on the head of his bone dragon and coldly looked at the great nobles. He couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, You are traitors to humanity for siding with the dragons and helping them suppress our own race. I thought of executing all of you, but I don't want to do it right now. I shall head to Acra Mountain tomorrow to have a decisive battle against the dragons. At that time, I won't be here to manage things. Therefore, I hope that you can manage the Lion Empire very well. Make sure to do things properly. Otherwise, when I come back, I shall kill all of you. These great nobles didn't dare to say anything right now. They knew that if they resisted for even a small bit, then they would get killed immediately. They knew what their values were in the eyes of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was not short of money. He was the most famous merchant in the continent. Moreover, he was in control of Golden Island. If he was short on money, then the continent would have been extremely dirt poor. At the same time, he does not lack people who would fight for him. He already had several 100,000 undead behind him right now, and all of these undead were flying on the sky. There were 40 bone dragons as well as a lot of magic beasts and lesser dragons. By Zhao Hai's present strength, he can destroy any nation with ease. However, Zhao Hai was short in people who could manage. Now that Zhao Hai had eliminated the dragons in the Lion Empire, he was left with nobody to manage the empire. If that happens, then the nation would fall into confusion, and Zhao Hai didn't want to see this. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to keep the lives of these great nobles and have them manage the empire. This was their final value in Zhao Hai's eyes. Nobody dared to resist. All of them nodded in compliance. There were even some nobles who bowed to Zhao Hai and swore fealty to him. Chapter 667, Waiting for a Day. In the minds of these nobles, Zhao Hai's promise to not encroach upon the Lion Empire was simply impossible. How can a powerful person have no ambitions when placed in front a rulerless empire? For these nobles, Zhao Hai was actually a scorpion that wanted an archway. Therefore, the nobles expressed their loyalty to him. Zhao Hai looked at these nobles with no expression and said, "Remember my words. Don't play any tricks. Don't think that the dragons would save you. Do you think that the dragons can deal with my 100,000 ninth rank undead? You better behave yourselves. Don't annoy me. Any plots and schemes that you all are used to doing are all useless in front of absolute strength. If I hear any whispers of rebellion, then your clans would need to be prepared. Remember my words." Then with an intention, Zhao Hai vanished along with his undead army. Zhao Hai didn't plan to stay in Lion Empire for too long. He wanted to prepare for his attack on Acra Mountain tomorrow. At the same time, he also wants to see the reactions of these nobles. He knew that it would only take a short time before news of what happened reaches the ears of every empire in the continent. The reason why Zhao Hai showed his strength was so that he could prepare for later on. After eliminating the dragons, Zhao Hai would then approach the human emperors and tell them about the divine race. If his strength was insufficient at that time, then those people might not believe him. Therefore, Zhao Hai showed his strength, making those people understand that he wasn't joking. After eliminating the dragons, Zhao Hai's next target would be the Radiant Church. Once Zhao Hai eliminates the dragons, the Radiant Church would surely be aware that their plans had been exposed. When that time comes, it may be possible that they would start their operation immediately. Therefore, Zhao Hai plans to deal with the dragons quickly before paying a visit to the human emperors and explain why he needed to deal with the Radiant Church. If he didn't do this procedure, then the human emperors would become a headache. The human emperors wanted to see Zhao Hai deal with the dragons. This was because the dragons were too strong, and were going to be a threat to the emperor's rule. However, the same sentiment would happen to Zhao Hai. Since Zhao Hai had eliminated the dragons, the rulers would shift their attention to him, dreading his strength in the process. If Zhao Hai deals with the Radiant Church without any explanation, then the emperors would think that he was trying to conquer the entire continent. When that time comes, they may even think of uniting against Zhao Hai. Even the Rosen Emperor would participate. This was because for any emperor, a threat to their throne needed to be dealt with. It didn't matter if this person was his son or his son-in-law, everything is the same. Therefore, before dealing with the Radiant Church, Zhao Hai must establish a relationship with the rulers of the nations. He didn't want to have the entire human race as his enemy. Zhao Hai returned to the space, but then he saw that the expressions that Laura and the others were giving to him had become different. This made Zhao Hai stare. He looked at the women and said, "What happened? Why are you looking at me strangely?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled. "Brother Hai, I didn't expect you having an overbearing attitude." Unexpectedly, an overbearing Zhao Hai is actually really handsome. Megan and the others nodded, before they all laughed. Zhao Hai couldn't bear to roll his eyes. Then he turned to Green and Kun. "Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kun, have you given the letter to father-in-law?" The father-in-law that Zhao Hai meant was the Rosen Emperor. Zhao Hai knew that this matter would spread soon, so he had to give the Rosen Emperor prior word. Although he can't explain everything, after dealing with the dragons, he would give the Emperor a personal visit. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was due to Lizzie. Lizzie was the Emperor's daughter, and Zhao Hai didn't want her to feel awkward in the future. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to send a letter to the king in order to calm his mood. Green nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured, it has been sent out." On the other hand, the young master did a very good job. After you left, not only did those nobles behave themselves, they also eliminated any thoughts of resistance in their minds. Kun smiled as well. "That's right, little Hai. Your exit essentially told them that you are someone with a space-divergent ability. This gave them confidence in your strength. One must know that space-divergent mages aren't only strong in attack, their most powerful weapon is their ability to escape. It was impossible for people to catch them. Therefore, they believed that even if you can't defeat the dragons, you can still keep yourself quite safe." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't think of that." "Right. No matter what, we still need talk about how to deal with the dragons. I think the dragons would be aware of my declaration of war soon. We need to sweep away their troops on the foot of the mountain before we scale it to the top." Green nodded and said, "I think that the dragons wouldn't come even if they know what happened here. Their population isn't a lot, and they just lost 40 of their kind in the capital. It would be impossible for them to retaliate. Moreover, even if they do want to take revenge, they wouldn't have the time to do so. Before they leave the mountain, we would have already scaled it." Zhao Hai nodded. "Right. Also, it would be better for us to fight the dragons right inside Accra Mountain. That way, we wouldn't have to worry about innocent people being killed or injured." At this time, Kun sighed and said, "I'm afraid the Radiant Church will have to respond when we eliminate the dragon race. It is possible that the divine race would come ahead of schedule. We still haven't made proper preparations yet. We don't have enough time." Zhao Hai sighed as well. "We have no choice. If we don't make our move, then the dragons would surely get complete hold of the Lion Empire. That would be more troublesome for us when the divine race comes. At that time, it would be hard to reclaim the Lion Empire." Kun nodded. Then they adjusted the monitor to show Accra Mountain. The mountain was very calm. The dragons simply didn't expect that someone would actually move against them. In their view, they were invincible existences in the continent and that nobody would dare to provoke them. It wasn't only the humans who were affected negatively by this title of invincibility. The dragons had been dulled by this title as well. The dragons had become complacent and was convinced that there were no people who would fight them, and that those warriors who dared face the dragons were just in heroic novels and poems. Zhao Hai carefully inspected the military barracks on the foot of Accra Mountain. This camp wasn't very big since it mostly housed lesser dragons and magic beasts. However, Zhao Hai thinks that dealing with this military camp would be more difficult than attacking the capital of the Lion Empire. It's difficult because the camp was backed by the entire Acre Mountain. Although there was still some distance before the home of the dragons, the magic beasts in the mountain would still reinforce the camp. If one were to ask about the number of magic beasts in Acre Mountain, then nobody would be able to give a confident answer. One must know that nobody has ever scaled the entire mountain before. All of them either died or retreated. The magic beasts of Acre Mountain were under the control of the dragon race. As for those low-ranked beasts, even if they didn't have any wisdom, they still had the basic animal instinct to obey the command of those more powerful than them. And in the end, the line of command would still fall into the hands of the dragon race. For Zhao Hai, this was very troublesome. But Zhao Hai was not worried. The level of his undead was very high, and it was also impossible for these magic beasts to drown out his undead army. At the same time, as the fight gets longer and longer, the undead's numbers would only get higher and higher. The Radiant Church would have to do either two things upon receiving news. They can support the dragons or they can directly call the divine race to come down. If they helped the dragons, then Zhao Hai wouldn't need to be afraid. However, if they were to call the divine race, then that would be quite the headache. Attacking Acre Mountain was different from attacking the capital. When he attacked the capital, he was able to use the might of his undead to scare the minds of the garrison troops, terrifying them so much that they weren't able to move. On the other hand, the creatures inside Acre Mountain were magic beasts. Although the magic beasts were able to be terrified, they were still magic beasts in the end. Moreover, with their large numbers as well as the command of the dragons, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to terrify them into submission. At this rate, it would take a few days before Zhao Hai can scale the mountain, and this was already an optimistic estimate. And in those few days, the Radiant Church would have already made their move. Zhao Hai was frowning as he looked at the map. He was thinking about the consequences of this war and how it would affect the entire continent. Green looked at Zhao Hai and knew what he was thinking. So Green smiled faintly and said, "Young master, there's no need to be worried. Look, when we attack the dragons, the people of the continent would certainly not meddle. And if the Radiant Church can really ask the divine race to come down immediately, then they wouldn't have waited until now. As long as we eliminate the dragons and unite the other four empires, then even if the divine race comes, we would not be caught off guard." Zhao Hai nodded and sighed. "Let's just hope that the divine race would give us some time, allowing us to eradicate the dragons." "Right, Grandpa Green, is there a word from the fishman?" Green shook his head and said, "There's nothing." I reckon that the Radiant Church was still unaware of what happened in the Lion Empire's capital, so they still weren't able to react. However, the young masters shouldn't worry. The fishmen are the real hegemons of the sea. Even if the Radiant Church is powerful, they still couldn't contend with the fishmen when it came to naval battles. "There will be no problem." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the map on the screen and muttered, "Dragon race, the day of your extinction has come." Chapter 668, Removed from the Continent. And just as Zhao Hai thought, the news of his attack on the Lion Empire's capital had swept through the entire continent, shocking everyone who heard of it. From ancient times to the present, dragons were synonymous with invincibility. There might be no need to say it, but what are dragons? They were the most fearful existence in the continent. Some commoners even think of them as gods, and stories of people slaying dragons only came up in stories and songs. However, in the history of the continent, there were actually instances where the dragons were slaughtered. Of course, among these dragon slayers were humans, but this fact had been erased in the human records by the Radiant Church. This was to ensure that the humans would forever fear the invincible dragons. This would make them hesitate to fight these beasts of the sky. It was like two warriors of the same strength preparing for a duel. One warrior had a normal status while the other was renowned throughout the land. In this case, the first warrior would find it hard to face his opponent. Some might prevail due to their courage, but not everyone had a strong heart and mind. When the empires of the continent heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. This news must be fake. How could someone kill a dragon? Moreover, 40 of them. This was completely unbelievable. But when confirmation came, the empires had a mixed reaction. The Radiant Empire had become chaotic. They couldn't describe what they were feeling. The dragons were their ally, but now, their ally had been attacked. This made them stare blankly for a moment. The first reaction of the Buddha Empire was shock, and after that was silence. They didn't know how to react to this news. The Lion Empire has been destroyed by the dragons, who then established the Saint Dragon Empire, which itself caught them by surprise. However, because of the dragon's reputation, they had to recognize their sovereignty to the empire. But now that Zhao Hai fought the dragons, and even openly declared war against them, the Buddha Empire caught themselves unaware of what to do. They didn't know whether they would help Zhao Hai and deal with the dragons, or help the dragons and deal with Zhao Hai. The Buddha Empire didn't have the courage to fight the dragons, but on the other hand, they cannot justify making war with Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai was fighting the dragons, and they cannot help another race deal with a human. The Buddha Empire was confused, and at this moment, there were two things that was on the table of the Rosen Emperor. One was the information about Zhao Hai and the dragons, and the other was Zhao Hai's letter to him. The emperor was just sitting there, reading the report and the switching to Zhao Hai's letter. After some time, he still didn't know what to say or what to do. The Rosen Emperor had a feeling of loss when it comes to this son-in-law of his. Zhao Hai seemed to be someone with zero ambition. He continued to stay on his own island and just did business. Even though his relations to the various races in the continent was good, he still didn't express any great thoughts. This made the emperor quite satisfied with Zhao Hai. But just when the emperor thought that Zhao Hai really didn't want to do anything grand, this piece of report came. Zhao Hai had waged war with the dragons and already slaughtered 40 of them. This made the Rosen Emperor utterly speechless, and at this time, the Rosen Emperor received Zhao Hai's letter. In this letter, Zhao Hai said that his current action was not to usurp the Lion Empire's domain, and that he has something that he was unable to say right now. Zhao Hai stated that he would pay the Rosen Emperor a personal visit after he had dealt with the dragon race. This letter didn't just contain Zhao Hai's words. Lizzie gave her thoughts as well. The emperor knew this since he could recognize Lizzie's handwriting. When the emperor looked at the letter, he couldn't help but sigh. Then with a low voice he said, "What do you think I should do?" Then a voice was heard that said, "You wait." The emperor sighed and said, "All right, then we'll wait." It seems like that is the only thing we could do. Naturally, the person that he had spoken to was his dead advisor. This was a person that never showed himself and just kept hiding in the shadows. Under the anticipation of the continent, the day passed by. Everyone was paying attention to Accra Mountain. All of them wanted to know if Zhao Hai would really go to war with the dragons. On the other hand, the lesser dragon camp at the foot of the mountain was completely unaware about all of this. All of the influences in the continent had their own means of acquiring information, and this didn't exempt the dragons. Moreover, the Radiant Church were their allies. So even if the dragons weren't able to send their scouts, the Radiant Church would surely send word. However, nothing came that night. Everything seems to be very normal. The mountains spent their night just like they had in the nights before. Yesterday, although Zhao Hai was resting in the space, he actually didn't idle himself. Surrounding the lesser dragon camp was a large net. This net wasn't to monitor the lesser dragons, but this was to intercept any news and information that was heading towards the lesser dragon camp. Zhao Hai must make sure that the dragons were unable to get any news. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to see which people were sending word back to Accra Mountain. Zhao Hai's efforts weren't wasted. He had captured 15 people who wanted to report the news to the dragons. Only 5 of them were from the Radiant Church. As for the other 10, they were sent by the great nobles of the Lion Empire. It seems like the nobles were gambling. They submitted to Zhao Hai, causing no trouble back in the capital, but also handing information over to the dragons so that the dragons wouldn't be offended. So later on, whether which side wins, they can still find a way to save themselves. But unfortunately for them, their lives were already forfeit. Zhao Hai would never let them off. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai's mind and body had recovered to peak condition. He felt like he can deal with anything at this time. After having breakfast inside the space, Zhao Hai and the others went out of the space and stood on the back of a bone dragon. Then Zhao Hai turned his staff into a mansion before having the undead form a cube formation. Then the massive army started to head towards the lesser dragon camp. This time, Zhao Hai was not planning on hiding themselves. They exhibited their full might as they slowly pressed forward. And in a war, this display was even more frightening. The pressure that one would feel would be no less than a mountain's pressure. Currently, there were millions of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's arsenal. Many of them were from the sea, but after becoming undead, all of these marine undead can now fight on land, without even affecting their strength. Zhao Hai released all of them. Millions of 9th-rank undead started to appear and form a very large cube formation which slowly approached the lesser dragon camp. The lesser dragons also noticed the millions of undead that was heading towards them. These undead were in a strange formation that they had not seen before. This really surprised the lesser dragons. The lesser dragon army was horrified as it stared at the approaching army. Seeing these flying undead in the skies made their whole bodies tremble. The lesser dragons quickly sent a letter to the dragons, asking for immediate reinforcements. Then the lesser dragon army started to form a defensive formation. At this point, they had zero confidence in attacking. After seeing this army composed of millions of undead, only stupid ones would have the courage to attack. Zhao Hai's speed was not fast. They took their time in approaching the enemy camp. Zhao Hai thought that if they were to give pressure to the lesser dragons, then they must make sure to affect them in the worst possible way. At this time, a loud dragon's roar was heard from inside the lesser dragon camp. Then 10 dragons appeared as they couldn't bear it anymore and turned into their true dragon form before flying to the sky. They stopped at the camp's sky as they looked at the undead that were slowly closing in. And then, a golden dragon with 2 long knife-like curved horns opened its mouth and said in a thunderous voice, "What are you doing here, friend? Are you aware that this is the dragon race's territory?" When the dragon finished talking, the huge cube formation slowly fluctuated. Then a bone dragon with a red mansion on its back slowly surfaced. The bone dragon stopped about 100 meters away before a young man came out of the mansion. Naturally, this man was Zhao Hai. He looked at the golden dragon and sneered. "Of course I know that this is the dragon race's domain. If this wasn't the dragon's domain, then why would I even come? What's wrong? You can't recognize me?" When the dragon saw Zhao Hai, his pupils couldn't help but shrink as he said, "Zhao Hai, you are Zhao Hai. You should be dead at sea. Did you kill the people that we sent to the sea dragons?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You dragons are surely arrogant. Do you think that nobody would be able to kill you? Ha ha ha, too funny. Not only did I eliminate your people back in the sea, I also eliminated every one of your clansmen in the Lion Empire's capital. From this day forward, the dragons would be removed from the continent." A huge roar suddenly came out of the dragon's mouth. He looked at Zhao Hai with red eyes and yelled, "You arrogant ant! You think you are strong just because you killed some dragons? I want to see how you plan to deal with us." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "No need to keep talking. dog of the divine race. I am more than qualified to claim my superiority. Come see my recent collection." Then more than 40 dragons flew out of the cube formation. These bone dragons had been lined up by Zhao Hai. All of them had fiery eyes that coldly stared at the still living dragons. Chapter 669. Rout. When the dragon saw the bones dragons, his eyes couldn't help but shrink before his expression turned into anger. He knew that these bone dragons were his clansmen. They were killed and then turned into these undead creatures. For a majestic dragon to become like this and were used to deal with their own race, the arrogant golden dragon naturally wouldn't be able to tolerate it. When Zhao Hai saw the dragon's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You can't accept your people being turned to these bone dragons. Alright, I'll change their appearances. I think you will like it." Then he waved his hand as a black gas slowly engulfed the bone dragons. When the gas dissipated, the bones dragons looked totally different. This time, the dragon's eyes shrunk again, and his anger flared up once more. This was because the bone dragons had become real dragons. One couldn't see any wounds in their bodies. Their scales were also shining. They also had bodies that exuded pure strength. The dragon knew that his people had become zombies. They still had their original bodily functions, but they were still undead. This was also the reason why the dragon's anger had flared up. The mighty dragons had been turned into toys by a human. This was completely unforgivable. The dragon faced the sky and roared out loud before he said, "This is unforgivable. How dare you treat the dragons like this? Face your death." Then he flapped both of his wings and charged. The other dragons behind him roared as well before following the golden dragon's lead. Zhao Hai actually laughed when he saw this and said, "You dragons had always bathed on your unwarranted reputation. Get ready to become reduced to a mere mention in history." Though he waved his hand as 40 zombie dragons charged, clashing with the 10 dragons from earlier. The 40 colossal dragons that were fighting in the skies attracted the attention of all the lesser dragons. They didn't think that they would face someone that dared to challenge the formidable dragons. In the entire Acre Mountain, there wasn't anybody that would face a dragon. In the continent, there wasn't anyone who would dare claim that the status of the dragons was fake. The lesser dragons had always thought that the dragons were unparalleled beneath the heavens. When the dragons begin to act, there would be no one who would be able to stop them. And yet, there was this lunatic, a lunatic that actually managed to slaughter dragons. There was nothing wrong with this description. In the eyes of the lesser dragons, Zhao Hai was truly a lunatic that wanted to kill the dragons. But the strength this madman had startled the lesser dragons. The dragons themselves were quite shocked as well. How much power can these zombie dragons really dish out? How can they be on par with real dragons? However, when they clashed, the living dragons had discovered that these zombie dragons weren't weaker than them. They were stronger. What was the feeling of being besieged by 40 people that were stronger than themselves? At this moment, the living dragons knew that the only thing they could do was to defend against the assault of the 40 zombie dragons. There were zero chances for them to counterattack. Zhao Hai didn't idle. He looked down at the lesser dragons and coldly said, "You don't need to just stand there. You join my undead army." Then he gave a signal as Megan and Lizzie commanded the undead army to send divisions to assault the lesser dragon army. The lesser dragons went into a commotion. They were afraid and had felt pressure when the undead came, but since they still had the dragons on their backs to assume command, they believed that they can resist any attackers. This was the impression that the dragons had given them after all these years. In their opinion, dragons were invincible. But from what they saw, the 10 dragons had no way to retaliate against the 40 assaulting dragons. It was only a matter of time before they lost their lives. So at this time, the pressure that Zhao Hai's army brought to them have been amplified. They even had a faint sense of panic starting to well up from inside of them. If this was in the past few days, the dragons would have come and slapped the enemy 2 times. and stabilize the army. Unfortunately, those dragons were being mauled by zombies right now. They weren't in the capacity to calm the lesser dragons. Zhao Hai also made arrangements on this matter. In total, Zhao Hai had collected 42 dragons between the battle in the capital as well as in the attack against the two border fortresses. At this point, 40 of those dragons were fighting, then 10 dragons of the other side. One of the dragons was carrying his mansion, leaving him with one that was free to use. Zhao Hai sent that remaining dragon to attack the lesser dragon army. One has to recognize how ruthless Zhao Hai's move was. These lesser dragons were completely afraid of the dragons. Seeing this one dragon heading their way didn't help their panic. When the dragon charged towards them, many lesser dragons began to scream, threw their weapons away and then turned around towards the mountain. They had completely lost the will and courage to fight. Zhao Hai, who currently sat on his house on the back of the dragon, actually smiled. His high-profile manner earlier was a preparation for this. He wanted to make the enemy think that he was a madman. Even if one had the resilience of bamboo, they would still be terrified of a lunatic. This was because lunatics were completely unreasonable. Slaughter was not something that Zhao Hai loved, he just wanted to achieve his own goals. And sometimes, in order to achieve these goals, slaughter was an unavoidable method. However, there were also moments where slaughter was not necessary. When an army is afraid of an enemy, deserters would eventually crop up. And when a deserter comes out, more deserters would follow suit. These deserters would form a chain reaction and would finally end in the defeat of the entire army. This was the case for the lesser dragon army right now. Their sole mental pillar were the dragons, who gave them the courage to face against any enemy. However, if these dragons were to disappear, then their mental strength would sharply drop. The rout of the lesser dragons also affected the dragons. This was a mental matter. It had nothing to do with strength. These dragons also wanted to escape, but this kind of mentality further plunges them to the jaws of defeat. A dragon was killed, then turned into a zombie dragon, who charged towards its own ally. Then another dragon was killed, which also joined the zombie dragons. This cycle continued until the courage of the remaining dragons reached rock bottom. They had completely lost hope in living. However, weren't really left with no choice of retaliation. They still have their secret technique. This technique was called Heavenly Tempest. This was a type of sacrificial technique. The dragons can use their flesh and blood as fuel, along with their souls, in order to create a huge explosion. The might of this explosion was extremely strong. When a dragon decided to self-destruct, it was possible for it to kill 10 other dragons. This technique was passed over to them by the divine race. The remaining dragons were now inclined to use this technique, but unfortunately for them, they were against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a very practical person. He didn't like to waste time. If he was against an enemy, he would kill them in one stroke. If there was no need to use tricks, what was the need to play cat and mouse? This game might look like one was playing around with a defeated enemy, but for Zhao Hai, this was just akin to teaching the mouse to the point where the cat doesn't pose a threat anymore. When one goes against the enemy with the mindset of playing with them, then it was possible that the one who would die was you. An act of desperation wasn't a joke. A cornered rabbit can still bite you. As long as a bamboo is not killed, it can still pose threat to you, not to mention an enemy like the dragon race. After the inferior dragons retreated, Zhao Hai didn't pursue them but instead directed his whole undead army to clean the remaining dragons. Just as the dragons were prepared to take their own lives, they were suddenly drowned out by an army of undead before they themselves joined this army. Zhao Hai and the others had conquered the camp on the foot of Acre Mountain quite easily. The next thing that they needed to do was to head up the mountain and attack the dragon's den, Dragon Peak. The main reason why Zhao Hai and the others planned to have all of the lesser dragons rout was because there was a nearby human settlement. The Acre Mountain was a haven for adventurers. Every single day, An innumerable amount of adventurers went here in order to seek fortune. Their main purpose was to hunt and kill magic beasts. At the same time, they were also hoping to come across a dead adventurer's belongings. An adventurer was high-risk profession, especially for those that were in Accra Mountain. Although they were only on the outskirts of the mountain, there was still a possibility of meeting a high-level magic beast and get killed. Because of their life always being in a precarious state, these adventurers always brought their properties with them, and with the high rate of fatality in the mountain, there were tales of lucky adventurers coming across the properties of a dead person and becoming rich overnight. Although this situation was rare, it still managed to shake the adventurers of the continent. All of them started in participating in this scavenger hunt. It was like lottery. Everyone thinks that they were the lucky ones when they buy it, but the real prize can only be obtained by very few. Because of the amount of adventurers going to Accra Mountain, they managed to build a huge community for them in a corner of the mountain. This town was the closest supply point in Accra Mountain. There were a lot of people who came here every year to try their luck, making the town very prosperous. However, the adventurers didn't have a great time in the recent days. The dragons controlled the Lion Empire in a quick manner and had built a military camp at the foot of the mountain. The camp was not too far from the town. And most importantly, the lesser dragons had prohibited them from hunting magic beasts in the mountain. The adventurers in the town had no choice but to eat their reserve rations every day. At the same time, they were also hoping that the dragons would revoke this order. This was because the people that were in the town weren't only those who were seeking wealth. There were also some criminals among them. This was due to the town being close to Accra Mountain. Not even the Lion Empire's army dared to come here. Therefore, this place was also a haven for wanted people wherein they can enjoy their freedom. And even if the army came, they can just run towards the mountain and wait it out. They didn't dare to leave the town and go to another lest they risk themselves being arrested. Chapter 670. Being ruthless. It is for this reason that there were a lot of people in this town. All of these people had seen a true dragon get slaughtered. This was where the true legend began. The reason why Zhao Hai intimidated the lesser dragons into retreating was exactly this small town. No matter who lived in this town, Zhao Hai didn't intend to have innocents die in his war. Therefore, he used methods to collapse the minds of the lesser dragons so that they wouldn't fight and cause a ruckus at the foot of the mountain. After all, a lot of humans could get caught in the chaos. Because the small town was quite near the lesser dragon camp, all of the adventurers were fortunate enough to witness Zhao Hai's war against the dragon race. To be honest, this cannot be called a war. It was more inclined to be a one-sided slaughter. However, this slaughter was something that made the eyes of the adventurers light up. One must know that what Zhao Hai just killed were dragons. These were beings that were deemed to be invincible by the continent. On this day, a human actually managed to eliminate these invincible beings. Along with their bright eyes, their hearts were burning as well. After Zhao Hai eliminated the 10 dragons, he didn't stay. Instead, he commanded his undead army and dashed through Accra Mountain. His cube formation didn't change. The same cube was now climbing up Accra Mountain. Upon seeing this, the adventurers in the town started to get daring. When Zhao Hai led his undead army to chase the lesser dragons, these adventurers also went out of the town and followed behind the undead army as they climbed up Accra Mountain. They didn't have the thought of picking up some cheap things. In their minds, if they weren't able to see such a magnificent scene, then it would be quite a shame. As long as they can witness what happened in the mountain, then they can brag about it in the capital. And bragging was the most favorite activity of these adventurers. Zhao Hai didn't care about these adventurers, although he had discovered that they had followed behind him. He didn't have the time to take care of them. If these guys wanted to follow, then they can do what they want. If these guys wanted to die, then Zhao Hai wouldn't stop them. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't want to divert his attention. What he faces against were the dragons. He might have been able to defeat a lot of them in the previous battles, but the dragons were still existences that survived for tens of thousands of years, and they had nested in Akra Mountain in the same amount of time. Zhao Hai had no idea about their full strength. This was the reason why Zhao Hai didn't become complacent when faced with these dragons. It was not yet time to celebrate. When Zhao Hai's undead army entered the Akra Mountain, he can immediately feel the difference between here and the camp at the bottom of the mountain. Back in the military camp, there were only lesser dragons and not so much magic beasts. But when they were routed to Akra Mountain, there were magic beasts everywhere. Now, these magic beasts had become frantic. It didn't matter which rank they were. All of them were throwing themselves towards Zhao Hai's direction. In this case, Zhao Hai reckoned that the cube formation was not quite suitable in scaling the mountain. Therefore, Zhao Hai gave a command, collapsing the cube formation and turned it into fine sand as it poured over the mountain. The crazy battle started. Zhao Hai has also come down from the back of the bone dragon and entered into Alien. The bone dragons were still flying in the sky since there were also flying beasts that needed to be taken care of. Those flying magic beasts weren't weak, so Zhao Hai just let the bone dragons attract their attention while the main army were dealing with the beasts on the ground. This was simply a screen killing. In the outskirts of Akra Mountain, there were no high-level beasts. Zhao Hai didn't know what methods the lesser dragons used, but they had made all of the magic beasts in the mountain crazily attack Zhao Hai's army. This made Zhao Hai's movement difficult, very difficult. However, Zhao Hai didn't turn those low-level magic beasts into undead. It was because there was no need to do so. Their levels were just too low and their bodies were too small. Although the magic beasts, blue-eyed rabbits, long-tailed chickens and the like, were frantically attacking the undead, how could they deal damage with their small strength? Even if the undead just stood there, these beasts wouldn't be able to move them. These beasts were just too small, and even if Zhao Hai were to make them into undead, they wouldn't be very useful. At the same time, Zhao Hai also left those beasts for the adventurers who were trailing him. He hoped that these adventurers would take those magic beasts and leave Akra Mountain. In this way, the unnecessary casualties would be a little smaller. Zhao Hai had disassembled the entire cube formation, but this didn't mean that each undead was alone. They were still divided into squads of 500 people, coordinating with each other as they advanced. Akra Mountain was just too big, and it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to let all of his undead go alone. If they were along and were to suffer multiple attacks by the dragons, then Zhao Hai's losses wouldn't be very small. Therefore, Zhao Hai had them group into units of 500 each in order to deal with this problem. They would have enough power to block the dragons then. After all, they were still 9th ranks and the Space's undead were still able to think for themselves and know how to face the enemy. However, this arrangement slowed their advance. After all, the amount of crazy magic beasts were colossal. Nobody knew how many magic beasts there were inside Akra Mountain, and all of those magic beasts were now crazily charging towards Zhao Hai. It was quite a scary sight. If the opponent wasn't Zhao Hai, then they would have been unable to attack. Zhao Hai and his army advanced step by step before the corpses of these magic beasts. Whether it be those who were flying, walking, or even digging holes, every single beast was going after the invading army. Zhao Hai had no other choice but to kill them in order to progress. Every patch of ground that Zhao Hai and his army walked on were completely painted with blood. The adventurers who followed behind Zhao Hai were shocked at the number of magic beasts' corpses that they had come across. Although these were common magic beasts of the continent and were things that might not even deserve killing, the sheer numbers present at this time truly made these adventurers startled. However, These adventurers didn't have any space equipments to keep the corpses, and the most important thing in their minds right now was to witness the battle and not to collect beast corpses. Therefore, most of them ignored the corpses and continued to scale the mountain, following Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to pay attention to these adventurers. At this moment, Kair suddenly thought of something as she approached Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, since these adventurers don't want the corpses, how about we store them instead? No matter what, they are still meat. We cannot have only grain in the later war, otherwise, the soldiers would be malnourished." When Zhao Hai heard Kair, he turned his head towards the adventurers and discovered that the corpses were left in the ground. Some of them who came across higher-leveled magic beasts only took their magic crystal before continuing forward. After he saw this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh and said, "Alright, go send those corpses to the space where they won't rot. When we run out of meat later, then we'll eat those." Green laughed and said, "We really don't lack meat, but we might as well get more." What I'm afraid of was the Accra mountain losing all of its magic beasts and become a dead mountain. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "These magic beasts are under the control of the dragons. If they weren't killed right now, then the dragons can command them to attack the humans later on. That is the terrifying thing. Just think, blue-eyed rabbits and long-tailed chickens blotting out the skies as they charged." Chapter 676, Rushing About. The place where Zhao Hai appeared on was outside the Emperor's study. He can just appear inside, but Zhao Hai refrained from doing this in order to save the Emperor some face. Although the Emperor's study was quite ordinary, there were some protectors hidden inside. Even the eunuch who was guarding the door outside was an expert himself. When Zhao Hai appeared, these protectors immediately centered their attention to him. The eunuch outside the Emperor's study looked coldly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that this eunuch was always with the Emperor. The eunuch might look very ordinary, but in reality he was an 8th-rank assassin. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew that the fellow that was always with the Emperor was also a high-level expert. However, all of these matters were unimportant to Zhao Hai. He was not here to assassinate the Emperor. Therefore, he bowed to the eunuch and said, "I ask Sir Eunuch to please tell father-in-law that I needed his audience." The old eunuch naturally knew who Zhao Hai was, but since Zhao Hai appeared suddenly, he couldn't help but get hostile. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately returned the bow and said, "I ask the Emperor's son-in-law to wait for a while." Then the eunuch opened the door of the study and walked in. Before long, he came out again and gave a bow to Zhao Hai before saying, "The Emperor invites his son-in-law inside." Then he opened the door for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai gave another bow to the eunuch and said, "Thank you, Sir Eunuch." Then he went inside the study. The Emperor was standing inside the study with his back facing Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai entered, he immediately bowed to the Emperor and said, "I have seen father-in-law." The Emperor turned around and calmly said, "Little Hai, I always thought that you're quite the discreet person. How come you came in this way this time?" Zhao Hai understood what the Emperor meant. He was blaming Zhao Hai for being quite crude inside the imperial palace. Zhao Hai turned serious as he said, "Something quite sudden happened, so it's quite urgent. I had no other choice but to use this method. I hope that father can excuse me." The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, I know that you're a sensible child. You wouldn't do anything without proper purpose. Tell me, what did you come here for?" Then Zhao Hai took out his beast skin scroll and then handed it over to the Emperor. "I'll have father read this first. Then I will explain it to you in detail." The Emperor nodded. Then he received the beast skin scroll and slowly opened it. With a serious expression, the Emperor carefully read the contents. After a short while, he placed the beast skin scroll down and looked at Zhao Hai. "Is this the reason why you dealt with the dragons? Where are they now?" With a straight expression, Zhao Hai replied, "They're all dead." "Not only them, All of the magic beasts in Accra Mountain has been exterminated. The emperor gently knit his eyebrows and said, "You did all of that?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Half of it. The other half is not in my credit." The emperor was confused with this reply. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What happened? Tell me everything carefully." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he started the story when he fixed the divine artifact of the dwarves, then it moved to how he retrieved the beast god spear, then on to when he helped the fishmen, then to the elves, and in the end, the demons. Everything was said quite carefully. The emperor listened to Zhao Hai, and when Zhao Hai finished, the emperor's face was quite pale. He looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "So you're saying that in 7 days, the spatial rift in the demonic abyss would be opened and then a demon army would come and invade us?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid that is what is going to happen. Moreover, there is no means to stop the blood void formation. If we destroy it, then the rift would immediately open. We can't have the rift open ahead of time." The emperor stood up. Then he walked back and forth inside the study. After some time he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "And the divine race? You just said that there's a possibility that the divine race would come." Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and said, "Yes, father, it's highly probable that the divine race would come, otherwise, the dragons wouldn't have made their move. It is because of this that I needed to deal with the dragons. Originally, I wanted to come here after I had dealt with the matter with the elves, then after that, talk to the emperors of the continent, having everyone work together in order to deal with the Radiant Church, and making us unite when the divine race arrives. However, it seems like that wouldn't work anymore because of the appearance of the demons as well as the motion of the dragons. Even if the demons weren't present, we still couldn't afford to have the dragons take control of the Lion Empire. If that happens and the divine realm did come, we would be placed in a much more passive position compared to if the dragons were eliminated." The emperor looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "So it turns out that you had been busy with this for a long time. I really didn't think that the demons and the divine race would take interest in our continent. It seems like a huge chaos is coming. You can rest assured, I shall immediately have my men prepare." "Are you going to the other empires now?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes. The next one that I'll go to is the Buddha Empire. The demonic abyss is situated there. I must have them prepare ahead of time. Father, please sign this beast skin scroll. I'm afraid that I won't be able to convince the Buddha Emperor if I don't have your mark." The emperor nodded and said, "All right, then I'll sign it immediately so that you can get on your way." Then he picked up his pen and signed the beast skin scroll. After that, he handed the scroll over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the scroll before giving the emperor a bow and then vanished from the room. After Zhao Hai left, the emperor talked. "What do you think?" A chilly voice answered, "Chaos has come." The emperor nodded. Then he turned his head and shouted a command, "Strike the palace drums, ring the warning bell." The eunuch complied and then left his position. The palace drums and the warning bell were symbolic items of the Rosen Empire. Only during life and death situations of the empire would the drums be used. At the same time, when the warning bell sounds and rings for 12 times, all the nobles and ministers of the empire should already be inside the imperial palace. If one fails to arrive, then they would have their title revoked and then executed for treason. One could see from these scenarios how important those two items were. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to care about this now. He had appeared outside the Buddha Empire's imperial palace. He didn't appear inside the imperial palace. After all, he only had a few dealings with the Buddha Empire. His status here wasn't as high as back in the Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai knew that if he appeared inside the imperial palace, then the Buddha Emperor would surely come to dislike him. For Zhao Hai, this scenario was extremely detrimental to his cause. Therefore, he chose to appear right outside the palace. After Zhao Hai arrived, He immediately went towards the reception. The reception was just like the one in Rosen Empire. There were 2 eunuchs in charge of registering everyone who came to visit. At the same time, there were also some eunuchs fluttering in all directions. When Zhao Hai entered the reception, he immediately bowed towards the 2 eunuchs. "This one has seen the Sir Eunuchs. This one is Zhao Hai. I am here to seek an audience with the Buddha Emperor." The 2 eunuchs knew about Zhao Hai's status, therefore, they didn't dare to ignore him. The 2 of them stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai as one of them said, "Are you the Buddha clan's patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I am indeed Zhao Hai. Please do arrange a meeting with the Emperor. I came here for an urgent matter." The 2 eunuchs didn't dare to delay, so one of them immediately said, "Right, Mr. Can rest assured, we shall take this matter with haste. Please take a seat first, Mr." Then one of the eunuch wrote Zhao Hai's name in the record as one of them immediately arranged for someone to inform the imperial palace. The response of the 2 eunuchs wasn't strange. Zhao Hai's status in the Buddha Empire wasn't low. After all, he has established a magic beast business with the Buddha Empire. At the same time, everyone knew that the Buddha Emperor has a good impression of Zhao Hai. He even hosted a banquet to welcome him. The Emperor was even quite happy when talking to Zhao Hai. And most importantly, rumors has been circulating in the past 2 days. It was said that Zhao Hai had eliminated 40 dragons inside the Lion Empire's capital. Zhao Hai has become the first human to slay a dragon in the current history of the human race. Therefore, these eunuchs didn't dare to neglect Zhao Hai's visit. Even if they had all the courage of their lifetime, they still wouldn't dare to offend someone who had slain a dragon. Before long, a young eunuch came and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Mister, please come with me. The Emperor has invited you over to his study." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked towards the imperial palace along with that young eunuch. It didn't take a long time before they arrived outside the Buddha Emperor's study. The eunuch who guarded the Emperor's study immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, come in. His Majesty is already waiting for you." Zhao Hai nodded and then entered the room. The Buddha Emperor was already standing inside, waiting for Zhao Hai to come in. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, the Buddha Emperor immediately laughed and said, "Mister, why did you come? What made you so anxious that you had to make an urgent appointment?" Zhao Hai bowed and replied, "I have seen your Majesty. I came here this time in order to discuss about an important matter." The Emperor smiled and said, "Mister is too polite. Please sit down and then tell me." After Zhao Hai gave his thanks to the Emperor, he took out his beast skin scroll and said, "Your Majesty, please take a look at this first. Then I will tell you the details." The Buddha Emperor smiled. Then he received the scroll and slowly unraveled it. His response was similar to the Rosen Emperor. He had a shocked expression while he read the scroll. Then he looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are the contents in here true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is a crucial matter, so how can I deceive your Majesty? This information only tells a small part of the story. The reason why I deal with the dragons was because..." Then Zhao Hai told the Emperor everything up to the demon race's matter. When the Buddha Emperor heard that a spatial rift would open, and moreover, in the demonic abyss, his face couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 677, Your Excellency, you have no choice but to govern us. What can 7 days make? If this question was presented to the commoners, then they would surely provide a multitude of answers. However, for an emperor who would receive an attack on his empire, these 7 days was just too short. This was what the Buddha Emperor was thinking about right now. 7 days was just too short. He was stumped on what to do. When Zhao Hai left the Buddha Empire, he then went to the Wuxia Empire to tell Boris of this information. Although Zhao Hai and Boris had a grudge in the past, Boris was now quite angry towards the Radiant Church. Moreover, this was a demon invasion, so no matter what, Zhao Hai still needs to tell Boris about it. After all, Boris was also an emperor of a human nation. After he awkwardly told the news to Boris, Zhao Hai went back to the Lion Empire. Zhao Hai knew what was currently going on in the Lion Empire. The empire was now in a state of anarchy. The great nobles were currently managing the empire. However, in the minds of these nobles, Zhao Hai was the Lion Empire's current ruler. Therefore, it was Zhao Hai's tasks to manage the things in the empire. Zhao Hai didn't teleport towards the Lion Empire. Instead, after he came out of the space, he rode on the back of a bone dragon and then entered the capital. Just as he arrived at the capital's skies, he immediately discovered that the place exploded into cheers. Zhao Hai looked downward and saw civilian people standing on the square and cheering at him. Zhao Hai wasn't expecting the situation. He didn't think that the Lion Empire's commoners would like him this much. This made him confused. In his opinion, he didn't do anything. So why would these people cheer for him? Although the dragons had ruled the empire for a few days, but because of how overboard the lesser dragons had become, killing civilians whenever they want, it wasn't strange that the civilians had already hated the dragons. But since the dragons were very powerful, and were quite known to be invincible, the commoners were left not being able to resist. Now that Zhao Hai had eliminated the dragons, the civilians were naturally very happy. While riding the bone dragon, Zhao Hai flew directly to the Lion Empire's palace. As soon as he landed on the square, the great nobles immediately welcomed him. They originally weren't in the palace, but when they heard that Zhao Hai had come, they immediately went to see him. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and then said, "Let's go to the Great Hall. I have something to tell you all." Then he turned to walk towards the Imperial Palace Great Hall. These nobles looked at Zhao Hai with no hostility. Instead, all of them had a very happy expression in their minds. For Zhao Hai to go to the Great Hall, this meant that he had accepted his own status, and that he would rule the Lion Empire. Moreover, the mere fact that Zhao Hai came back meant that his fight with the dragons was finished. After seeing Zhao Hai being safe and sound, without a single scratch on his body, it showed the nobles that Zhao Hai did indeed have the overwhelming strength to face the dragons. These great nobles didn't think that Zhao Hai could eliminate the dragons. In their opinion, this task was impossible. Not suffering any losses was already good, so how was it possible to eradicate the dragons? When Zhao Hai headed to the Great Hall, these nobles also followed behind him. Zhao Hai looked at the throne in the Great Hall and then sighed. He didn't sit on the throne and just turned to look at the nobles. These nobles felt a chill when they met Zhao Hai's gaze. They couldn't help but get startled. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't like them, so they just lowered their heads in obedience. After scanning the nobles, Zhao Hai said, "Did you know what you just did? You almost made the humans fall into a near-irredeemable place just because of benefits. I really want to kill all of you, I really do." The nobles lowered their heads further. They can feel the killing intent in Zhao Hai's words. If that killing intent was tangible, then they would have had trouble breathing. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he turned his hand over and retrieved the beast skin scroll. Then he threw it over to a great noble and said, "Look at it yourself and see if I am exaggerating." The great noble caught the beast skin scroll and looked at it. He read the contents of the scroll, and when he was finished, he was coldly sweating when he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then the great noble couldn't help but bend his waist. Then the scroll was handed over to the next noble, who had the exact same reaction as the first one. The scroll was then passed over to the great nobles inside the hall before the scroll returned to Zhao Hai's hands. At this point, the nobles in the hall were having pale expressions. The word frightened was an understatement. Zhao Hai swept his gaze across the hall and then sighed. "There's no use in scolding all of you right now. I'm not familiar with the Lion Empire, so I cannot be the emperor. With how things are going, I don't have the time to be a ruler. You have 7 days to prepare." Then Zhao Hai told them about his encounter with the demons back in Accra Mountain. The mouths of these nobles were gaped open as their eyes stared straight at Zhao Hai. It seems like they had turned into idiots. They didn't think that a calamity has come. The demons would arrive to the continent soon. This was the demons, beings who would kill humans without even blinking. How could this be? Zhao Hai looked at the expressions of these nobles and coldly snorted, making these great nobles recover their senses. All of them looked at each other. They didn't think that matters would come this quickly. There were 7 days before the demon army arrives. What can they do in these 7 days? Zhao Hai snorted and said, 7 days. Think about what you would do in 7 days. It would be impossible for me to stay in the Lion Empire for all this time. I shall be heading to the Buddha Empire in order to assist them with resisting the demon army. As for the Lion Empire, it would be left to your discretion, whether you want it to crumble or to return to its former glory before the dragons arrived. I don't care. All of these shall be left to all of you to take care of." And just as Zhao Hai finished talking, the great nobles knelt in front of him as the oldest one of them said, "Your Excellency, you have no other choice but to govern us. We know that we had made a mistake, but we truly didn't expect the situation to reach this degree. We ask Your Excellency to remain. We want you to be the Lion Empire's rules. Please stay here." The other nobles expressed their agreement. When he saw these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a headache. He does not have the time to manage an empire at this time. The demons were about to appear and he needs to be in the front lines of battle to block them. This would give the Rosen Empire and the other powers to make their proper arrangements. Zhao Hai looked at the great nobles and sighed. I really don't have the time to manage the Lion Empire. The demons are coming soon, and I need to head towards the demonic abyss right now in order to find a way to block the demons. Only in this way would the continent be able to have a little more time to prepare. The nobles looked at each other. They knew that what Zhao Hai said was true, but at this time, the Lion Empire needed Zhao Hai. After the matter with the dragons, the great nobles weren't exactly well regarded by the population. No matter which one of them were to become the emperor, the civilians would naturally disagree, and a chaotic Lion Empire wasn't what they need right now, seeing that the demons have come. At the same time, Zhao Hai also knew that what the old noble said was true. He couldn't help but have a headache. Zhao Hai was aware that the great nobles had already lost popular support. This was because they were largely responsible for the dragon's quick occupation of the Lion Empire. The commoners had hostile feeling to these fellows, and if one of them were to get the throne, then the entire empire would definitely thrown into chaos. On the other hand, if Zhao Hai were to take the seat of the emperor, then the populace would surely accept it. Thinking about these matters did indeed cause Zhao Hai's head to ache. He looked at these nobles and couldn't help but sigh. I can be the emperor and I shall go and announce it outside later, but after that, I shall be heading to the demonic abyss. The remaining matters would need to be handed over to all of you. However, I shall have someone supervise all of your actions. When the great nobles heard Zhao Hai, they immediately burst into happiness. Zhao Hai doing this meant that he would just be an emperor in name, while the nobles had the true power in their hands. However, this happiness wasn't because of the power, it was because of Zhao Hai accepting the throne. If he still declined, then the Lion Empire would be finished. Once the Lion Empire turned chaotic, the ones who would lose out greatly would be these nobles. Although they were thousand-year-old clans, their roots were still in the Lion Empire. They couldn't afford to have the empire be in a chaotic state. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles of this empire, then he coldly snorted and said, "Wait a moment." Then his body vanished. Before long, he reappeared along with 2 other people. One of them was a man with a stature that was tall and big. He was about 2 meters tall. The other one was a woman, tall and beautiful, but her complexion was quite pale. It seems like she was not quite healthy. Zhao Hai looked at these nobles and said, "I'll be heading to the demonic abyss. The matters of the empire shall be handed to all of you. This is Evan and Ruian. If there's something that you cannot decide on, then ask for their opinion. Understood?" Chapter 678, History's Most Unique Throne Ascension. Aside from Evan and Ruian, Zhao Hai really didn't have anybody else to call over, and since Evan had ruled over a duchy in the past, he should have some experience in running a country. Ruian has done a good job in Wuxia Empire all this time. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to see her for a long time, so her mood has not been that great. This affected her lifestyle and in turn she looked quite a bit sick. In fact, Evan was already enough to manage the Lion Empire. Ruian wasn't needed here at all. However, Zhao Hai had no choice. If Evan was alone, then these great nobles might continue to misbehave. But if Ruian was here, then those great nobles would think that Ruian was Zhao Hai's woman, so they shouldn't dare show their bad sides to her. Zhao Hai knew that these great nobles didn't want to offend him right now. If it weren't for his strength, then these nobles would have been shredded by the continent a long time ago. The only reason why the Lion Empire remained untouched was because of Zhao Hai. Since he was the one who attacked the Lion Empire, then the other nations gave him face in not attacking. But if Zhao Hai left, then these great nobles would meet an attack by almost everyone, dismembering the entire Lion Empire. If we set aside the reaction of the other nobles of the continent, if the civilians were to know something, then the nobles wouldn't have a good future. Therefore, these Lion Empire nobles can only rely on Zhao Hai. It can be said that if Zhao Hai establishes a country, these nobles would be the first to flock to Zhao Hai's side. This was because other than Zhao Hai, nobody would want to have them. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't make Laura manage the Lion Empire was because she didn't have the experience of running a country. Although Laura had been managing the Marquis family, and even some parts of the Buddha clan, it was still different from the Lion Empire. Back in the family, there were nobody that could undermine Laura's authority. In Lion Empire, problems such as these great nobles were present, and Laura had no experience in managing these kinds of people. Additionally, Zhao Hai had things to discuss with Laura. Therefore, Laura cannot stay and manage an empire. Megan and Lizzie can't do it as well since they were needed to command armies when dealing with the demons. As for Megan and Nair, having them manage a country, this wasn't the time for cracking jokes. Knowledge on management cannot be learned in a day. They weren't any use at all. More importantly, Zhao Hai had Meg and Nair manage the fishmen in the Spaces Sea. Therefore, Zhao Hai had no choice but to invite Evan and Ruian over in order to manage the Lion Empire. Sure enough, when the great nobles saw Ruian, they immediately thought that she was Zhao Hai's woman. Almost immediately, all of them bowed to Ruian and said, "We have seen the madam." Ruian's pale face immediately turned red, but just as she was about to refute, Zhao Hai waved his hand calmly and said, "This is Grand Duke Evan, Ruian's father. You can handle everything yourselves later, but if there's anything that needed consent, just approach them. They will find a way to contact me." The great nobles immediately complied. Zhao Hai looked at their faces and said, "All right. Then I'm done here. After I leave, I shall tell everyone that I'll be acting as the temporary emperor to the Lion Empire. The overall management of the empire shall be handed over to Prime Minister Evan. All of you shall help him manage the empire. After I leave, all of you should do your best to have the empire prepare for war in the shortest possible time. Since the Lion Empire is known for its magic beast cavalry, you don't need to worry about this. I shall release some magic beasts that I acquired back in the Lesser Dragon Camp. You may divide those magic beasts among yourselves. Understood?" The great nobles immediately replied, "Yes, Your Excellency." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned to leave the palace. Outside the Great Hall, Zhao Hai released his bone dragon and then rode on its back. Under the gazes of Evan, Ruian, and the other nobles, Zhao Hai flew up. Zhao Hai's flight path wasn't high. He just flew over the sky of the Lion Empire's capital. The civilians could clearly see him on the back of the bone dragon. While he flew, Zhao Hai said, "People of the Lion Empire, listen to me. I have already eliminated the evil dragons. You don't have to worry about them anymore." However, when I dealt with the dragons, I had discovered a connection to the demons. The demons had made a magic array in order to open a spatial rift between the demon realm and the Ark continent. In 7 days, that spatial rift would open. That spatial rift is located inside the demonic abyss. I shall be heading there in order to meet the demons head-on. I shall announce myself as the temporary emperor of the Lion Empire. But since I am going to battle, I shall be appointing Grand Duke Evan as the Prime Minister of the Lion Empire. I hope all of you will cooperate with him in the future. This was the most unique ceremony in the continent's history, the most unique speech in history, as well as the most unique throne ascension in history. It was the first time that someone took the throne and just left afterwards. And along with Zhao Hai's words, the Lion Empire's capital had erupted into chaos. However, undead suddenly started to appear, stabilizing the mood of the citizens. Zhao Hai knew that the big empires of the continent had started to move, and because of its special situation, the Lion Empire would surely be the last one to prepare. Additionally, Zhao Hai cannot manage the empire. The only methods that he can think about right now was this. After seeing that the undead had managed to calm the populace, Zhao Hai said, "Everyone shouldn't be afraid. The big empires as well as the other races of the continent are already aware of this information. Everyone has united together in order to face this crisis. I hope that everyone would calm themselves." Although these civilians were scared, they couldn't help but behave when they saw the undead, and as long as things proceeded peacefully, everything else would be fine. After Zhao Hai said these, he had his bone dragon return to the imperial palace. When he entered the Great Hall, he immediately had the nobles go out and appease the populace. These great nobles didn't dare make any mistakes at this point. They knew that since the demons had come, then Zhao Hai would be unable to help them stabilize the current situation, and if they were to disappoint Zhao Hai, then he might be impolite towards them. Therefore, the nobles issued their compliance and then immediately went out. After seeing that the nobles had left, Zhao Hai turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, Ruian, I'll be handing the Lion Empire over to you temporarily. I need to head towards the demonic abyss as soon as possible since I am still completely unaware of the situation there. I'll have to ask you to guide the Lion Empire in assisting the Buddha Empire and the Dwarf race in preparing to defend against the demon invasion. I'm afraid the Buddha Empire wouldn't be able to handle it by themselves." Evan couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Is the situation really serious? The undead in your hand had already crossed 10 million, and we're already clear about how strong those undead are. Do the demons have as much experts?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid so. The demon realm is a lot bigger than the Ark continent. With how bad the environment is there, the demons have been constantly subjected to killing and fighting, and this time, they had come prepared. I'm afraid that the matter wouldn't be easy to deal with." Evan frowned, then he sighed and said, "All right, then you can't leave the Lion Empire to me. You be careful in the demonic abyss." Zhao Hai nodded, then his voice turned serious as he said, "Observe these nobles well. I'm not completely confident in them. If anything strange happens, immediately inform me and I will immediately deal with them." Evan faintly smiled and said, "Rest assured, from what I can see in their expressions, they wouldn't dare to misbehave. Except for us, nobody in the continent would dare to accept them." Zhao Hai coldly replied, There's still the Radiant Church. Don't forget that the success of the dragons was due to those nobles, and I'm quite sure that the dragons weren't the ones who lobbied them, so it must be the Radiant Church, perhaps offering them with a lot of benefits. Although they were now aware of the divine race, we shouldn't forget that a lot of humans have sided themselves with the divine race in the last Great War. We should prevent them from going to the divine race, especially when they learn how hard it would be in the front lines. Evan knitted his brows and said, hard? Even if the battle would be no good, they shouldn't just surrender to the divine race. After all, what could the divine race offer them? Zhao Hai sneered. They can give them shelter. Although there aren't any records of the divine race in the human history, we shouldn't forget about the existence of the Radiant Church. Also, the divine race has the strength to not be afraid of the demons. If the divine race were to give them shelter, then it would not be impossible for those guys to agree. After all, the most important thing to those nobles are their family and their status. Evan couldn't help but agree. Then he said, all right, you can rest assured that I shall be looking at their actions. There won't be any problems. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out a messenger fish. Take this messenger fish. You can use this to contact me directly. I shall be leaving 1,000 undead for you to command. Remember, no matter what happens in Lion Empire, always keep your own safety as a priority. Even if the divine race came, I believe that those undead could still keep them off for quite some time. That would give me time to pick you up. Evan nodded. Then he received the messenger fish. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to look at Ruian, who also looked back at him. Then Zhao Hai said, Ruian, you should understand why I haven't been able to see you for all this time. After everything gets settled down, I shall give you what you deserve. Ruian understood what Zhao Hai meant. Her face couldn't help but go red as she gently nodded and said, I'll wait for you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to nod at Evan and said, then I shall leave everything here to you. After that, his body vanished as he entered the space. Chapter 679, Demon. Zhao Hai sat in the space and gave a long sigh of relief. Then he glanced at the monitor. The monitor didn't display the Lion Empire. Instead, it showed a fortress city. This city is quite famous in the Buddha Empire. This was because it had a very interesting name, Demon City. Naturally, this wasn't a place occupied by the demons. Instead, this was a city that was closest to the demonic abyss. This place is completely different to the town back in Acra Mountain. The town on Acra Mountain rarely gets attacked by magic beasts. But in Demon City, the situation is different. At any time, it was possible for the city to be attacked by beings coming out from the demonic abyss. Because of this characteristic, dark mages proliferated in this city. This was because the undead were the most common creatures that can be found inside the demonic abyss. If dark mages were to subdue several of them, then their abilities would be improved. This was the reason that it's called Demon City. Even when the Radiant Church was at its peak period in the continent, they still wouldn't easily dare come to Demon City. There were just too many dark mages here. Therefore, the Radiant Church has no other choice but turn a blind eye towards this city. For the dark mages in Demon City, this place was their holy land. In their hearts, this was a sacred place, while the others pinned that title to the Kelsey family. Compared to the family-style management of the Kelsey family, the dark mages in Demon City had more of an alliance. They were all living in Demon City, relying on hunting dark creatures for a living. Therefore, it was even thought that the dark mages here were stronger compared to the dark mages of the Kelsey family. While Zhao Hai came to visit the Buddha Emperor, he also had Kair use the Blood Ghost staff to investigate the terrain in and around this place. There were still many businessmen and adventurers here. However, one could notice that the population was now quite skewed towards the dark mages and the army of the Buddha Empire. Almost all of the civilians were evacuated. Zhao Hai inspected Demon City. Probably because of its year-round battles, The walls of the city looked very thick and heavily damaged. One could even see blood on the walls. Compared to the walls of other cities, this one surely did seem to be more murderous. At this time, Meg brought a cup of tea over to Zhao Hai. When she saw Zhao Hai's complexion, she grieved as she said, "Young master, you should take a rest. Let me give you a massage." Zhao Hai turned his head towards Meg. He smiled faintly and said, "What are the others doing? Why are they not here?" Meg went behind Zhao Hai and gently massaged his head. At the same time, she answered, "Elder sister Laura is examining the overall commodities in our storage and is discussing matters with Patriarch Billy regarding its distribution." At the same time, Megan and Lizzie are studying the map. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he held Meg's hand and said, "All right, I'm fine really. Come and take a seat with me for a while." Meg nodded. Then they went around the sofa and sat behind Zhao Hai, snuggling gently on his bosom. Zhao Hai held Meg's soft body and upon smelling her delicate fragrance, began to relax his nerves slowly. Meg also felt Zhao Hai becoming more relaxed. She placed her ear to Zhao Hai's chest and listened to his heartbeat. Then she said with a soft voice, "Young master, can we win?" Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, "Of course we can. Our destiny can only be decided by ourselves. Nobody can control our lives." Meg nodded. Then she said, "Young master, after repelling the demons and the divine race, what should we do next? Will we go back to the Black Wasteland and live in seclusion?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Why would we live in seclusion? If we did repel the demons and the divine race, then we would follow them to the demon realm and the divine realm. We need to cause them irreparable damage so that they wouldn't think about returning to the Ark continent. Otherwise, they would recover and then try to invade the Ark continent once more. We can't live forever and we would have our own children soon. If we die and leave our offspring here, we cannot have them suffer attacks from the demon realm and the divine race once again." Meg's face turned red. She sat up and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, why don't you answer my question properly? And what are you talking about? Children?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Look, we have been married for quite some time, but we still haven't had a child. I'm just looking after Grandpa Green and Grandma Mrin's worries." They had always wanted a new heir to the Buddha clan. Meg blushed and rolled her eyes at Zhao Hai. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she leaned towards Zhao Hai's body and said, "I really hope that everyone would be happily together all the time, not thinking about many things." "Brother Hai, why do people do this? Why would the demons and the divine race want to invade us?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "No other reason but ambition." In the eyes of the divine race, the Ark continent is a source of troops. Naturally, when they control the continent, they would be treating everyone here as slaves. Then the slaves would join their armies and fight their enemies. On the other hand, the demons see the continent as a huge cake. The living environment of the demon realm is extremely terrible. Therefore, they want to occupy the Ark continent. Unfortunately, the demons are used to slaughter, so they didn't even think about a peaceful method in order to reside in the continent. Instead, they wanted to kill every single creature in the continent in order to make way for their own population to move in. At the same time, I also think that the demons are afraid. From what I learned when I met the demon in Accra Mountain, they have been investigating the continent for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, they must have learned about how the humans were suppressing the other races. And since the demons were also a foreign race, then it was natural that the humans would suppress them as well. If they were to come peacefully and get suppressed by the humans, then they might as well kill off everyone in the continent. Meg was confused. "Young master, didn't Kair say that the demon realm is much larger than the Ark continent? Then once they take the continent, wouldn't they have problems in accommodating everyone?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Of course, but there was no use in thinking about other people. As long as the high-ranked demons can live here, then all is good. These low-level demons can be neglected then. This is the rule of the demon realm. Once you have a high rank in the hierarchy, then you would get anything that you want. If you are a low-ranked demon and then manage to get something good, then you would have to hand it over to a higher-ranked demon. Otherwise, it would only bring you disaster. To put it bluntly, the lower-ranked demons are the high-ranked demons' slaves. Meg nodded. So it's like that. How about the amount of soldiers that would come here? Does Kair know? Zhao Hai nodded and smiled bitterly. How can Kair not know? One could say that Kair is the most informed person with regards to the demon realm. From what she can estimate, the army that would arrive would have no less than 50 million soldiers in it. Meg was greatly surprised. 50 million? That much? Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, and that number only counts the number of demons that would come. We didn't include the number of magic beasts that would join them. At the same time, there are also dark mages among the demon army, completely capable of summoning undead. If a battle happens, their numbers wouldn't go down too fast. We really have met a difficult opponent this time. Meg's complexion changed dramatically. What do we do? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's fine. You can rest assured that there is no need to worry. If they have 50 million troops, then the continent has its own army as well. And for those who can summon the undead, let's see how they fare against me. There's no need to be afraid. Everything will be fine. Meg nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his gaze towards the monitor. There were no changes in Demon City. There were some dark mages and adventurers that left, but the majority of them still stayed behind. They wanted to help the army of the Buddha Empire in fighting off the demon army. These dark mages and adventurers clearly understood that the demons wouldn't spare anyone in the continent. If they leave today, sooner or later, they would still face the demons. These dark mages and adventurers were also people who liked to live beside the blade of a knife. So after knowing that the demons were coming, not only did they stay, they also prepared to fight against the demons. Also, the Buddha Empire had sent word that as long as they make meritorious deeds in the battle against the demons, then they might gain themselves a hereditary noble title. This prize was too tempting for the adventurers and dark mages. One must know that a hereditary title was completely different to an ordinary one. It would be impossible for ordinary nobles to pass their title to their children. For example, when mages who were given their titles die, their status would be gone. Only if they had a child with good talent and becomes a great mage, then that child would have the right to apply for inheriting the title. The Buddha Empire had truly placed sufficient capital this time. They didn't have much troops in the vicinity of Demon City, and in a short period of 7 days, it would be impossible for them to assemble an army for reinforcement. Therefore, the Buddha Emperor made a decision. Provide the adventurers and dark mages with benefits of great titles so that they would stay behind and defend the city. These people had lived in this place all year round, so they should have the right abilities to defend against the demon army. It was because of this that large quantities of adventurers and dark mages had remained and decided to fight the demon race together with the Buddha Empire's army. However, the Buddha Empire can only gather about 200 regular troops in these 7 days. If we add the adventurers and dark mages, then it might reach about 400,000. Although these numbers were quite strong, it was still impossible if they were to defend against the demon army. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to head towards Demon City and take personal command of the defenders. Chapter 680. Protecting the Homeland. Wei Gan was a dark mage who had lived in Demon City for a long time. He wasn't from the Kelsey family. Once can say that he had nothing to do with the Kelsey family at all. However, one shouldn't think that he's just a simple character. More than 1,000 years ago, Wei Gan's ancestors were formidable mages of a huge empire. Their family even held the title of a duke. However, It was just a pity that the empire that his family held loyalty to was extinguished by the Lion Empire. Since their family were loyalists to their empire, the Lion Empire took their title away. Moreover, they were also suppressed everywhere. In the end, their family couldn't endure it anymore and ran away to Demon City. In every empire, there would always be a place where the strongest people gather. Take the Lion Empire, for example. Formidable characters would flock towards the town on the foot of Acre Mountain. For the Buddha Empire, that place was Demon City. Demon City was very suitable for dark mages to live in. Therefore, the Gan family decided to settle down here. And even if Demon City was inside the Buddha Empire, the empire's power was actually weak here. This made it possible for the family to find their place. However, Demon City was just unsafe to begin with. About some hundreds of years ago, dark creatures and undead suddenly ran out of the demonic abyss and made a large-scale attack on Demon City. The city was close to being overwhelmed, and even if the defense was successful, a lot of dark mages had fallen in the process. At that time, the Gan family wasn't spared from the losses. In the end, the family didn't manage to stabilize their footing and slowly lost its power over time. In the current time, the Gan family was reduced to a few dozen dark mages. But even so, adventurers and other dark mages still didn't dare to underestimate them. Because of the Gan family's long history, their dark magic spells were quite formidable. And most importantly, the Gan family had always treated the Demon City as their home, greeting everyone in the city as though they were family members. Every single inhabitant of the city was very respectful towards the family. If ever some kind of conflict arises, the Gan family would even be asked to mediate. Wei Gan was only an ordinary dark mage in the family. He wasn't the patriarch nor was he the successor. He was just any ordinary dark mage. The Buddha Empire had already told the city about what would happen. At the same time, the Empire had also started to gather up some troops and sent them here. They also invited the adventurers, dark mages, and dark mage families to stay and defend the city together. This was where the Gan family didn't disappoint the Buddha Empire. They were the first ones to lobby the adventurers and dark mages to stay inside the city and help with the defense. In the end, the majority of the strength of the city remained. Not only this, the Gan family also sent their members in order to help the army guard and patrol the walls. Because of the dark mage's sensitivity to the dark element, the patrol went very smoothly, saving the army a lot of effort. One could say that Demon City's topography was very strange. When constructing Demon City, the main goal of its infrastructure was to defend against the demonic abyss. As for the demonic abyss, since it had the word abyss in its name, then it was no wonder that it was very deep. As to how deep, nobody knows. Everybody who came to deeply explore the area weren't able to return to tell the tale. So how big was the demonic abyss? If one were to look, the abyss appeared just like a giant crack in the world 10,000 li, 5 kilometers, long, with the widest opening spanning more than 2,000 li. There was also a gentle slope on the ground just outside Demon City. The other places were steep cliffs where magic beasts weren't able to crawl on. Most importantly, a dark mist covers the demonic abyss all year round, making people unable to clearly see anything. It was precisely because of this that Demon City existed. If one were to speak about the continent's oldest cities, then Demon City would surely be up there. It was even said that the city had existed for as long as the demonic abyss itself. But in any case, whenever war erupts in the continent, almost nobody came to touch Demon City. This was because the city didn't have regular armies defending it. Most who were inside the city were adventurers, mercenaries, and dark mages. This made the city something that looks like it didn't belong in this world. For many years, the same composition of people were defending the city. Therefore, people from the continent had quite a complicated view towards this place. On this day, Wei Gan was on the wall, staring blankly at the distance. His current position right now wasn't in the city's eastern wall, which meant that he wasn't facing the demonic abyss. It was a wall that faced the continent, so it should be quite safe. However, Wei Gan still needed to inspect the place because the Buddha Empire had sent word that people from the demon realm had already infiltrated the continent. This meant that they might take the city at any time. Wei Gan looked at the surrounding army. These troops weren't the Buddha Empire's most elite cavalry. These people knew why they were here, so they all had a very serious look on their face. At this time, Wei Gan noticed a dark spot in the horizon. It was flying towards the city. He even thought that it was a creature of darkness. The Gan family's dark magic held some differences to the continent's dark magic. This gave the members of the Gan family much more sensitivity towards dark energy. Therefore, when Wei Gan felt the dark energy coming out of the dark spot, and that the direction of the spot seemed to be heading towards Demon City, he immediately thought of the Buddha Empire's warning. His heart immediately started to beat as he shouted, "Everyone, a dark creature that come from the mainland is heading here. Prepare yourselves." Although the army that the Buddha Empire sent weren't the most elite iron cavalry, these people were still elites in their local military. Before these soldiers came here, they were also instructed to cooperate with the dark mages since these people were very sensitive towards dark creatures. Seeing that the Buddha Empire were giving high regard to the dark mages in the city, the army immediately stood up when they heard Wei Gan's voice. The magic cannons were then prepared as well as the ballistas. Just as they got ready, the dark spot in the distance suddenly flew faster towards them. These people became nervous, especially the artillery troops. They were anxiously looking at the dark spot. Since the magic cannons and the ballistas were their only defensive weapon, the flying enemy would surely target them first. The dark spot continued to slowly grow larger, and as soon as the people on the wall recognized what the dark spot was, all of them were shocked. It didn't matter if they were from the Buddha Empire's army or the dark mages. Their expressions were the same. The dark spot turned out to be a bone dragon, and on the skull of the dragon stood a very ordinary-looking dark mage. But who in Demon City wouldn't be able to recognize who this person was? Perhaps they might not recognize his face, but his reputation surely rang in their minds. This was Zhao Hai Buddha, Lion Empire's emperor, and the continent's strongest dark mage. Zhao Hai was now widely accepted as the strongest dark mage in the continent. Every single citizen in the various empires already knew about this point. He managed to kill dragons, unearthed the conspiracy of the demons, and even became the emperor of the Lion Empire. Every single dark mage almost looked at him as a god. For them, Zhao Hai was a deity that was aloof as he overlooked them. Zhao Hai had rested well inside the space. After seeing Laura and the others, he immediately went out. He had already taken a look at the situation in Demon City. Seeing that there weren't any serious matters going on, Zhao Hai decided to come out in a faraway place and then rode a bone dragon towards the fortress city, enjoying the wind that was hitting his face. Zhao Hai didn't immediately enter the city. When he saw the wall, he had the bone dragon go down to the ground outside the city and walk down from it. After storing the bone dragon, he walked slowly towards the city's wall. The defenders on the wall immediately reacted. An officer shouted towards the soldier at the gate, "Quick, open the gate, hurry up." Then just as the officer rushed towards the gate, he noticed that someone had come faster than him. It was Wei Gan. Wei Gan, who was just a common dark mage, was actually quicker than him, a 7th-rank warrior. This made the army officer look at him in a strange manner, wondering if Wei Gan was both a mage and a warrior. Naturally, Wei Gan wasn't a warrior, he was only a mage. The reason why he was so quick was because he was too excited. When the army arrived, he had heard that Zhao Hai would also be personally coming in order to take command. This made all of the dark mages excited. They can actually see Zhao Hai with their own two eyes. This was a very extraordinary matter. However, people were still quite doubtful about this fact. After all, who was Zhao Hai? He was the patriarch of the Buddha clan and was also the emperor of the Lion Empire. Although they knew that Zhao Hai was able to kill dragons, would such a person still risk himself in order to come to Demon City? For the people in Demon City, Zhao Hai was a distant person, one who wouldn't stain his hand in a messy situation like in Demon City. Most of the people in Demon City didn't actually expect Zhao Hai to come. They just thought that the Buddha Empire only said this in order to comfort their hearts. The main reason why these people stayed in the city was because they needed to protect their home. No matter what words the higher-ups say, these people would still stay behind. They weren't doing this in order to protect the human race, nor was it because of their dedication towards the continent. For them, waging war with the demons was just a way to protect their homeland. Chapter 681, Influential Figure. Zhao Hai stood under the city's gate. He didn't want to act too high profile. It just wasn't his character. Although he was now the emperor of the Lion Empire, he knew absolutely nothing about the empire at all. Because of this, he really didn't think of himself as the emperor. He was more like a stabilizer, temporarily acting as the emperor because of the present situation. At the same time, he also didn't deem himself to be an influential person. In his mind he was just like any other person on the continent, doing what anybody would have done. The only reason why people were unable to do things that he can do was because they didn't have the help of the space. Zhao Hai might not be aware, but he was actually an extremely influential person on the continent. From what the continent knew, Zhao Hai was a foreign prince of the beastmen as well as a foreign elder of the dwarves and the elves. In fact, Zhao Hai was also given the title of foreign admiral by the fishmen, but this information was withheld by the Mermaid Queen. Thus many statuses on one person was unprecedented in the continent, something that might not even be repeated in the future. This made Zhao Hai a very influential figure in the continent. Perhaps it was only Zhao Hai who has yet to discover this point. The gates of Demon City slowly opened. What made Zhao Hai surprised was the first person to come out. It was a dark mage. This person looks like 40 years old. He wore a somewhat new dark mage robe. He had a grassy hair and a thin beard. The person was also quite thin. He looked just like that weird uncle that everyone has. This person had a flush on his face along with shining eyes. He actually gave Zhao Hai a bit of a scare. This person was naturally Wei Gan. He was too excited. He didn't think that he would meet his idol while defending the city wall. His heart was extremely happy to the point that he began to lose control of his body. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, this strange uncle ran very fast toward him. Then the man plopped to the ground, and under Zhao Hai's surprised expression, he kissed Zhao Hai's shoes. This made Zhao Hai stare. Then he immediately pulled the dark mage up and said, "Mister, there's no need to do that." "Who are you?" When Wei Gan discovered that Zhao Hai was asking for his name, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, paying respects to Mr. Zhao Hai, "This one is called Wei Gan, a mage of Demon City's Gan family. I represent the Gan family in welcoming your arrival. If it is possible, please pay us a visit." Wei Gan was very excited. He really wasn't expecting Zhao Hai to be a guest in the Gan family. In his opinion, even if Zhao Hai only promised visit, then it would already be the greatest honor to the Gan family. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Gan. In fact, he already knew the things that Wei Gan has been doing since Kair has been monitoring the entirety of Demon City. Zhao Hai was afraid that there were people controlled by the demons here. It wouldn't be good if there was a demon collaborator inside the city when the battle starts. But unexpectedly, there were no demon-controlled people inside Demon City. Especially in this Gan family, they were the ones that advocated for the defense against the demons the most. Therefore, Zhao Hai had a very deep impression towards this family. Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, "So it turns out to be Mr. Wei Gan. I already know about what your Gan family had done, so I must thank you in behalf of the people of the continent. You can rest assured that I would pay a visit to the Gan family. However, I need to pay a visit to the defending army first. I have some things to discuss with them." Wei Gan didn't dare to stop him. He immediately replied, "I won't dare to stop Mr. from doing his business, but please make sure to pay a visit to the family. We will welcome you at any time. I will now go back to inform the family." Then he turned around and ran back to the city with a speed that even a warrior wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Gan's departing back and couldn't help but smile. He thought that this mage from the Gan family was quite interesting. At this time, the army officer has arrived in front of Zhao Hai. The officer then gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "We welcome the arrival of the Lion Emperor Zhao Hai. I am the defender assigned to the East Gate, Leonard." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Captain Leonard is too polite. There's no empire here, so you can just call me Zhao Hai. We're now allies, jointly fighting against the demon race." Leonard didn't expect that Zhao Hai was very easy to speak to. He immediately replied, "All right, Mr. Zhao Hai." "Mr. Come with me. I already sent word to the general. I'll be taking you to the general's residence." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took a step towards Demon City. At this moment, a horse carriage flew from inside Demon City. This carriage was quite spirited, but it still managed to keep stable. It stopped in front of Zhao Hai as its driver got down and said, "Mister, please board the carriage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then boarded the carriage. Then the carriage turned itself around and rushed back to the city. Leonard didn't dare to neglect Zhao Hai's arrival as he led 20 other subordinates and escorted the carriage on the back to the city. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised about this reception, although he didn't regard himself as a monarch and an influential person. He was after all the Buddha clan's patriarch. In Demon City, this status should have at least gained high regard, giving him some allowance when it comes to authority. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others had arrived at the general's residence. The general's residence was actually just a normal house. Since there was no military outpost here, what the general used was the residence of a former merchant in Demon City. Because that merchant has returned to the Buddha Empire, his house was requisitioned and became the general's temporary place. As soon as the carriage arrived, Zhao Hai didn't even need to open the door as it was opened from the outside. Zhao Hai stared blankly as he saw a middle-aged man in military uniform holding the door of the carriage open. Then that middle-aged person gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Buddha Empire's General Bismar welcomes Mr. Zhao Hai to Demon City." Zhao Hai walked out of the carriage and returned the salute. "General Bismar is too polite. There's actually no need to open the door for me." Bismar smiled and said, "It is only proper for me to open the door for Mr. Mr. has been running around the continent, contacting each power personally. Compared to Mr.'s effort, me and the others can only bow down in shame." "Mr., please come with me." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "All right." Then he walked towards the general's residence alongside Bismar. This temporary residence was not big, just a house and a courtyard. Bismar invited Zhao Hai to sit inside the residence's living room. At this point, the living room looked a lot more like a battle command center. There were stretches of map hanging on the wall as well as a big table at the middle of the room. This big table also had a map. This map showed Demon City as well as outside of it, the verified areas of the demonic abyss. This demonic abyss map was naturally incomplete, but the map of the surrounding areas was already helpful for the upcoming fight. Zhao Hai nodded at Bismar's methods. He turned to Bismar and said, "General is very diligent. May I know the plans that the general has come up with?" Bismar didn't expect Zhao Hai to be straightforward, having just arrived to Demon City. However, Bismar also knew that it wasn't time for small talk, so he immediately led Zhao Hai to the map. Then Bismur said, "Mister, look here. This terrain is very crucial in protecting the demonic abyss. This is due to the gentle slope. Although it isn't that steep, it can still hinder an army's advance. I intend to use this slope to carry out layers and layers of blockade to resist the demon army. What does Mr. think about this?" Zhao Hai looked at the map, gently knitting his eyebrows. To be honest, there weren't any major issues to Bismur's approach. However, that plan didn't take into account the large number of demonic creatures that would be coming out of the abyss. If a large amount of creatures come out, then this layers upon layers of blockade would eventually be overrun. At the same time, this plan would also dilute the number of personnel on each point, which was also detrimental in defending the city. When Bismur saw Zhao Hai frown, perhaps not contented with what he heard, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Zhao Hai was an existence that he cannot afford to offend. In fact, even the Buddha Emperor wouldn't dare offend Zhao Hai. Therefore, when Bismur saw that Zhao Hai seemed to be dissatisfied with the arrangement, he immediately became afraid. Zhao Hai was divided on whether to expose the numbers of the demon race or not. He was afraid that if he revealed the number of invaders to Bismur, then it might topple the general's confidence in defending the city. However, if Zhao Hai didn't tell the general the enemy's numbers, how could Zhao Hai convince him to change the plan? Zhao Hai thought about this for a while, then he opened his mouth and said, "There are no problems with the general's arrangement. However, I think the general seems to have overlooked something. That is the quantity of the demon realm's army." When Bismur heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then his expression turned ugly. He looked back at the map, which made his expression change even more. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you saying that there would be a large number of demon realm invaders?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "General, think about it. If the demon realm wanted to invade the continent, then would they only send a small number of soldiers? First, let's not discuss about how big the demon realm is, but in our continent, if one were given the power of the entire world, how big would their army be? The number of demon realm soldiers certainly wouldn't be smaller than that. At the same time, the combat power of the demons is quite strong. When I met a 9th rank demon last time, he didn't die even when I managed to slice his head open. He even managed to make a counterattack. This kind of combat resilience is astounding. Therefore, I think that the general should just withdraw the army and defend the city, and while the general defends the city, the external defenses will be handed over to me." When Bismur heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood. Zhao Hai had a lot of strong undead. This fact was already known to the continent. He also didn't doubt the fighting capability of Zhao Hai's undead. Bismur just overlooked the power and numbers of the demon realm army. Now that Zhao Hai said it, he also felt like there were problems in his plan. Chapter 682, An Important Person. Bismur understood that Zhao Hai wanted him to withdraw his army, minimizing the losses to the defending troops. At the same time, Zhao Hai would use his undead army to bear the brunt of the attack. After all, they were also strong enough to do so. Bismur wasn't a fool. Considering the manpower present in Demon City, it would be impossible for them alone to block the demon race. The previous time that the demons attacked, it took the power of the entire continent to drive them back. 9th rank experts joined in the resistance back then as well. Those 9th ranks even used forbidden sacrificial magic in order to seal up several spatial rifts. It was said that those 9th ranks were much stronger than the 9th ranks in the present time, and more importantly, a lot of forbidden magics have been lost from that day forth. If one were to compare the proficiency of magic today and in the past, then one could say that it might not have improved, and in terms of forbidden magics, then it might be even worse. The reason why Bismar thought about all of these was because magic was something that was constantly being developed. It was just like how Earth developed from using cold weapons into using firearms, from using stone tools into using metal ones. However, that progress took thousands of years. The Ark continent underwent the same process as well. After a long period of research, the continent's progress was also quite amazing. As far as people were concerned, the magic of the continent tens of thousands of years ago wasn't as complicated as it was now. That magic back then was just powerful, especially the forbidden magics. It had the power to move mountains. Although forbidden magics can still accomplish this at the present time, one shouldn't forget the fact that only very few mages were able to use forbidden magics. People who had studied history discovered that tens of thousands of years ago, promoting to 9th rank was much easier than it was now. At that time, there were even news that people had been ascending to the divine realm. But after that, there were no information of people ascending for tens of thousands of years. Although this point made people confused, their research yielded them with no results. In the end, the researchers just reckoned that the magic elements present in the continent right now was much thinner compared to back then. But was it really like this? Nobody knows. However, even if forbidden magics were very rare in the present time, the continent had actually taken another road when it comes to magic. Some low to mid-level magics have become stronger compared to back then. There were also a lot of mages right now, so if one would really compare, then the current magical level wasn't that worse compared to before. But while people can say that it's no worse than tens of thousands of years ago, nobody would dare say that it was stronger. If it took the entire continent to repel the demons last time, then it would also take the entire continent to repel the demons now. Although Bismar didn't know about the situation of the demon race, he was quite smart. He knew that the spatial cracks in the past had appeared by accident. The demons weren't aware that those spatial cracks would appear. They were also very ignorant when it comes to the Ark continent. But now, it was different. The demons had been aware of the Ark continent for tens of thousands of years. Although they were defeated and had the spatial cracks sealed, the demons still waited for many years in order to invade the Ark continent. The previous demon invasion can be said to be done in haste. They just didn't have time to prepare. But now that they were prepared, there was no way to solidly compare the two events. Therefore, blocking the demons here would certainly prove impossible. Bismar's purpose here was to delay the demons for a couple of days, giving the continent time to gear up. When he heard Zhao Hai's plan, Bismar couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, then we'll be doing it according to Mr.'s plan." "Does Mr. have any more ideas?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't. However, I'll be heading to the Gan family and then going to the demonic abyss to take a look. I want to clear all the undead and magic beasts there before the demons arrive, otherwise they might aid the demons in their invasion." Bismar stared, then he knit his eyebrows and said, "Mister, that is too dangerous. I suggest that you don't go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "General can rest assured. I already had managed to explore several forbidden areas of the continent. I had been to the northern ice field as well as the carrion swamp. The demonic abyss shouldn't be any different from those." Then Zhao Hai turned around and walked towards outside. When Bismar heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. There were few people who were aware that Zhao Hai went to the northern ice field. However, the fact that he had explored the carrion swamp wasn't well known. Zhao Hai's exploration of the carrion swamp was what made Bismar astonished. The people of the continent had always speculated that the Buddha clan had a secret territory somewhere. Otherwise, where would the family's good products come from? However, up until now, people weren't able to find it. But if one adds Zhao Hai's statement that he had explored the carrion swamp, seeing how well he was doing, and the fact that the Black Wasteland was still owned by the Buddha clan, Bismur immediately thought that the Buddha clan's mysterious territory was actually their first territory in the continent, the Black Wasteland. What was this? Is there something good out there in the Black Wasteland? It depends on which hands it falls into. Other dark mages can control thousands of undead, and it was known that Zhao Hai can control undead that numbered in the millions. If he can do this, then why can't he grow something in the Black Wasteland? Zhao Hai didn't care about what Bismur was thinking. The reason he told Bismur about this fact was because he was already prepared to reveal the Black Wasteland to the entire continent. At this point, there was no use for him if he were to take the Black Wasteland as his secret. After Zhao Hai left the general's residence, a carriage driver immediately bowed towards him and said, "Mr. I am the general's personal carriage driver. I have been given the task of taking you wherever you want." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to go to the Gan family. Do you know the way?" The carriage driver immediately replied, "Of course, mister. There's no place in Demon City that I am unable to find. I ask Mr. to please board the carriage." Zhao Hai nodded and went into the carriage while the driver held the door open for him. Then the carriage immediately soared towards the Gan family. In Demon City, there were only few people who don't know of the Gan family. However, the family's residence wasn't very special. There were no special structures anywhere. It looks just like an ordinary residence with a very ordinary courtyard. As soon as the carriage stopped in front of the Gan family's residence, the carriage driver immediately got down from the carriage and went to two Gan family members who were guarding the gate. When the two Gan family members saw the carriage driver, they immediately recognized him. One of them said, "Barn, I didn't expect that you'd come. We really can't accommodate you. Do you know who we're expecting today? It's Mr. Zhao Hai. Therefore, the family can't really receive visitors now." Barn smiled at the two people and said, "I was given an order by General Bismur. Starting today, I will be acting as Mr. Zhao Hai's carriage driver. Today, Mr. Zhao Hai asked me to take him here to see the Gan family." After Barn said that, he quickly opened the door as Zhao Hai walked down from the carriage. The two people from the Gan family were shocked, then didn't think that Barn would actually be Zhao Hai's carriage driver. Although Barn's driving skills and carriage were the best in Demon City, they still didn't expect Zhao Hai to sit in Barn's carriage. They thought that Zhao Hai would be visiting the Gan family on board the general's special carriage. Actually, this arrangement was made by Bismur. He wasn't actually very stingy in handing his carriage over. However, he was given information by the Buddha Emperor that Zhao Hai preferred to be low-key if possible. Making a huge show wouldn't be to Zhao Hai's liking. Therefore, Bismur decided to have Barn take Zhao Hai around. Naturally, this arrangement was very well liked by Zhao Hai. After seeing Zhao Hai come out, the two immediately responded. They took steps towards Zhao Hai before bowing. "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai." "Mister, please come in." Then one of them escorted Zhao Hai in while the other ran as fast as he could to report the matter to the family. Naturally, the first one to be informed would be the patriarch of the Gan family. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised about this situation. He turned his head towards the doorman and said, "Hey, are you very familiar with Barn?" The Gan family member didn't think that Zhao Hai would be very polite. He couldn't help but gape his mouth, unable to speak. Zhao Hai looked at the person's expression and smiled faintly. "Don't be anxious, just answer my question. I won't eat you." The Gan family member recovered. His face couldn't help but turn red as he apologized. "I'm very sorry, mister. I have been rude." "Right. I am very familiar with Barn. He grew up inside Demon City and his parents were adventurers. But one time, his parents went to the demonic abyss to explore, only to never come back. After then he became a beggar in Demon City before working for other people when he grew older. Afterwards, when he had the money, he bought himself a horse carriage, becoming Demon City's best carriage driver. With him having grown up in the city, There were nobody who bullied him, making him enjoy a good life. When the news about the demon invasion came and civilians were leaving, Barn decided to stay behind. He said that although he couldn't fight and help in resisting the demons, he would still offer his carriage to help the army with transportation. General Bismarck felt grateful for Barn's decision, so he decided to have Barn be his residence's attendant. Chapter 683, Slaves. Zhao Hai quietly listened to the words of the Gan family member. If Zhao Hai was an influential person in the continent, then this Barn was a very small and unimportant person. In his entire life, Barn could only become a carriage driver. Besides slaves, he was among the lowest-ranked people in the continent. However, Zhao Hai was actually touched by this unimportant person. He didn't have the strength, yet he still offered his efforts to defend his home. If the continent were to have a lot of people like this, then the continent would never fall. It wouldn't be a slave to the divine race, nor would it be eliminated by the demons. Zhao Hai had a firm belief of this point. When he heard the doorman's words, turned towards the carriage and looked at the scenery. Standing nearby the carriage was Barn, peacefully standing there while looking at the surroundings. It seems like it didn't matter to Barn whether he had seen this scenery before or not. Zhao Hai felt like Barn was like 1900 in the movie The Legend of 1900. Ever since childhood, Barn didn't leave Demon City, the same as 1900 who didn't leave the ship. Their lives were reflections of each other. The outside world was too big, and because of this, both of them were afraid. This made them decide to just stay in their own world. It also made Zhao Hai reflect on his life back on Earth, when he was just an ordinary nerd. The Gan family member was confused as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know why Zhao Hai stopped. Moreover, he was looking at Barn with a very strange gaze. However, the Gan family member didn't say anything. With his status, he didn't have the merit to disturb Zhao Hai. Not only him, even if the Gan family patriarch were to see Zhao Hai, he would still need to respect Zhao Hai's actions. Then Zhao Hai turned his head towards the doorman and said, "Let's go." He had made a decision. He would lead Barn to the outside world. He wanted Barn to see another world other than his own, even if it meant that Barn would know about the space. Although it was said that the Gan family's residence was common, it wasn't small. Just after Zhao Hai walked through the first courtyard, he suddenly heard some footsteps in the distance. Then as the footsteps got louder, several people appeared. These people were wearing mages' robes. It seems like they are the core members of the Gan family. On their lead was 50-year-old mage. He didn't have a very magnificent robe, and the staff on his hand seems like it was made out of beast bones. His hair was somewhat gray, but it was actually very neat. If one were to see Wei Gan and see him as embarrassing, then this person exudes the presence of seriousness. However, instead of seriousness, this old mage had a very excited look on his face. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately walked towards Zhao Hai and knelt. "Mister, please forgive me for being unable to personally welcome you. I ask Mister to excuse my bad manners. I am the patriarch of the Gan clan, Taiwan Gan." The mages behind him knelt down as well. This action gave the doorman an extreme fright. When the core members saw Zhao Hai, they didn't just salute, they actually knelt. The doorman was afraid that he had been very disrespectful. Zhao Hai didn't expect these people to go overboard with their greeting. He immediately helped Taiwan up as he said, "Why would Patriarch Taiwan give me such an overboard greeting? This Zhao Hai won't dare accept it." Taiwan bowed down and said, "Mister can surely accept it. If Mister can't, then nobody could. Our Gan family is willing to be Mister's slaves. I hope Mister can agree." Zhao Hai stared. Being a slave was completely different from being vassals. Vassals have their own autonomy. It would be fine as long as they obey their master's orders. However, slaves didn't have the right to autonomy. In the future, they would need to obey Zhao Hai's every word. They would do what Zhao Hai wanted them to do. Zhao Hai couldn't understand Why would they suddenly decide to become his slaves? Zhao Hai didn't agree immediately. Instead, he calmly said, "Patriarch is too polite. I will not accept for now. Can we go in and discuss it first?" Taiwan immediately replied, "Of course, we have been disrespectful. Mister, please come in." Then he led Zhao Hai towards through the courtyard and then to a lobby. Then he asked Zhao Hai to sit down while all of them stayed standing. Zhao Hai looked at them and calmly asked, "Might I know why your family wanted to become my clan's slaves?" Taiwan settled his own emotions down and seriously replied, "I'll be totally honest to Mr. After this demon race matter gets finished, we won't be able to stay inside Demon City anymore. We had stayed inside Demon City for a long time, but we still haven't made any close friends. Even if we side with the Kelsey family, we still can't be assured of our future. Therefore, we decided to side with Mr. You are the continent's strongest dark mage, so we want to rely on you for survival, and since we don't have the abilities to be vassals, we are willing to be your slaves." Zhao Hai looked at Taiwan. He can somewhat understand the sorrows of this small clan. Therefore, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How many people currently belong to the Gan family?" Taiwan immediately replied, "We have a total of 17 dark mages in the family. 7 fourth ranks, 3 fifth ranks, 3 sixth ranks, 2 seventh ranks, and 2 eighth ranks. There are also 32 other members along with 10 slaves." Zhao Hai nodded. The number was not a lot. He turned his head to Taiwan and said, "You really want to be my clan's slaves? You can think about it more." Hearing that Zhao Hai seems to be willing, Taiwan quickly said, "We are willing, very willing, Mr. Rest assured, we already discussed this with everyone." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, I agree. Starting today, you shall call me young master. Call all your family members as well as slaves. I shall be sending them to a safe place. The dark mages would have to remain. I need you somewhere else." Taiwan immediately responded, "Yes, young master, we will arrange it right away." Then he immediately told the dark mages behind him to arrange the things that Zhao Hai had ordered. Then Taiwan stayed to listen for further instructions from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Most people in the continent only know that I am a dark mage, but they didn't know how I became one. Since you have become my slaves, then I shall be open about you about these. After this matter, I shall tell you. In the meantime, I shall be using my space divergent technique in order to send your family members to the Black Wasteland. That place is the true place of my Buddha clan. Then I shall be giving all of you potions, elevating your strengths to 9th rank, bleeding you to the demonic abyss in order to eliminate all the magic beasts and undead there so that they cannot become part of the demon army." Even if Zhao Hai hadn't revealed too much, these small secrets were enough to make the Gan family dark mages excited. Zhao Hai telling them things that ordinary people couldn't know meant that Zhao Hai already treated them as his clan's slaves. Although being a slave to another wasn't the most glorious thing, it still depends on where one was a slave to. Slaves of an emperor were still powerful people, and Zhao Hai himself was a monarch. There weren't a lot of people in the Gan family and they didn't have a lot of belongings. In a place like Demon City, one couldn't really get that much belongings. Zhao Hai arrived outside and when he saw the others he nodded. Then he said to Taiwan, "You arrange 2 people to go guide them. When they arrive at the Black Wasteland, someone will arrange their accommodation. Tell them to not be anxious and just follow instructions." Taiwan nodded. Then he immediately acted on Zhao Hai's instructions. Before long, everything was arranged. Then Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift and took these people to the Black Wasteland. Just when he had agreed to take the Gan family as his slaves, Care already went to inform Green and the others. There weren't a lot of people this time, so Green shouldn't have any problems in accommodating these people. Green had already arranged residences for tens of thousands of people. This matter should be very easy. However, Green still needed to take special attention to these people. After all, they had just become the Buddha clan's slaves. Therefore, they should be given the same accommodation as the clan's slaves. They were going to be arranged at Iron Mountain Fort. Before long, the two Gan family dark mages came back. Seeing that the two dark mages had arrived, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Taiwan and said, "Have all of the family's dark mages come here. I shall be giving you potions that would make you 9th ranks at the shortest time." They looked at Zhao Hai with surprised expressions. This was because Zhao Hai had told them that he would make them into 9th ranks. Although Zhao Hai had told them about this beforehand, they just thought that they had misheard him. Their strongest members were 8th ranks, and even them didn't know when they'll become 9th ranks. Therefore, what they got from Zhao Hai's previous announcement was that they would just get stronger by a bit, and not become 9th ranks. But it seems like they had not misheard Zhao Hai. He really wanted to make them 9th ranks. Was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and coldly snorted, "Don't doubt me, even my undead are 9th ranks. Otherwise, where would I find the confidence to trash the dragons?" Taiwan, who was still shocked, immediately recovered and bowed down. "Please forgive us, young master. We don't dare doubt the young master's words." The other dark mages also bowed down to Zhao Hai. "Please forgive us, young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, don't doubt me from now on. Your young master is a god-ranked expert. I just didn't decide to ascend to the divine realm. I tell you this, the laws of this world can't control me. I want to head towards the demonic abyss this time in order to promote my own strength. But since you had sided with me, then I shall increase your strengths. After all, I cannot manage everything in the continent, so I would have you be my representatives. And since you represent my Buddha clan, I can't have you looking so weak lest you lose face for the clan." All of them were stunned. However, they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be a god-ranked expert. No wonder Zhao Hai dared to eliminate the dragons. All of them were extremely happy. They didn't think that they would actually serve a god-ranked expert. There was zero shame in becoming slaves to a god-ranked expert. In fact, it might even cause envy on a lot of people. Chapter 684, Gan Clan and Barn. The reason why Zhao Hai dared to say these words to these people was because he has his own plans. He was not afraid that these people would reveal his secrets. He would make them into 9th ranks and then bring them to the demonic abyss in order to fight against the magic beasts as well as the undead. He wanted to do it in this way because he wanted to see the reactions that came with these people. If they were sincere with him, then the advantages that they would gain wouldn't be small. However, if they were insincere, then Zhao Hai would have no choice but to be impolite. But Zhao Hai was just being too overly careful this time. Being a slave to the Buddha clan wasn't a shame. In fact, having a god-ranked expert as well as an emperor as a master was something that not a lot of people could have. Zhao Hai withdrew a bottle of water. Naturally, this water was spatial water. This water can help the Gan family members become 8th ranks. When they arrive at that rank, then they would consume God's blood in order to become 9th ranks. Zhao Hai gave the bottle over to Taiwan and said, "This is a potion that can elevate your level. However, this is only effective up until you become 8th rank. When all of you become 8th rank, you come back to me." Taiwan was shaking while he received the bottle of spatial water. For their family, this bottle was extremely precious. There were potions in the continent that would elevate the levels of mages and warriors. However, those potions were very expensive. Even great nobles were reluctant to spend that money. In the minds of the great nobles, instead of spending a huge amount of money to buy that potion, they might as well spend that in training someone with high talent. It was because of this that potions that can upgrade levels became very rare in the continent. After handing the potion over, Zhao Hai turned around and returned to the living room. He wanted to see how long these people would take in order to rank up. One must know that this potion was much better than the one before. Zhao Hai believed that upgrading ranks this time would be much faster than back then with Laura and the others. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the low-ranked dark mages of the Gan family weren't in their current rank because of their lack of talent, but because of their young age instead. In fact, if one were to compare the Gan family's talent with the rest of the continent, then they can be deemed to be quite gifted. One must know that aside from the difficulty of reaching 9th rank, being an 8th rank was quite hard as well. There were even some small clans that didn't have these 8th ranks. But the Gan family, while being in Demon City, actually managed to produce 2 8th ranks. This was sufficient evidence for their lineage. There was not much control in Demon City, but in the same way, this made them isolated towards the supplies of the continent. If one were to see the Buddha Empire's capital as a metropolis of magic, then Demon City would be that small village in the outskirts of the empire, a small village that was regularly attacked by wild beasts. When he saw Taiwan and the others discussing about the potion and then cultivating, Zhao Hai came out of the living room. He wanted to see Barn. At this point, all of the Gan family's servants have left. Originally, Taiwan wanted to keep some people here, but Zhao Hai didn't agree. This way, he didn't have to worry about these people and even made it easier for him to walk around. More importantly, there wouldn't be a lot of people who would come and give him greetings. Barn was currently sitting outside his horse carriage, patiently waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Barn's attitude, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Barn, come here." Barn was sitting in his carriage while in a daze. He knew that there was only a small chance for this home of his to remain. This was the reason why he was in a daze. He has never left Demon City in his entire life. If he left this place, he wouldn't know how to live. Therefore, he chose to stay behind. When Barn heard Zhao Hai, he immediately recovered. He looked at Zhao Hai, who called him from the Gan family's gate. He stared for a moment before he quickly jumped down from the carriage and went towards Zhao Hai. Then he gave a bow and said, "Mister, do you need me for anything?" Zhao Hai looked at Barn and said, "Barn, come with me. I have something to tell you." Barn nodded, then followed Zhao Hai into the Gan family's residence. After entering the Gan family's residence, Barn felt that it was empty. He had visited the Gan family once or twice before, and he recognized almost all of the people in the Gan family. However, he wasn't able to see any of them when he entered this time. It was as if the entire Gan family had vanished. But Barn didn't dare to ask as he followed Zhao Hai into the Gan family's living room. Then Zhao Hai sat down as Barn respectfully stood there. Zhao Hai saw Barn's anxious face and couldn't help but smile. "Barn, there's no need to be nervous. I want to ask, are you willing to leave Demon City?" Barn stared for a moment. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to ask him about this issue. He couldn't think of a good answer. He can just refuse and use the same reason that he gave the general, wanting to protect Demon City. However, he would be lying if he said so. At the same time, Barn had the feeling that he had been seen through by Zhao Hai. Therefore, he really can't say that he wanted to stay in Demon City, willing to fall along with the city's demise. Zhao Hai looked at Barn's expression and smiled faintly. "Can't think of a good reply? You don't want to leave Demon City? After all, this is your home, right?" But as you can see, this place was also the home of the Gan family, but now all of them had left save for the family's dark mages. "All of them had been sent away by me." "Barn, if you want to leave, then I can send you to my Buddha clan's territory, making you live a whole new life there. Also, I forgot to tell you, I am not talking about Golden Island, it is a different place. Are you willing to go?" Barn stared. He really hadn't thought this point through. He looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as he asked, "Why would Mr. want to help me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No special reason. I can just see a certain person's shadow on you, Barn. I know what you're thinking. You have never left Demon City since you were a child, so you don't know how you'll live once you go outside. This made you afraid, so you decided to stay in the city. I can arrange for you to live in my Buddha clan's territory. I can even have someone offer you a job, or you can continue driving your carriage. You don't have to worry about your life changing so much. You will be able to meet new people and also make new friends. So, do you want to go? Barn looked at Zhao Hai, then suddenly he made a serious question. Mister, if I went there, can I continue to drive your carriage? Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at this question. He didn't think that Barn would ask this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if you want to drive my carriage for me, then that's no problem. However, you have not cultivated yet. This wouldn't be good. After you go there, then I will make them teach you cultivation. After you have reached a high enough level, then you can drive my carriage. Barn knitted his brows and said, this, mister, I hadn't cultivated before, and I'm not very young anymore. Wouldn't it be too late for me to start cultivation? Zhao Hai actually laughed and said, there's never too late, Barn. Rest assured, whether you learn magic or battle chi, as long as you are willing to practice, then I can make you into an expert in a short period of time. What now? You want to go? As soon as Barn heard Zhao Hai, his two eyes lit up as he answered, mister, is that true? Then I'm willing. I want to go. Zhao Hai laughed and said, all right, Barn, to be honest, you are completely unable to provide help here even if you choose to stay behind. I shall be sending you to the Black Wasteland. People will be there to arrange you to your place. Right. Do you want to go along with your carriage? Barn's face expressed his excitement as he said, you can do that, mister? That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, starting today, just call me young master. Now go and drive your carriage towards the back door. Barn nodded and then ran outside to get his carriage. Zhao Hai told Care about Barn's situation and then had Green and the others arrange a place for Barn to live in. Before long, Barn arrived. Then Zhao Hai used the space to send Barn and his carriage towards the Black Wasteland. After completing all of these, Zhao Hai looked at the Gan family's situation. Majority of them had already reached 8th rank. The other two were on the cusp of breaking through. But, Taiwan was very faithful to Zhao Hai's order. He waited until all of them became 8th ranks before going to see Zhao Hai. It was already noon when all of the family's mages reached 8th rank. After that, they all went to the living room. Zhao Hai looked at the group and nodded. He took out a red vial of liquid and said, this potion shall boost you from 8th rank to 9th rank. In a while, some people would come and invite me over for a meal in the general's residence. When I come back, all of you should have already reached 9th rank. After that, we'll depart towards the demonic abyss. All of the mages nodded. Then at this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside. Is Mr. Zhao Hai in? General Bismer is inviting Mr. Zhao Hai over for a meal. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to the mages and said, all of you work hard. The Gan family nodded. Then Taiwan went and escorted Zhao Hai to the gate. Waiting outside the gate was a team of cavalry. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, their captain immediately gave a bow and said, the general is inviting Mr. Zhao Hai over to dine. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, let's go. Barn has become my servant and has already left. Later on, you don't need to arrange a carriage for me. I can walk by myself. Then with an intention, Zhao Hai summoned Alien. He sat inside Alien's body before heading towards the general's residence. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Taiwan turned to the others and said, did you hear the young master? Immediately go and cultivate. If young master comes back and someone is still not 9th rank, then I will be giving out punishments. Chapter 685. Historical novel like The Three Kingdoms. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the bone dragon. Behind him were the people from the Gan family. At this moment, These people were already ninth rank. They were currently feeling like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe that they had become ninth ranks. It was completely unbelievable. Ninth rank experts were considered to be the peak powers of the continent, and all of the dark mages in the Gan family were now ninth ranks. This gave them extreme excitement. However, they didn't dare to be complacent. They understood that this was given by Zhao Hai. If they dared to betray him, then Zhao Hai would definitely clean them up. They didn't believe that they were the only ninth rank subordinates of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai can make them into ninth ranks, then he could definitely make other people ninth ranks as well. If Zhao Hai had a lot of ninth rank subordinates and then the Gan family decides to rebel, then aren't they just courting death? But most importantly, when they became ninth rank, they still weren't able to fathom Zhao Hai's level. This made Taiwan and the others believe Zhao Hai's previous words, that Zhao Hai was a God-ranked expert. A ninth rank and a God-ranked expert were just too different. Their disparity was leagues greater than the difference between an 8th rank and a 9th rank. Therefore, the Gan family was very loyal and devoted to Zhao Hai. They were afraid that if Zhao Hai wanted them to die, then they wouldn't even have the time to blink before they perish. Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to think about these right now. He was thinking about the Radiant Church's reaction upon hearing about the demon race's arrival. The news about the demon race had spread quickly throughout the continent. This was also in line with Zhao Hai's plan. He wanted the church to give this news to the divine race, prompting them to make their move ahead of time. The people from the Radiant Church weren't aware that Zhao Hai had so many ninth ranks in his hand. So after they received the news about the demon race, they would surely inform the divine race. After all, the divine race wouldn't want the demon race to conquer the continent first. Compared to the native population of the Ark continent, the divine race should be more afraid of the demon realm. This was because the strength that was displayed by the demons was no worse than the divine race. It was impossible for the divine race to allow the demons to eliminate the people in the Ark continent, then just swoop in to claim the prize. In fact, Zhao Hai reckoned that the divine race was not interested about the Ark continent itself, but its people instead. If the entire population of the Ark continent were to get extinguished, then the divine race wouldn't be able to gain anything. Most importantly, the demon race's launching point was in the demonic abyss, a place not too far from the Radiant Empire. In this case, the demons would surely target the Radiant Church first, and since the Radiant Church alone couldn't stop the demon army, they would definitely call upon the divine race. After all, there weren't any other people in the continent who would come into their rescue. Instead, the continent might even find joy in this encounter. These were the two invaders. They might as well fight each other. In the case of the demons, their spatial rift needed the blood void formation in order to activate. On the other hand, there doesn't seem to be some magic that was being done by the divine race. This made Zhao Hai believe that the divine race really had the capability to take action. Perhaps they might even appear in the continent quite soon. This was what Zhao Hai desired. If the divine race failed to arrive, then the Ark continent would then face an enemy one after the other. On the contrary, if the divine race were to come, the situation would now turn into a three-way battle with the locals of the Ark continent, the demons, and the divine race, like in the Tale of Three Kingdoms. Between the divine race and the demons, one of them wanted to get the Ark continent for themselves, while the other wanted to enslave the natives. Although it seems like there was an avenue for zero conflict, the divine race wouldn't just allow the people of the Ark continent to enter the divine realm. In the eyes of the divine race, the Ark continent was inhabited by savages, people who didn't belong to the divine realm. What the divine race wanted to do was to keep the natives in the Ark continent, making it like a pen. The sheep were the natives and the herders were the divine race. When the time comes that a sheep gets fat, the divine race would then come over and take it for themselves. On the other hand, the demon race wanted to massacre the entire native population. This was something that the divine race wouldn't agree to. They don't really care about the pen, but if the sheep were to be touched, then they certainly would fight back. This was where the two came to contradict each other. As long as they have this contradiction, then it would be impossible for them to cooperate, and in the process, making the pressure on Zhao Hai much smaller. And the most important thing was that the place where the demons would arrive was not far from Radiant Empire. Behind the demonic abyss would be the Buddha Empire, the Lion Empire, the Rosen Empire, the Wuxia Empire, and then the Beastmen. With all of these in line, the continent would have a strategic depth in their defense. On the contrary, the Radiant Empire would be left isolated, without any backers supporting them. If the demons were thinking right, then they would definitely target the Radiant Empire first, getting themselves in conflict with the divine race. This was the scenario that Zhao Hai wishes to happen the most. Because of this, Zhao Hai started paying attention towards the Radiant Empire, but unfortunately, he can't use the Blood Ghost Staff to conduct reconnaissance on the Empire. This was due to a strange situation happening in the Radiant Empire. When the Blood Ghost Staff went there, it seems like its range of vision had become very small, and it also seems like the Empire's 9th ranks had been tasked to patrol the area. This made Zhao Hai unable to have his staff wander off too closely. Otherwise, if those 9th ranks find out, then he would have to find more innovative ways to scout the enemy out. However, this wasn't a bad thing for Zhao Hai. This performance from the Radiant Church meant that the divine race has started to move quickly. As long as the divine race takes action, then it would be good for Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai's current strength was very strong. It can be said that compared to the war tens of thousands of years ago, Zhao Hai's capabilities had already surpassed the other powers, but one shouldn't forget that the demons had managed to prepare for 10,000 years all well. Additionally, they were also very well suited for battle. Every one of them were formidable fighters. This was something that gave Zhao Hai some worries. Therefore, he wanted everything to be prepared as much as possible. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Buddha Empire would be able to defend against the demons. Because of this, a plan for evacuation was already gone underway. The Buddha Empire would be turned to be a strategic defense position. Their generals would block the demons as much as possible. Naturally, this was in the premise that the divine race didn't come. If the divine race arrives, then they would get into a skirmish with the demons. When that happens, then the lives of Zhao Hai and the others would become better. Zhao Hai was also quite worried that the divine race wouldn't act. Although the Blood Ghost Staff wasn't able to see the situation inside the Radiant Church, Zhao Hai knew that a plan of action was already underway by the divine race. But as to what plan this was, Zhao Hai had no clue. This matter being out of his vision was not very good. Zhao Hai didn't like this feeling. At this time, the bone dragon had already penetrated inside the abyss. Every single magic beast and undead that Zhao Hai came across weren't spared. Those he can kill were killed, while the undead were absorbed into the space, turning them into Zhao Hai's soldiers. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the magic beasts and undead present here were relatively low level. One must know that Zhao Hai and his team were already quite deep into the abyss. Where were the formidable creatures? Did they go back to the demon realm? The Gan family were behind Zhao Hai during the entire ordeal, and they had witnessed how powerful Zhao Hai was. While they were descending, Zhao Hai had released a batch of undead, sweeping everything in the way, whether they be darkness beasts or undead. All of them were eliminated in a short period of time. The Gan family maths were also dark mages. Moreover, they were very familiar with the demonic abyss and had used undead summoning to subdue the undead here. However, compared to Zhao Hai's undead, their own undead had fallen extremely short. They now understood why Zhao Hai didn't trust their combat efficiency. They were just too weak. If they didn't rank up, then not to say Zhao Hai, Even Zhao Hai's undead would stump them then and there. Soon, the group went deeper into the demonic abyss. This was a place where no person had explored before. This made the group even more careful in their advance. Zhao Hai stood on top of the bone dragon as it went forward in a moderate pace. At the same time, the undead on the ground had kept on cleaning up the demonic abyss, missing absolutely nothing. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai had noticed something interesting. He made the bone dragon slowly go down as they stopped a few meters above the ground. Taiwan and the others followed Zhao Hai's gaze. They wanted to see what managed to attract Zhao Hai's attention. Looking down, Taiwan and the others couldn't help but get absorbed by the view. Under them was a sea of flowers. Flowers of various colors were everywhere. It looked very beautiful. The Gan family dark mages were very surprised to see this flower garden. They didn't think that the demonic abyss would have such a place. Was beauty something that belonged to the abyss, compared to an emperor's garden? This sea of flowers was just more attractive. This fact was quite inconceivable. At this time, Zhao Hai's undead had also arrived by the flower garden. However, they didn't advance. They just stared into this sea of flowers. Chapter 686, Man-Eating Flower, Flower Devil Race. The reason why Zhao Hai stopped to see these flowers was because Kair just recognized what these were. The flowers weren't flowers from the Ark continent, instead it was one that was found in the demon realm. This flower was a demon plant. Simply because it was from the demon realm. It was a flower that gave demons a headache. In fact, these flowers were controlled by a demon itself. It was called man-eating flower. Just from the name alone, one could see what kind of flower it was. The attacking power of a single flower can reach the strength of 4th to 5th rank. If it was a large one, then maybe even 8th ranks would have to turn around and leave it be. Kair had been low-key during her stay inside the demon realm. She didn't attack demons. On the contrary, her leaves can even become a food source for the demons and the demonic beasts. Therefore, her reputation in the demon realm was quite high. After demons die, they would even bury their bodies under Kair's vines, providing her with extra nutrients. On the other hand, this man-eating flower was different. Since their attacking strength was formidable, they didn't need Kair's methods in order to survive. On each petal on these flowers were saw-like teeth. As long as a person or beast comes walking in, they would act like wild beasts and snatch them using its petals, like how a predator snatches their prey. Then the flower would chew the body into dust. Because of its saw-tooth teeth, they can even grind a magic beast's bone down to nothingness. Although the flowers don't look too tall, their vines were in fact very long. Moreover, these flowers were said to be perennial. They can also grow up to a meter wide. Their flowers were usually curled up, and when the flower attacks, the vine would suddenly shoot out as the flower went in to take a bite. If you think that the flower only had this as a means of attack, then you are wrong. It still had other offensive ways. They also had their vines that were so tough that normal swords wouldn't be able to cut through it. Not only were these vines thorny, they were poisonous as well. Once one gets cut through the skin, then they would immediately get paralyzed in no time. This paralyzing effect was very strong that even most 7th rank magic beasts weren't able to resist it. And if you were able to cut those vines off, you still shouldn't consider them as finished. This man-eating flower was very abundant in sap, and this sap was very corrosive. This corrosive effect can melt through your flesh and bones. It was so corrosive that once you ingest it, then it wouldn't take too long before your entire body turns into a heaping pile of mush. This mush would then become very helpful to the man-eating flower, becoming its fertilizer. Most importantly, the reproductive ability of this flower was very strong. Although the flower vine doesn't grow fast, as long as it doesn't get uprooted, then a flower would eventually bloom on top of it. For these reasons, these flowers had become a difficult existence in the demon realm. Only the flower devil race of the demon realm can control these flowers. Naturally, It wasn't just the flowers that they can control. At the same time, it can also cultivate them and spread them out. From the appearance of the flowers in the demonic abyss, it seems like they were cultivated by a flower devil. Zhao Hai looked at the sea of man-eating flowers. He now knew why many adventurers fell inside the abyss. If one couldn't recognize these flowers, then it would be very easy to be the flower's prey. Taiwan looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, are there any issues with these flowers?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Taiwan. Then he smiled faintly and said, "You will know when you see it." Then he turned his hand and took out a magic beast corpse that he got from Acre Mountain, and then he threw it towards the sea of flowers. When the magic beast was thrown down, the flowers immediately turned into something that can only be compared to sharks that had smelt the scent of blood. All the flowers immediately snapped towards the corpse, wrapping it inside them. Before long, the flowers withdrew, leaving nothing behind. Even the bones of the magic beast weren't spared. Taiwan and the others looked at this in shock. They didn't expect these flowers to have so much attacking power. Zhao Hai looked all around before moving his hand, taking a man-eating flower directly into the space. As soon as the flower entered the space, a prompt was heard. Carnivorous plant detected. This flower has a spiritual imprint of another. Removing spiritual imprint. Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like this flower was indeed raised by someone from the flower devil race. Zhao Hai looked at the sea of flowers. Since all of these were cultivated here, then the flower devil shouldn't be too far. Zhao Hai wanted to find it. However, Zhao Hai was also aware that this was not easy to do. The flower devils belong to a very special race in the demon realm. Their race can be said to be plant sprites like Care, but they weren't fully plant sprites. They were also part beast. It was very unusual. They can turn into a person, able to walk in all directions while also able to become flowers, taking the place of a bud. Moreover, their lifespans were quite long. Most of them can easily live for about 1,000 years, and when they die, they would form into a seed, known as a flower devil seed. It didn't matter if they were people or magic beasts. As long as this seed gets mistakenly eaten, then the seed would slowly germinate inside the body of its host, and when it finally digested the host's body, a new flower devil would be born. There weren't a lot of flower devils in the demon realm. Moreover, they also needed to be adults in order to control flowers with strong attacking capability like the man-eating flowers. Usually, they would just control ordinary flowers. Although adult flower devils were strong, they were very weak in their childhood. Flower devils can breed as well. Their breeding method was very special. Two flower devils would meet and then they would become flowers. After that, through pollination, another flower devil would be born between the two of them. Zhao Hai looked all around but he still couldn't see even a shadow of a flower devil. It seems like it had turned into its flower form. Zhao Hai didn't become polite. He wanted to snuff this flower devil out. Zhao Hai absorbed a huge chunk of man-eating flowers into his space. Then no prompt came from the space, so Zhao Hai took another chunk into the space. Finally, when Zhao Hai took his fifth chunk of man-eating flower into the space, a movement can be seen in the distance. A flower suddenly changed and slowly stood up. Zhao Hai knew that this was what he was waiting for. Zhao Hai sized this flower devil that was in the process of standing up. Its stature was tall and big. It was unexpectedly 4 meters high. It was wearing a long robe that was composed of flower petals. It was brilliant purple and looked very fancy. The flower devil's face was red, and it had a hair that looked like a fresh flower that was in full bloom. This person had its eyes closed, probably not quite sober yet. Zhao Hai stood there, quietly observing the flower devil. After a while, the flower demon opened its eyes. The eyes weren't divided into sclera and pupil. Instead, it was pitch black, looking just like two reflective gemstones. Due to it being fully black, It actually gave out a very evil feeling. The flower devil looked into the distance and into Zhao Hai and his bone dragon. Then it opened its mouth and said, "How dare you take my children? Hand them over now, or else, die." The flower devil's opened mouth made Taiwan and the others shocked. The flower devil actually had sharp jagged teeth. It looked extremely horrible. Zhao Hai looked at the flower devil and asked, "Are you a flower devil? What is your name?" The flower devil couldn't help but stare. Its black eyes seemed to shine for a moment before it asked, "Are you from the Ark continent? How come you are aware of our flower devil race?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to know that. Now, tell me your name, or else I won't spare you." The flower devil laughed out loud and replied, "Empty boasts. Just because you're a 9th rank expert, you think you can deal with me? You are too naive." Zhao Hai looked at the flower devil and smiled. "Of course I can deal with you. You're quite an easy target." The flower devil looked at Zhao Hai. Then it coldly said, "A human expert, finding out about the demon invasion. So he decided to stop it. Then I have something to tell you. You're already too late. The demon army will come soon, and there's no other way for you to stop it." Zhao Hai looked at the flower devil and smiled. "I'm not here to stop it. There's no stopping the blood void formation. The demons back then told me about it. I'm only here to clean the place up." As soon as the flower devil heard Zhao Hai, his eyes suddenly flashed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You actually knew this much? Who are you? Why would you know about the matters of the demon realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter as to who I am. You only need to know that when the demon race comes, I would be the first one to stand up and defend the continent." The flower devil's eyes showed a cold expression. Then he gave a long hiss, seemingly giving a command to the flowers on the ground. The flowers all stretched up like snakes getting ready to pounce. The flower devil looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You meeting me today can only be blamed on your bad luck. You shall die today, flower armor." Then just as his voice fell, the man-eating flowers immediately flew towards him. Before long, his body was covered with an armor completely made out of man-eating flowers. With this, the flower demon's stature had become even bigger, reaching a height of about 10 meters. But what made Zhao Hai shocked the most was that this armor actually performed just like the flower devil's own body. There weren't any awkward movements that can be seen. It moved fluidly just like how a normal being moves. It seems like the man-eating flowers had become part of the flower demon's body. Chapter 687, Flame Demon. Zhao Hai didn't think that the flower devil would have this trick, and at this moment, the flower devil started to actually fly. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Kair, who was god-ranked, still cannot make her main body float. Zhao Hai didn't expect the flower devil to be able to do what Kair can't. After the flower devil flew, it immediately waved his hand as man-eating flowers flew directly towards Zhao Hai and the others, looking just like pouncing snakes. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his own hand as several bone dragons appeared and threw themselves towards the flower devil. At the same time, the bone dragons also blocked the flying man-eating flowers. Now it was the time for the flower devil to be startled. It didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually be able to unleash formidable undead. Just when the flower devil decided to hide, it suddenly discovered that it was already surrounded by undead. These undead formed a huge ball that rotated continuously. The flower devil stared. He didn't know what to do. Then a spatial rift appeared, and before the flower devil could react, it was quickly pushed into the rift by the undead. When the flower devil entered the space, a prompt was heard: plant-type demon detected. Unwilling to surrender, proceeding to subdue. Plant-type demon surrenders. Detected special ability on plant-type demon, withdrawing ability and integrating it into the space. Space's manager can now use these abilities. Space's plants now have a higher chance of gaining sentience. Plants in the space now have much more defensive ability. Zhao Hai expected this result. Therefore he wasn't too surprised. He was already aware that the flower demon had a lot of abilities. However, Zhao Hai still couldn't ignore the abilities that the flower demon had given to Kair. From what he can understand, Kair can now fly, which may allow her to leave the space. This was a good thing. It meant that Zhao Hai had gained another strong helper. Naturally, Taiwan and the others were unaware of all of these. What they saw was the undead surrounding the flower devil in a giant ball. Then after that, the flower devil disappeared. Although they couldn't understand what happened, they didn't dare to ask. Zhao Hai waved his hand and stored the excess undead. Then he commanded the bone dragon to fly forward and go through the sea of flowers. After the man-eating flowers, the amount of undead and dark beasts had increased. Zhao Hai was not polite. He absorbed all of them into the space. Zhao Hai and the others flew down even more. However, their speed had gone slower since the visibility had also gone shorter. Zhao Hai also discovered that even his divine sense was affected. He cannot sense things that were too far. At this point, the power of the dark beasts and the undead got stronger and stronger. Even Zhao Hai's 9th rank undead needed to exert some effort in order to clean them up, in order to eliminate the beasts and undead inside the abyss as soon as possible. Zhao Hai decided to speed things up. Since he couldn't see very far, decided to release more undead. At the same time, Zhao Hai also quickened their speed of advancing. However, the demonic abyss has once again proven how bottomless it was. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking that there was no end, he suddenly felt a powerful aura in the distance. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he stopped. Then a fierce roar was heard from in front of him as a fiery red light appeared. Zhao Hai immediately erected a magical barrier. If his movement wasn't quick, then they might have been burned by fire. Zhao Hai looked in front of him in surprise. He wanted to know where this heat came from. At this moment, a clump of red light slowly approached the bone dragon. Zhao Hai stared at the human-shaped monster that was made out of fire. This monster made a loud hissing sound as fire spewed out towards Zhao Hai's direction. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at the creature. He can feel how destructive its flame was. Zhao Hai waved his hand to produce a ball of water. Then he threw the ball of water to quench the approaching fireball. Zhao Hai's water wasn't any common water. It was actually the space's glacial water. The coldness of this water easily trumps frozen ice. Once an average person touches this water, then they will surely be frozen to death. The ball of water slowly approached the fireball. It wasn't very big. Compared to the fireball, it would be like a watermelon being hit by a walnut. But unexpectedly, when Zhao Hai's ball of water came into contact with the fireball, the fire was immediately extinguished. At the same time, the water ball seemed to be untouched as it continued its trajectory towards the monster. The monster seemed very surprised. It immediately roared and raised its hand to release a stream of fire to collide with Zhao Hai's water ball. This time, the ball of water couldn't block it as it vaporized under the constant barrage hot flame. Zhao Hai knit the brows on his head. This flame demon was really hard to deal with. It was also at this time that Zhao Hai heard from Kair that the monster was named Flame Demon. It was another peculiar life form in the demon realm. In the demon realm, they can become god-ranked beings, with the majority of them having strengths much stronger than 9th ranks. Although the one in the demonic abyss wasn't god-ranked, it was still something that shouldn't be underestimated. It seems like the demons had gone big with their move. First, it was the flower devil, and now it was a flame demon. Who knows what else was waiting for Zhao Hai? At this rate, Zhao Hai can only use bubble in order to deal with this flame demon. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to bother Bubble right now since the little blob was still learning about how to refine items. It wouldn't be worth it to have Bubble stop what he's doing just to deal with this flame demon. In fact, Zhao Hai can just kill this flame demon, but he also thought that the flame demon would be useful for the space, therefore he wanted to capture it. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt something move in the space's sky. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he thought about the little thing that he gained along with the crystal jar. It was something that looked like a small sun. After arriving at the space, the small sun went to the skies and stayed there. At this time, that same small sun transmitted the feeling of wanting to go out. Zhao Hai gawked. He couldn't help but think back to Bubble. If Bubble was the source of myriad water, then couldn't this little sun be a source of myriad fire? After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai made an intention as the small sun appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the little sun charge towards the flame demon. The flame demon suddenly sensed something dangerous coming from Zhao Hai's direction, so it didn't delay as it immediately turned to run away. However, its speed wasn't faster than the small sun. In just a short moment, the little sun already arrived by the flame demon and entered its body. The flame demon immediately stopped and roared out loud before it slowly turned silent. The flame demon's body slowly shrank before it completely vanished, leaving the little sun floating there. It seems like nothing changed from the sun's appearance, but Zhao Hai can feel that the little sun was quite happy. It was as if it had just eaten great food. After that, Zhao Hai absorbed the small sun back into the space. He urged the bone dragon to go further into the demonic abyss. On the other hand, Taiwan and the others couldn't help but turn stupid. They were very shocked by Zhao Hai's attacks. Zhao Hai was using special methods in order to deal with the enemies. Although it seems like Zhao Hai's methods weren't eye-catching, they still couldn't hide the strength that Zhao Hai had. Zhao Hai didn't care about the Gan family's reaction. He was now more curious about the situation with the demons. He was now convinced that there was something inside the demonic abyss. However, after flying for some time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed. They haven't met anything. It seems like the demons have exhausted everything that they had. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped moving forward. He felt that something was wrong. He had been moving forward after he defeated the flame demon, but although the scenery in front of him was changing, he still felt that he wasn't advancing at all. Zhao Hai immediately called Care over to see what was going on. What he got from Care was information that he wasn't moving all this time, judging from what she saw from the monitor. This made Zhao Hai feel confused. This was because he had always been flying, but Care actually told him that he didn't move. What was happening here? Zhao Hai calmed his mind. He closed his eyes and then felt everything around him. With this, he found out a lot of floating things that seemed to surround him. These seemed like filaments, but Zhao Hai wasn't sure if they really existed. They feel more like energy projections than actual objects. From what he can see, it looks like these hair-like things were giving Zhao Hai's surroundings a strange feeling. Zhao Hai quietly felt these floating energy filaments. He wanted to know what these were. Zhao Hai can feel that these things had no offensive ability. It cannot hurt him. However, these filaments were also giving Zhao Hai a dangerous vibe. This contradictory feeling surprised Zhao Hai. Chapter 688, Best Wife Candidate, Succubus. Zhao Hai calmed his mind as he felt the energy around him. He wanted to know what these things were doing and what their use was. However, Zhao Hai found himself unable to find anything out. Besides what he felt, there was nothing else, just the bone dragon and the others, hovering midair. Zhao Hai continued to feel out these energy filaments. Although they don't have any physical effects, it seems like they were doing something akin to a stick hitting water. Ripples were going outwards as the filaments waved around. The ripples were extremely faint. If Zhao Hai didn't have his God-ranked divine sense, then he wouldn't have sensed them. Zhao Hai carefully examined the ripples and was quick to discover that they were special types of spiritual force. It was quite peculiar. Not only was it hard to detect, their effect was manifested quite quickly. As soon as the ripples touched Zhao Hai's mind, they would immediately get absorbed and then disappear. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel very strange. This mental attack was too weak, but he immediately found out that something was wrong. Then suddenly, the opposing party's fluctuation increased. At the same time, the more the other party exerted this force, the more comfortable Zhao Hai felt. However, Zhao Hai was not happy with this. In fact, he was quite startled at this point. He was now convinced that these ripples were up to no good and were responsible for Zhao Hai's strange situation. And then, Zhao Hai understood that he had been trapped in an illusion. After he had thought up to this point, the space immediately issued a prompt. Host is receiving an advanced level hypnosis attack. Host's form separated from hypnotic state. Space has increased its own hypnosis ability. Zhao Hai's mind went blank, then he opened his eyes. It was not long before he discovered a demon not far away from him. She was a very attractive demon. She wore bewitching leather clothes. One could clearly see that this leather was made out of the skin belonging to a very advanced level beast. The leather was black, it didn't have any speck of hair on it and had a texture of a diver's suit. The leather tightly fit her body and was very perfect for her own form. The demon's skin had the same color as wheat and her facial expression was exquisite. She had silvery white hair which was quite long. At this time, she was about 10 meters away from Zhao Hai and the others. The bone dragon wasn't moving at all, it was just quietly floated in the air. Then Zhao Hai turned to Taiwan and the others. It seems like they were still unable to notice this female demon in front of them. Zhao Hai turned his head back to the female demon in surprise. This woman was too powerful, to the point that she can actually place Zhao Hai in an illusion. If Zhao Hai didn't become suspicious and was saved by the space, then he would have suffered consequences. At this time, Kair talked while inside the space. Young master, that's a succubus. Their race has the most powerful spiritual attack in the entire demon realm. Young master, it seems like you are in deep trouble now. Zhao Hai was confused at what Kair said. Trouble? What trouble? I have broken her attack. Therefore, I can just kill her whenever I want. How can that be trouble? Is it because I'm still in an illusion? Kair gave a smile and said, of course not. Young master is certainly out of the illusion. However, the succubi are the hardest people to deal with in the demon realm. Moreover, their race had a very unusual rule. When an adult succubus attacks using her mental power and her enemy manages to break free, then she would have to marry him. Of course, this isn't the only way that succubi get married. However, all married succubi would have a crystal piece on their foreheads, increasing the potency of their mental attacks. Young master, from what I can see, this adult succubi in front of you is still undefeated, meaning that she is still unmarried. Now that the young master has broken free of her attack, then I'm afraid that this succubi would have to marry you. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly. He would never expect this in 1,000 years. Then he asked Kair, is that really the case? Is there nobody in the demon realm that can defeat this succubus? From what I can see, her mental attack is indeed powerful, but it isn't to a point where nobody else can defeat it. Kair smiled and said, of course they aren't invincible, otherwise, the demon realm wouldn't have been ruled by the demon race. However, these succubi are very careful. In addition to their mental attack, they still have other ways to harm their enemies. If they aren't confident with their mental attack, then they certainly wouldn't use it. After all, the assassination techniques of the succubi were also very formidable. Additionally, they weren't the kinds of people who would stir up trouble with existences that they wouldn't dare to provoke. Because of this, Marrying a succubus by withstanding their attack wasn't a very easy matter. A lot of succubi married their husbands voluntarily instead of being compelled to marry their opponent. At the same time, it is also impossible to force a succubus to marry someone. If the succubus is forced, then she might commit suicide. But before she dies, she would curse the other party, leaving an unerasable mark on him. After that, the person would then be hounded by the other succubi. One must also know that the succubi held great influence in the demon realm. A lot of them married very powerful people in the hierarchy of power and influence. Moreover, their unreasonable passion was also quite known. Once one person get married to a succubus, they would no doubt be held as someone worth respect. And when their husbands die, succubi wouldn't even hesitate to kill themselves. Because of this, everyone in the demon realm wanted to have a succubus as their wife. Not only are the succubi proficient in assassination, their mental power would also increase after being married. And most importantly, all succubi are very beautiful. They are the most ideal wives in the demon realm. This gave Zhao Hai a headache. Then he asked, "What if I just refuse to marry her after I break her mental attack?" Kair shook her head. That would not be a good idea. The temperament of the succubus shouldn't be underestimated. If you chose to not marry her, then she would kill herself in front of you, marking you with the unremovable curse as well. Zhao Hai felt his head get more painful. He didn't think that he would meet such a hard-to-deal enemy. If the succubus were to discover that he had escaped from her attack, what reaction would she have? After thinking about this point, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gain hope. He turned to Kair and said, "Kair, I'm not from the demon realm." "Then wouldn't she refrain from marrying me?" Kair shook her head and said, "That is impossible, young master. It didn't matter what race you are, as long as you break a succubus attack, then she would marry you. It didn't matter if you aren't a demon, even if you are a magic beast, she would still marry you." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He hadn't heard of a race as terrifying as this. They were completely not in line with common sense. How could all of these be possible? Zhao Hai was thinking of methods to make the succubus believe that he was still under her attack. He wanted to get out of this trouble. Marriage wasn't an easy thing to decide on. At this time, Kair actually chuckled and said, "Congratulations, young master. You just gained another wife." The succubus just discovered that you had freed yourself from her attack. Upon hearing Kair, Zhao Hai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then he looked up at the succubus, who had also opened her eyes. She was currently looking at Zhao Hai. Her wheat-colored cheeks seemed to have developed a blush. One couldn't deny how beautiful this succubus was, especially now where she was being timid and shy. But after thinking about their race's peculiar rule, Zhao Hai couldn't help but force a smile. When the succubus saw Zhao Hai's expression, her face couldn't help but get redder. She shook her head and then fixed her hair before she sternly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "From what I can hear during your conversation with the Flower Devil, you should be knowledgeable about the demon realm. Do you know what I am?" Zhao Hai wanted to say that he didn't know, but when he saw the succubus expression, he couldn't help but nod. On the other hand, Taiwan and the others had just recovered. All of them couldn't help but freeze when they saw the beautiful woman in front of them. When the succubus saw Zhao Hai nod, she couldn't help but relax. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then do you know about the rule of our succubus race?" Zhao Hai had no choice but to bitterly nod. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he can feel that the other party can ascertain whether he was speaking the truth or not. He was afraid that once the succubus discovered that he lied, then she might kill herself immediately. If it was an ordinary enemy who killed themselves, then Zhao Hai wouldn't even bat an eye. But after Kair told him about the custom of the succubus race, he couldn't afford having this succubus kill herself. Therefore, he had no choice but to bitterly smile at this time. The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So you are aware. Then from today on, I shall be your wife." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "But first you should know that I already have several wives, and I love them very much." The succubus actually coldly snorted and said, "I don't mind." Zhao Hai was left with nothing to say. He didn't think that the other party would give such a nonchalant reply. At this point, Taiwan and the others couldn't make sense of what just happened. This woman in front of them seemed to be an enemy, but now she has become Zhao Hai's wife. They didn't know if they should prevent her approach or just stay there. All of them felt that they had gone stupid from all that just happened. Chapter 689. The Weakness of the Undead. In the end, Taiwan and the others decided to refrain from moving. This was because even Zhao Hai himself didn't make a move. They decided that it wouldn't be good if they were to make any unnecessary actions. Zhao Hai looked at the succubus that stood right beside him in the bone dragon. Then he said, "You have to think carefully. I am the focal point of the Arc-Continent Alliance, the first one to go up against the demon realm. If you really want to marry me, then you would be enemies with your own people, every demon, and all of the demon realm." The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "If you must kill all the demons, then I would even help you sharpen your blade." Zhao Hai gave a short HMPH, however, he didn't say anything. He knew that it wasn't the time to talk too much at this point, so he just asked, "Are there any more demons ahead? And why are you here? Isn't the blood void supposed to be indestructible?" The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We are here to guard the void formation. Although the blood void can still activate after being destroyed, it would still be much better if it operates in its full potential. There aren't a lot of people here, aside from the flower devil, flame demon, me, and the dark beasts and undead. There aren't other people. However, there are 10 demons in the formation itself. If you go forward, the undead and dark beasts would go all out in stopping you. 10 of those dark beasts and undead are 9th ranks, the others are all 8th ranks. They are tasked to delay you as much as possible from destroying the void formation. However, I think you're not here to destroy the formation. Otherwise, you would have destroyed the blood formation back then." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he nodded and said, "You're right, I didn't want to destroy the blood void. Instead, I'd rather wait for it to finish and get more preparation time that way. After all, there aren't very much difference between launching now and launching later, right? I still don't know your name." The succubus looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm called Barry. If you destroy the blood void ahead of time, the power of the rift would be reduced by 1/10 of the original." Barry's voice had become mellower compared to before, her cold disposition seems to have vanished. But Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to it now. He was currently pondering about what 1/10 of a difference can do. Will he have to destroy the formation now? In the end, Zhao Hai decided to refrain from destroying it. Once he attacked the blood void, then it would immediately start. However, Demon City was still unprepared. Although 1/10 couldn't be underestimated, Zhao Hai deemed it to be negligible in when compared to the time for preparation. Even if the rift were to be reduced, the sheer size of the blood void rift would still be quite large. A difference between 1,000,000 demons and 900,000 demons seemed to be insignificant in the long term. Barry looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really don't want to destroy the blood void?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Destroying it is useless. This time, I only came to eradicate all dark beasts and undead in the abyss. I want to prevent them from being an addition to the demon army. What can 1/10 of a difference really do to us? What significant difference would there be between 1,000,000 demons and 900,000 demons?" Barry's eyes flashed while she looked at Zhao Hai, then she sighed and said, "You really don't understand the demons. They had been waiting for that day, for many years. For you, 1,900,000 might not have much of a difference since you are the enemy. However, For 100,000 demons to see the Ark continent in advance is a very big factor for the demons. People would fight to the death even for just a spot of being able to see the Ark continent a day ahead. Zhao Hai can understand what Barry meant. If one were to tell people who lived in darkness that they can see the sunlight, then they would be extremely desperate in order to be the first one in the line. Between Zhao Hai and the demons, the significance of a 10th was completely different. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he didn't speak anymore. He urged the bone dragon to go forward. He wanted to complete his original plan of coming here, eliminating all the dark beasts as well as the undead. Just as Barry said, Zhao Hai didn't meet any significant resistance as he went forward. All that they had come across were more dark beasts and undead. Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he turned to Barry and said, "You have become quite close to me back then. Why haven't you used your assassination techniques and went for a mental attack instead?" When Barry heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but turn red. "I was already near you when you were fighting with the Flame Devil. However, I knew that our assassination techniques would alarm the Bone Dragon before I arrive. Therefore, I decided to trap you here using my mental attack until the Blood Void activates." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that since Barry was aware of his conversation with the Flower Devil, then she should have been present when he fought the Flame Demon. However, the two fights had shown Barry how strong he was. Therefore, Barry had no choice but use their mental attack. However, she didn't expect that she would lose. Zhao Hai stopped asking about this matter. He turned his gaze towards the distance and said, "They should be coming about now." Zhao Hai was referring to those 10 ninth ranks. As expected, just as Zhao Hai said that, 10 black spots appeared in the distance. The black spots slowly grew as it approached Zhao Hai. Among them were 8 dark beasts and 2 undead creatures who were emitting a strong aura. The dark beasts are just special magic beasts, so they didn't get too much out of Zhao Hai's attention. On the other hand, the undead made Zhao Hai intrigued. He didn't expect that the undead would be able to reach 9th rank naturally. This was the first time that he saw a true 9th rank undead. The 2 undead had human forms. Their bodies were equipped with worn-out battle armor. They were also holding damaged great swords. Their image conforms to what Zhao Hai expected 9th rank undead would be. However, these 2 undead creatures gave Zhao Hai a peculiar feeling. Zhao Hai felt that he was facing actual people instead of undead. Compared to what he felt with the Space's 9th rank undead, these 2 undead had a more formidable aura. Zhao Hai curiously looked at the 2 9th rank undead and said, "Are you naturally evolved undead? Why would you listen to the words of the demons? Demon consciousness, unsurpassed honor, kill." Zhao Hai thought that the opposite party wouldn't reply. He really didn't expect that they would say anything, even in broken sentences. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he commanded the undead on the ground to fly up. Then he had this group of undead form a small cube formation in front of Zhao Hai. After that, he commanded them to fight the 10 9th ranks. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these undead. He wanted to see how these 9th rank dark beasts and undead from the demon realm fight. From Zhao Hai's calculation, aside from the 9th ranks, there should be about 1 million undead as well as about 2 million dark beasts. However, he didn't kill the 8th rank dark beasts this time. All of them were absorbed into the space. Additionally, the 8th rank undead were also taken into the space, changing them into Zhao Hai's own undead army. Before long, the 10 9th ranks had managed to eliminate about 100 of Zhao Hai's own 9th rank undead. But instead of being angry, Zhao Hai was actually glad. He discovered that these naturally formed 9th rank undead seemed to be much more powerful compared to the 9th ranks that were produced by the space. This made Zhao Hai puzzled at first, but he quickly thought of the reason. One was artificially promoted by the space while the other was made after innumerable years of existence. In these years, the undead should have encountered a lot of battles, making its fighting experience constantly improve. It seems like battle experience was more important to these undead than what Zhao Hai originally thought. Although the undead of the space were similarly 9th rank, they were still far behind those who were forged through constant battle. Because of this lack of experience, the space's undead were unable to utilize all of their strength. It was like having powerlifter fight. He might be strong, but it was extremely possible that he would lose against a similarly strong but experienced fighter. However, there was no way for Zhao Hai to have an immediate solution to this problem. The undead in the space were truly lacking in genuine battle experience. Moreover, before becoming 9th ranks, most of them had strengths that were incomparably low. This caused a disparity in their thoughts and actual strength. The only solution that Zhao Hai thought of was to forge them through constant battle during the war. Only when they can accumulate experience would they be able to perfectly control their strength. 1. Now that the demons were on their way and the divine race not far behind, huge battles would surely happen in the future. Zhao Hai would use this opportunity to have his undead acquire ample experience. That way, Zhao Hai can then command an invincible army. Whether it be the demons or the divine race, Zhao Hai would not be afraid anymore. He would even march into the demon realm and the divine realm in order to eliminate future problems. Chapter 690, Miscalculation of Time. It didn't take too long before the fight finished. Although Zhao Hai's undead suffered when faced with the same 9th rank power, they were completely dominating those who are less ranked. After all, 8th rank and 9th rank were totally different from each other. After all the dark beasts and undead have been cleaned up, Zhao Hai continued to fly ahead, and before long, they arrived at a valley inside the demonic abyss. At the valley, the first thing that Zhao Hai noticed was the spatial rift. Coming out from the rift were clumps of black gases. Fortunately, this rift wasn't big. It was only less than a meter long and a half-meter wide. Aside from small people, no bigger creatures can emerge at this time. With the spatial rift as the center, a huge magic formation was erected, shooting out white radiance now and then. This was the void formation of the blood void. Zhao Hai inspected the spatial crack. He wanted to see how different this rift was compared to the space zone. After looking at it for some time, Zhao Hai couldn't see much of a difference. It was the same floating hole, like a hole in a transparent canvas. Behind this rift was nothingness. One couldn't see anything at all. Even light seems to get swallowed by it. Upon looking further, Zhao Hai noticed that the rift was surrounded by 10 vile demons. 1. Zhao Hai was no stranger to vile demons. He looked at the 10 of them and smiled. Vile demons' enemies, you can rest assured that I am not here to destroy your formation. However, when you demons arrive, be sure that I shall be there waiting. Zhao Hai's attitude shocked the vile demons. They were puzzled at Zhao Hai. They couldn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. There's no need to be anxious. Usually, I call people with a different race than me, friends or brothers. However, you demons wanted to invade my Ark continent, so I had no choice but to call you enemies. But I am indeed sincere in not attacking the blood void. I know that there's no way to stop the blood void, and I also don't want it to activate ahead of time. Therefore, I shall be leaving you here and I will just wait for you in the surface. The vile demons stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Then after some time, one of them said, no matter who you are worthy of our respect. We will defeat you in the battlefield. We'll make you aware of how strong the demon realm is. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He already knew that although these demons were battle freaks, they were also people who respected brave warriors. To be clear, they respect brave warriors, not strong experts. Brave warriors and experts have their distinction. A brave warrior isn't necessarily a strong expert. When faced with an enemy much stronger than yourself but still are willing to fight, Then you are a brave warrior." These kinds of people were very well respected by the demons. For this respect, the demons would defeat you in an upright manner. There would be no tricks involved. Barry was also quite surprised at Zhao Hai. She discovered that Zhao Hai actually understood the demon realm fully. This made her confused. She didn't understand how a human was able to know about the demon realm. This was too inconceivable. The humans haven't even entered the demon realm. At this time, the head demon turned to Barry and said, "Barry, why are you together with him? Do you want to betray the demon realm?" Barry looked at the vile demon and said, "I didn't betray the demon realm. I am just following the customs of my succubus clan. This person managed to break free from my mental attack. Therefore, according to the rule, I shall have to marry this person." When the vile demon heard Barry, he couldn't help but gawk. Of course, the vile demon was aware about which rule Barry was talking about. He just didn't think that Zhao Hai would survive Barry's attack. One must know that the succubi held the most powerful mental attacks in the demon realm. Additionally, Barry is a 9th rank succubus. Her mental power was very well known in the demon realm. The vile demon didn't think that she would actually lose to a human. The 10 demons looked at Zhao Hai with envy. Then their leader said, "Congratulations, brave human warrior. You actually managed to get yourself a succubus as a wife." "Human, we shall not attack you as well. Our fight might possibly destroy the blood void. You can leave now. Our demon army shall fairly defeat you in Demon City." Zhao Hai looked at the 10 demons. He couldn't help but develop a slight appreciation towards them. However, it was a pity that they are his enemies. Zhao Hai was surprised when the vile demon said that the blood void might get destroyed if they decided to fight. It seemed like nobody wanted to activate the spatial rift ahead of time. Zhao Hai looked at the eyes of the vile demons, then he nodded and said, "All right, then I shall be waiting for you in Demon City. Farewell." Then Zhao Hai commanded the bone dragon to fly out of the demonic abyss. The 10 vile demons stayed true to their promise. They didn't attack Zhao Hai. Compared to when he entered, Zhao Hai's speed of advancement was quite faster. Zhao Hai had calculated that after entering the demonic abyss and undergoing battles inside, 2 days had already passed by. Zhao Hai reckoned that it would only take them half a day to come out. With this rate, Zhao Hai had already used up 4 days. In 3 days, the spatial rift would open and the demon race would arrive. Zhao Hai stood straight on top of the bone dragon as he muttered, 3 days, 3 days." Barry looked puzzled at Zhao Hai as she said, 3 days? Are you expecting the blood void to activate in 3 days? That's not right. From what I can remember, there is only 1 day left before the blood void activates. Zhao Hai stared. He quickly turned his head to Barry as words came flooding out of his mouth. 1 day? How could it be 1 day? Doesn't the blood void activate after 7 days? Barry nodded. Right. It takes 7 days. The countdown starts the moment the blood formation gets moistened by blood. From what I can remember, 5 days have already passed since then. After a bit more than a day, the blood void would activate. Zhao Hai couldn't help but from upon hearing Barry. He kept thinking about why Barry would say that only a day was left. Did he go wrong somewhere? Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought about where he slipped. He had missed the timing of the blood formation. He miscalculated how long the formation had been running before he arrived at Takra Mountain. The formation started the moment Zhao Hai began killing the beasts in the mountain, not when he discovered the formation. If Zhao Hai took that thought into account, then the blood void really only had 1 day left to activate. In a day's time, the demons would be coming out of the spatial rift. Zhao Hai regretfully tapped his own head. He didn't think that he would miscalculate this matter. This shouldn't be happening. It was his fault. He immediately had the bone dragon pick up its speed to return to Demon City as soon as possible. Upon reaching the city, Zhao Hai was met with the gazes of the adventurers and mercenaries. All of them looked at Taiwan and the others in envy. They didn't think that the Gan family would be able to establish a relationship with Zhao Hai in a short period of time. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to act low-key right now as he flew directly towards the general's residence. Upon reaching the front door, Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to enter the room. The guard in front of the general's residence naturally didn't dare to block Zhao Hai. Nobody dared to stop him. After all, Zhao Hai had the highest status here in Demon City. The whole city depended on Zhao Hai to defend against the demons. Zhao Hai proceeded to head towards Bismar's room. At this moment, Bismar was looking at the map. When he heard footsteps and looked up, he didn't imagine to see Zhao Hai. So he quickly straightened himself up and said, "Mister, how did your expedition go?" The layout of Demon City had already been set up. "We're just waiting for Mister's undead to settle in." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, as long as the general has adjusted, then I can feel relief. However, I had made a miscalculation this time. The demons will be arriving much earlier than we thought. I'm afraid our current layout wouldn't be good. But since you have already settled in, you can stay put. There's no need to send word back to the mainland. I shall be taking care of it." Bismar stared, then his expression changed as he immediately asked, "Really, mister? What happened?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Now's not the time to explain. I shall be handing the city over to you. The outside matters would be taken care of by me. I'll be sending word to the major empires and races of the continent. As long as you prepare yourselves, then you are good." Bismar nodded. He understood that it really wasn't the time to be asking. He said, "All right, then Mr. can rest assured. The city has already prepared. All the logistics and commands have already been given." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then that's good. I'll be leaving first. I still need to inform the mainland." Then Zhao Hai hastily left the general's residence and returned to his own. After arriving inside the Gan family's residence, Zhao Hai released a group of undead and turned to Taiwan and said, "These are the undead that we have acquired in the demonic abyss. I also took the effort of strengthening them. You can take them under your command." "Right. How many undead can you currently control?" Zhao Hai didn't know how much undead a regular 9th rank can control. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask. Taiwan gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, answering the young master, "Although we had become 9th ranks, we still aren't accustomed to our new strength, so at this moment, each of us can only control about 10,000 undead. When we get fully adapted, then we can control 20,000 undead each." "1. It used to be Evil Demon, but I just made it as Demon, like the one back on Accra Mountain, but I decided to use Vile Demon just in case something crops up later." Lore was, Vile Demons are the rulers of the demon realm. Chapter 691, Preparation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Even if that's not a lot, it isn't little either." "All right, then we'll head outside the city and have you control these undead. After everyone subdues enough undead, I shall be heading to do other matters." Naturally, Taiwan and the others didn't oppose to this. After all, this was very good for them. They never thought that Zhao Hai would harm them anyway. At this point, they have become true followers of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted to harm them, then he wouldn't have made them 9th ranks. Zhao Hai had their complete trust. Zhao Hai quickly led the group outside Demon City. Then he released large quantities of undead. Among these undead were the ones they obtained from the demonic abyss. There were both human-shaped and beast-shaped undead, but this didn't matter for dark mages. Naturally, although the undead have been subdued, Zhao Hai can still override the commands of the Gan family dark mages. As far as Zhao Hai knew, he was just commanding the undead to follow the Gan family's orders. Since Zhao Hai ordered them, the transition of control for the undead came very smoothly. Otherwise, Taiwan and the others wouldn't have done it. After all, the undead were 9th ranks as well. It didn't take long before the undead were controlled. Zhao Hai looked at Taiwan and said, You are already quite familiar with the surroundings here, so I'll leave the deployment of the undead to you. We should be done preparing before the demons arrive tomorrow. I'll be returning to the city in order to handle other matters." Tywin immediately replied, "Young master, let me go back with you. I am very familiar with Demon City. I can assist you with the minute things, saving you the trouble of doing them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You stay here. I'm just going back to your residence to take a rest. I'll come back here later. You don't need to worry about me." Tywin didn't say anything more, he just nodded. After that, Zhao Hai returned to the city and then entered the Gan family's residence. Barry was still right by him. When Zhao Hai entered the Gan family's residence, he turned to Barry and said, "Barry, if you are really determined to be with me, then I will lead to see my wives now. I shall not be impartial in treating you. I just hope that you can live together with them harmoniously. Can you do that?" Barry looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You are the man that I chose." "Naturally, I will listen to your words." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I shall show you my biggest secret." Then along with Barry, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he entered the space. Barry couldn't help but stare blankly at the scenery in the space. Although the demons had always thought about how beautiful the Ark continent was, Barry still lived in the demon realm for all of her life. She had also seen Demon City. However, since the place was made in order to survey the demonic abyss, there wasn't much to see. On the other hand, the scenery inside the space was very beautiful, even in the Ark continent's standards. For someone who lived in the demon realm since birth, it wasn't a wonder for Barry to be enthralled by the space's scenery. At this time, the door of the villa opened as Laura and the others walked out. The women had already learned about the succubus clan from Care. To be honest, they were somewhat jealous. However, they weren't stingy. They didn't wish misfortune on this new arrival. Because of this, they had decided to treat Barry well. Actually, Laura and the others' reaction was something that Zhao Hai used to be surprised at. Zhao Hai had read a lot of novels back on Earth, and in all of those novels, women were always jealous whenever a new female arrives. However, it seems like Laura and the others didn't seem to look jealous. This made Zhao Hai unable to understand what they were thinking. Later on, Zhao Hai asked Laura why they weren't jealous, but he was just met with strange looks from Laura and the others. Then Zhao Hai got his answer. In the continent, even a man with little skill would have more than one wife. In fact, if they were to think about it, with Zhao Hai's status, his number of wives was actually very small. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing this response. He had been stuck with his Earth mentality and was still unable to adapt to the Ark continent. On Earth, everyone was unanimously leaning towards monogamy. On the other hand, in Ark continent, it was simply normal for a man to have several wives. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised when he saw his wife's current response. He nodded to Laura and the others and then turned to Barry. "Barry, these are my wives, Laura, Megan, Meg, Lizzie, and Nair. You must go along with them later on. You'll be living with them from now on too. They will also introduce to you everything that is here." Barry nodded. Although she still had her cold expression, Zhao Hai can see that she had a look of dependence in her eyes. Zhao Hai understood that this was a natural reaction from Barry. She has been living alone in the demon realm all her life. In this new environment, she couldn't help but do her best to adapt. And now that she had Zhao Hai as her husband, it wasn't strange for her to depend on him. Zhao Hai smiled at Barry and said, "There's no need to be worried here. This is my space. As long as I don't give my permission, nobody would be able to come here. Rest assured, there will be no problems here." Barry nodded. Then Laura went towards her and said, "Barry, don't worry, Brother Hai is a good person. Later on, we'll be sisters living together. Come with me. I shall tell you everything there is in this mysterious space." Then she pulled Barry over towards the villa. Barry didn't react too much as she followed Laura towards the villa. However, when they reached the entrance, Barry couldn't help but stop. She looked at the villa and couldn't help but change her expression. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's this all about?" 1. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "What, is there something wrong?" Barry pointed towards the 7-colored flower that covered the entirety of the villa, her finger trembling while doing so. When Zhao Hai saw her pointing towards the 7-colored flower, he understood what she meant. Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Oh, you mean care? You should be familiar with this plant, right?" Barry nodded and said, "I'm quite familiar with it. However, why is the holy flower growing here? This flower only grows in the demon realm. How can it appear in this place?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "Care, come out and see Barry. Introduce yourself." Then Zhao Hai felt wings lightly flapping right by his face as Care appeared. "Young master, you always make me do a lot of things. I'm quite busy, you know, unlike you who are living a relaxed life every day." Zhao Hai smiled and then turned to Barry and said, "Barry, this is Care, the flower sprite of the 7-colored flower. She is also the main body of the 7-colored flower that you have been seeing in the demon realm." Barry stared at Care as Care looked back. Then Care smiled and said, "What? Shocked, little succubus? In your demon realm, you should have spotted my flowers everywhere." "Hee hee. Small succubus, your kind had always underestimated my existence. I'll let you know that I am the longest living being in the demon realm, and also the most influential. All of the 7-colored flower that you had seen are all my branches." 2. Barry was blankly staring as she listened to Care's words. After some time, she recovered and turned to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, is this true?" Zhao Hai nodded and then smiled. "It's true. The reason I know about the demon realm was because of Care." "Alright, you'll find out about more things as you explore the space later on. Let's enter the living room for now, we still have some things to discuss." Then the group entered the villa. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Hai immediately cycled through his messenger fishes as he gave the various patriarchs and monarchs of the continent a message, informing them that the war would come earlier than they expected. At the same time, Zhao Hai also gave the Buddha Emperor instructions to prepare his citizens to migrate. Also, Zhao Hai ordered Devon and Ruian to reinforce the border between the Buddha and Lion Empire while allowing passage for the Buddha Empire refugees as well as to take care of them properly. Of course, this wasn't an easy thing for an empire to do. But fortunately, Zhao Hai already made ample preparations. At this time, the Buddha Empire's migration towards the Lion Empire was already well organized. One shouldn't underestimate this mass migration. There were a lot of matters involved in such a movement, especially in terms of food and lodging for the refugees. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has the space, supplying all of the much-needed grain. As for lodging, the Lion Empire doesn't lack it. This made the job twice as efficient with half of the effort. Although the Buddha Emperor wasn't willing to evacuate his entire empire, he also understood that the demons couldn't be easily dealt with. If he insisted for his people to stay, then the demons would only kill them. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree to Zhao Hai's plan. At the same time, the dwarves and the elves had prepared themselves. Zhao Hai shifted all of the valuable dwarf materials over to the Black Wasteland. However, the dwarves weren't planning to fully evacuate out of their mountain. They wanted to use the mountain to ambush the demons. Naturally, those who stayed in the mountain were the dwarven warriors. The women and children were already sent to the Black Wasteland. There was no other way. After all, the dwarves were inside the Buddha Empire, which was quite close to the demonic abyss. The elves did the same, Those who had no fighting power were all sent to the Black Wasteland while the elven warriors stayed. They were prepared to use the forest in order to combat the demon race. Zhao Hai was quite assured when it came to these two races. Their fighting powers weren't weak, and additionally, they had terrain advantage, giving them huge benefits during the war. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. On the other hand, there were currently a lot of people in the Black Wasteland. It would take a long time for these people to be settled down. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has the space. He can just easily transport beastmen tents for them to live in, allowing the construction of houses to slowly proceed. Chapter 692. Demon Dragon King. Zhao Hai was currently standing outside Demon City. Behind him was the city's walls and in front of him was an army of undead. The undead looked like statues as they stood, unmoving. Zhao Hai was currently on the back of the bone dragon along with Taiwan. The undead on the field were all controlled by the Gan family. Zhao Hai's undead were yet to be released. It has been a day since Zhao Hai communicated with the various patriarchs and monarchs of the continent. In the past day, Zhao Hai has been inside the space, continuously talking to his messenger fishes, coordinating with everyone and deploying various materials. It was fortunate that Zhao Hai was able to make the monarchs and patriarchs listen to his instructions. These people also understood that if they didn't follow through, then they would get eliminated by the demons sooner or later. Therefore, they decided to fully cooperate in this huge operation. Also, this alliance needed a leader, and since Zhao Hai held special status in all of these groups, he became the de facto leader. Because of his space, Zhao Hai was able to move massive resources around, giving him the power to dictate when and where people needed to be. This made everyone consult Zhao Hai whenever an important decision needs to be made. At the same time, this also fulfilled the dwarves' prophecy, King of Kings. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these. To be honest, with regards to resources, he really didn't have too much of a problem about it. At this point, he had a lot of things in his hand. Adding that to the reserves of the empires, then Zhao Hai found himself unable to fathom the exact number. On the other hand, Laura and Kare were already crunching the numbers as well as allocating everything in behalf of Zhao Hai. At the same time, Megan and Lizzie were conserving their strengths for the upcoming fight with the demon race. On the contrary, Barry was not busy at all. She is currently working with Lizzie on how to command in battle while also familiarizing herself with the situation inside the space. The more Barry understood about Zhao Hai's space, the more she found it to be mysterious. She already has a few ideas in her mind, however, she didn't tell it to Zhao Hai at this time. Zhao Hai was currently waiting in Demon City for the Blood Void's activation. From what he heard while talking to Barry, the Void formation should be starting quite soon. At this moment, Zhao Hai wanted to see what it looks like when the formation starts. Taiwan and the others were also by Zhao Hai's side. Their expression of anxiety couldn't be hidden as they gazed towards the demonic abyss. They knew that the fight would start soon. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the city walls and looked at the soldiers. They were anxious as well. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Although the war with the demons happened tens of thousands of years ago, legends about the demons were still prevalent in human societies. It was told that demons were overbearing, lusted for blood, and powerful. All of these descriptions had slowly crept up on these soldiers' minds, making them very nervous. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything much but wait. Zhao Hai sighed before sitting on the bone dragon's head. Then he took out a small table, a bottle of wine, and a wine glass as he continued on with his thoughts. When the soldiers on the walls saw Zhao Hai's action, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expression loosened. In their minds, Zhao Hai had already become the main pillar of support. Zhao Hai's calmness had affected them as well, making the pressure in their minds slowly ease up. At this moment, A very fierce vibration suddenly came from the demonic abyss. This vibration shook the terrain, making Demon City's structures sway. Zhao Hai seems to have not noticed this as he drank the wine in his glass and muttered, "You've finally come. I had been waiting for half of the day." Just as Zhao Hai said this, a more violent shaking happened. It was as strong as an earthquake. Then black fog started to come out of the abyss as it slowly covered the skies above it. Zhao Hai looked at the black clouds as he smiled faintly and said, "Magnificent, good, very good." Then a fierce rumbling came out as a shockwave came out of the abyss, eradicating everything around it, may it be stone, soil, or plants, turning all of them into powder instantly. With an intention, Zhao Hai released countless amounts of undead. When the undead appeared, they immediately formed a large green shield in their bodies, protecting themselves as well as those behind them from the shockwave. Demon City as well as the base of operations outside became unaffected by the destructive wave. And just as Zhao Hai drank from his wine glass, mushroom clouds suddenly came out of the demonic abyss. Zhao Hai can only imagine one thing upon seeing these mushroom clouds. It was an image of a nuclear explosion. He didn't think that the blood void would cause explosions strong enough to cause mushroom clouds to appear. Zhao Hai couldn't help but mutter, "Is this an illusion? It must be. Aren't the demons afraid of blowing themselves up?" Although Taiwan and the others were right by Zhao Hai's side, they still didn't hear what Zhao Hai just said. They were too enthralled by the mushroom clouds in front of them. At this time, the demonic abyss suddenly changed. A small whirlpool started to appear in the middle of the mushroom clouds. Then this whirlpool continued to grow bigger and bigger as it started to revolve, absorbing all of the dark clouds before all of it vanished. When the dark fog completely disappeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but breathe in some cold air. A massive change just happened in the demonic abyss. The abyss had become wider and more spacious. At the bottom of the abyss was a huge crack that was suspended half a meter above the ground. At the same time, groups upon groups of demons slowly appeared from it. Rows upon rows of demonic beings from the demon realm. After the changes in the demonic abyss, it has now become a wide flatland. The surrounding cliffs had completely vanished. With how large the flatland was, it was more proper to call it a plain. It was an incomparably huge plain, and in the middle of it was a huge spatial rift. At the scale of this plain, an army of tens of millions would fit to be stationed here. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the effects of the blood void would be this significant. One must know that Zhao Hai took 2 days to fly towards the rift. All of that distance has been affected by the blood void. This showed how powerful the formation was. However, the thing that surprised Zhao Hai the most was the fact that the demons didn't immediately attack upon coming out of the spatial rift. Instead, they started to build their base of operations on the flatland right beside the rift. From the looks of it, it seems like they aren't just building a camp, they were constructing a city. After seeing this development, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. If the demons just attacked them after coming out, then Zhao Hai didn't have anything to worry about. But now that they are constructing a city, this meant that they wanted to establish a base, intending to fight with the humans for a long time. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he collected his drinking set, then he turned to Taiwan and said, "You wait here." When Taiwan heard this, they immediately jumped down from the bone dragon and stayed in midair. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as an innumerable amount of undead appeared. Zhao Hai gave a command. Then the undead started to form into a cube before rushing towards the demon invaders. When the people on the walls saw what Zhao Hai did, they couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, the demons also saw Zhao Hai's action. They immediately split into teams as some of them flew up to meet Zhao Hai's approaching undead army. As the two forces came closer and closer, Zhao Hai discovered that the other party was composed of flying beasts as well as winged demons. All of them had grotesque looks, but one could see that they had extraordinary strength. The two forces stopped when they were about 100 meters away from each other. Zhao Hai directed the bone dragon as he slowly got out of the cube formation. At the same time, a small group also went forward from the other party. This group was composed of vile demons. All of them were protecting a carriage that was in the middle of their formation. What pulled this carriage wasn't actually a horse, but dragons instead. These dragons were similar to those back in Accra Mountain. However, their bodies were pitch black as their scales flashed with the same metallic luster. They also have eyes that were red, leaving those who looked at it with a very bad feeling. The two teams stopped when they were 10 meters away from each other. Zhao Hai inspected the carriage. The carriage was actually just the lower half of the structure. There was a throne with beast engravings right on top of the carriage. Sitting right on the throne was a vile demon. Although there wasn't much difference to how this vile demon looked, one could still feel that he was more majestic than the others, just like how an alpha male lion looks like when it was just lying on the ground. The vile demon was similarly inspecting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was wearing his dark mage robe as he stood on the head of the bone dragon. In his hand was a blood-red magic staff. Although his appearance was quite ordinary, his aura was telling a completely different thing. Zhao Hai's imposing aura wasn't any less than the vile demon himself. The vile demon looked at Zhao Hai. Then with his deep voice he said, "Are you Mr. Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the other party would actually know about him. He smiled faintly and said, "Right, I am Zhao Hai." I didn't think that His Majesty, the Demon Realm's northwestern monarch, the Dragon Demon King actually knew of my name. This Zhao Hai has been disrespectful. It was the turn of the Dragon Demon King to be surprised. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "My demon race has been collecting information regarding the continent for tens of thousands of years." Mr. Zhao Hai's quick rise to prominence naturally couldn't be ignored. Me knowing Mr.'s name isn't surprising. This one is just curious. "Mr. How come you are completely well informed of the things in my demon realm? I wonder if Mr. can sate my curiosity." Chapter 693. Fight. When Zhao Hai heard the Demon Dragon King, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Your Majesty, didn't your subordinates tell you? I just got the succubus berry as my wife." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Demon Dragon King couldn't help but stare for a moment before he laughed and said, "This king forgot, ha ha ha." To be honest, this king is quite envious of Mr. Zhao Hai's luck. It's not easy to subdue a succubus to become your wife. Mr. is truly lucky. Zhao Hai certainly would not tell the Demon Dragon King that it was Care who told him all about the demon realm. To be honest, Zhao Hai was quite sympathetic towards these demons. If they only chose to come peacefully, then Zhao Hai will not stop them. However, instead of doing things peacefully, they chose to do war. Although Zhao Hai disliked wars, he certainly wasn't afraid of it. Because of this, Zhao Hai chose to lead an army to resist the demons rather than have Care deal with them. If Zhao Hai were to make Care deal with the demon race, he could just make her withdraw all of her branches there. In time, the demon realm would possibly enter an extremely severe food crisis. Zhao Hai didn't want to starve the entire demon realm, so he decided to just fight the demons in a straightforward way. At the same time, he was also unwilling to expose Care's identity since it may have a bad influence on her branches. Zhao Hai looked at the Demon Dragon King and smiled. "Your Majesty has a succubus as a wife as well. There's no reason for you to envy me, right? Your Majesty came as a vanguard. There should be no need to build a city, right?" The Demon Dragon King looked deeply into Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. might know a lot about the demon realm, but this time you are mistaken. We decided to build this city so that we can have our own base in the Ark continent. No matter how much you natives would like us to go away, you would have no other choice but recognize the existence of our demon race." Zhao Hai shook his head as he smiled faintly and said, We can actually recognize your presence, however, it seems like you don't like us being here. To be honest, the Ark continent is too small compared to the demon realm. All of you cannot just transfer over here. This made me wonder why you even wanted to wage war. When he heard Zhao Hai, the demon dragon king seemed to turn mad as he shouted, "Why we go to war? Why, it's because of lesser creatures being able to occupy such a beautiful land while we demons get to experience such a hellish landscape. This land should belong to the demon race. Anyone who dared to stop us will die." Zhao Hai looked at the expression of the demon king and sighed. He knew that talking would only get this far. He looked calmly at the demon dragon king and said, "Then it's war." But before Zhao Hai gets to command his army, he gets interrupted by the demon king who said, "Mister, wait. Do you really want to become an enemy to the demon race?" Mister is a dark mage. Your kind had always been suppressed in the Ark continent. At the same time, your belief in the god of darkness is no different to our faith for the demon god. How about Mister joins our side, and together we shall conquer the entire continent. With Mister's strength, as long as you help us occupy the continent, then we would surely give you a very high rank." Zhao Hai stared at the demon dragon king. Then after a moment he suddenly laughed. "I want to thank your majesty's good intentions." However, this Zhao Hai already considers himself as a person of the Ark continent. Although there are friction between the powers in the continent, all of us share the same resistance against being slaves or being exterminated. Even if the demons or the divine race make out continents' rivers turn red, we would still continue to fight on until the very end. Zhao Hai expressed his thoughts, as well as the conviction of the entire continent. The demon dragon king looked at Zhao Hai. His expression turned ugly as he said, "Mister's words truly enraged this king. Then from now on, the entire demon race and I shall be your mortal enemies." Then the demon dragon king waved his hand as the dragons that were pulling his carriage issued a loud roar. After that, the demons around the carriage charged towards Zhao Hai. It seems like they wanted to eliminate him here and now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand. The bone dragon retreated back as the other undead pressed on forward, blocking every attack coming towards Zhao Hai. The demon dragon king slowly turned back as well. In fights like these, the superiors would naturally refrain from engaging in the initial clash. It just didn't conform to their status. Before long, the undead and the demons clashed. Their strengths were unexpectedly the same. When the demon dragon king saw this, he couldn't help but knit his eyebrows. Although they had collected a lot of information pertaining to Zhao Hai, it seems like they still underestimated him. The Demon King didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this difficult to deal with. There were also some races in the demon realm who were able to control the undead. This was because the demon realm was a very good environment for the evolution of undead. Therefore, this made the undead of the realm very strong, making them one of the main battle forces of the demon realm. Naturally, the undead couldn't be the true battle army of the demon realm. Although undead could be controlled by races, there was only one race that can command them with great complexity, and it was the demon realm's lich race. The lich race was very special in that they were extremely low in population. Moreover, they were quite mysterious. However, they were just the demon realm's version of the true lich race. The true lich race were legendary beings of the underworld. They were creatures that only existed in soul form and couldn't be harmed by physical attacks. All of them were innately talented in dark magic. In the past, there was a dark mage that was able to summon a true lich. That lich had wisdom that was no lesser than a human. At the same time, it was also not willing to be under the control of a human. This caused a backlash on its summoner. This was also the time where people came to know of their existence. On the other hand, the demon realm's lich race was actually just a type of demon that possessed half of a soul form. This meant that they were still susceptible to material attacks. However, Their bodies still had a strange ability of going ethereal when an attack arrives, greatly minimizing the damage done to it. This ethereal form can only be achieved for a short time, and cannot be used continuously as well. Therefore, they were called the Demon Realm's Lich race. The fighting strength of a lich is no worse than a vile demon. The only reason why they weren't rulers of the Demon Realm was because of their low population. It was estimated that the entire Demon Realm only had around 10,000 lich. The entire Demon Realm was so big, and for the number of lich to only be 10,000 was something that baffled a lot of people. However, since each one of them were very strong, nobody dared to annoy them. Even the vile demons would act polite towards these beings. The lich were able to control a large amount of undead. As to how much, nobody really knew. What they only knew was that an extremely formidable lich appeared a long time ago. That lich was able to control an astonishing 1 million undead and controlled them in order to annoy the vile demons. It was precisely because of its actions that the vile demons decided to send troops in order to deal with the lich. In order to kill this lich, the vile demons sent an army of 3 million. In the end, of the 3 million, only 850,000 managed to survive. At the same time, the battle also made the vile demons lose 29th rank experts. This battle was a testament of how powerful the lich were, and while the vile demons were surrounding this lich, they were also able to witness the prowess of the lich's undead. The undead were quite strong, majority of them had 7th to 8th rank strength. Additionally, these undead were unafraid to die in battle. This fearlessness was something that even the vile demons were unable to emulate. This event made the lich race untouchables in the demon realm. In the beginning, the demon dragon king thought that the demon realm made the most powerful undead. After all, the constant battle in the realm was the best catalyst in creating formidable undead. However, the Demon Dragon King eventually found fault in this belief. Zhao Hai's undead were actually more formidable than the undead in the demon realm. They even managed to achieve 9th rank strength. One must know that the demons were beings that grew up in battle. This gave them formidable fighting power. Even if they were still 8th ranks, each demon can easily exhibit 9th rank strength. 8th ranks of the Ark continent were completely unable to contend with 9th rank demons. This time, since the Demon Dragon King acted as the vanguard of the demon realm, he was tasked with building the city in order to establish a foothold for the demon race. Because of this, not only was he given powerful vile demons to command, the other races of the demon realm also sent their elites for him to use. This made the vanguard army much more powerful than average demon armies. However, such an elite army actually fought to a draw with Zhao Hai's undead. It was no wonder that the Demon Dragon King was surprised. Zhao Hai looked calmly at the battle in front of him. He was using this battle in order to gauge the strength of the demon army. It was quite obvious that these demons weren't 9th ranks, but their strength was still very strong. They were actually able to fight evenly with the 9th rank undead, although there was still a small gap between them. The mere fact that they lasted this long was already quite surprising. While the battle progressed on, Zhao Hai's mood had turned heavier and heavier. If this was the strength of their 8th ranks, then what can be said about their 9th ranks? It seems like the fight with the demon realm wouldn't go smoothly as what he thought. The two sides proceeded to strangle each other in the air. Zhao Hai's undead always fought head-on with the opposing demons, and these demons were no stranger to this kind of battle. They even managed to make a formation in the air while fighting with the undead. Chapter 694. This enemy is hard to deal with. The reason why Zhao Hai battled with the demon race right now was not to block them nor stop them from making their fortifications. Zhao Hai knew that this was impossible. He attacked this time in order to probe the demon race's fighting strength. In the end, it seems like the demons were very strong. This was bad news for the continent. The stronger the demons were, the harder it would be for the continent to fight back. Zhao Hai continued to watch the battle. Although the fight was quite intense, there weren't much losses in the demon race's side. These demons were very proficient in fights. They seemed to be complete veterans when it came to these. They rarely get injured. Even if they were unable to dodge an attack, they would still make movements to ensure that they would get minimum damage. Then after getting injured, they would immediately proceed to retreat from the front. It was evident that they were very used to these maneuvers. Not only was their bodies sturdy, their recovery was also quite quick. Therefore, it wasn't very easy to kill one of them. Zhao Hai could remember his previous fight with a group of vile demons. After receiving a mortal wound, they could even launch a counterattack. While thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If all of the demons in the demon realm had this property, then it would be really scary. The Demon Dragon King and Zhao Hai looked at each other from across the battlefield. Both of them knew that there wasn't much to be had in today's battle. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of undead, he was still unable to kill demons at a faster rate. While the battle was going on, more and more demons were still coming out of the rift. Since continuing the battle would be useless, Zhao Hai had planned for his retreat. Although the undead were called that way, it didn't mean that they have true immortal bodies. Once experts of the demon realm arrived, then it might be possible for Zhao Hai to suffer huge losses. Since he didn't want to go all out, Zhao Hai smiled towards the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty Demon Dragon King, I shall be retreating for today. I will wait for you in Demon City." Then Zhao Hai turned his bone dragon around and headed back to Demon City. When he left, the undead who were still fighting the demons suddenly vanished. This made the demons, who were planning to go all out fighting, stare. Even if they wanted to continue fighting, they already didn't have an enemy to fight with. When the demons saw Zhao Hai standing alone on top of his bone dragon, heading back to Demon City at a leisurely pace, all of them thought of one thing. It was to rush in and kill Zhao Hai. And as they were going to execute their action, the Demon Dragon King suddenly shouted, "Halt! All of you go back with me." All the demons turned to the Demon Dragon King and stopped what they were about to do. Although they didn't know why the Demon Dragon King stopped them, they knew that they couldn't violate his commands. After all, the army rules of the demons were extremely strict. At this time, a vile demon flew towards the Demon Dragon King and said, "Your Majesty, why didn't you make us chase? We still have a lot of people on our side. Moreover, more people would keep coming as time goes by. It is the best time to pursue. If we manage to kill this Zhao Hao, then we would gain huge merit towards the demon race." The Demon Dragon King looked at the vile demon. He was quite fond of this subordinate of his called Loyola. He was a very brave warrior and was also a good commander. His only negative was his hot temper. The Demon Dragon King looked at Loyola and replied, "Don't forget about what's important. We are here to build the city first. As long as we've built this city, then the demon race would be able to establish a footing in the Ark continent. This would give us much more leverage in attacking the continent. On the other hand, what could we accomplish in chasing after Zhao Hai? From our investigations, not only does Zhao Hai have formidable undead, he's also a 9th rank expert. Moreover, he is a rare human that trains in both battle chi and magic. With this in mind, are you really confident in dealing with him?" When Loyola heard the Demon Dragon King, he didn't make any other noise. He had personally fought in the front line, so he was aware of how strong Zhao Hai's undead were. Zhao Hai's undead vanished because he received them. They weren't defeated by the demons. If they pursue, then Zhao Hai can just use those undead to suppress them once more. It was truly impossible to deal with Zhao Hai in this way. The Demon Dragon King looked at Zhao Hai's back and said, "If this person isn't eliminated, then our demon race would surely have great big troubles. This matter should be reported to His Majesty." Then the Demon Dragon King took his carriage and went back to the demonic abyss. Although the Demon Dragon King was the monarch of the demon realm's northwest, he wasn't the lord of the entire demon race. He was only a king in his own territory. In front of the great Demon King, he can only be an official. This explains why the Demon Dragon King still had someone to call His Majesty. Zhao Hai returned to Demon City under the cheers of the defenders. These people hadn't heard Zhao Hai's exchange with the Demon Dragon King, but they still witnessed the fight that happened. Although Zhao Hai couldn't wipe out the opposing party, he was still able to completely match them. This made every person in the city very excited. After all, Zhao Hai was just one person, yet the demons were still unable to overwhelm him. This was truly something that can raise people's morale. In the past, these people only knew Zhao Hai's strength through word of mouth. They hadn't seen him make a move with their own eyes. This time, they had finally managed to see how powerful Zhao Hai really was. When he saw the people in the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Then when he turned his head to look at the demon camp, his expression couldn't help but turn heavy. After some time, Zhao Hai turned to the guard closest to him and said, "The demons wouldn't be attacking for quite some time since they are still busy with their city. Stay here and monitor them. I'll be taking a rest." The guards complied with thunderous response. Then Zhao Hai flew up and went inside the bone dragon's mouth. Everyone in the continent were aware that Zhao Hai tended to go inside his undead and live there. Therefore, when the guards saw Zhao Hai enter the bone dragon, none of them were very surprised. Actually, Zhao Hai entering the bone dragon was just to conceal that he just went to the space. After arriving inside the space, Lizzie immediately came to welcome him as she said, "Brother Hai, this enemy is truly difficult to deal with. These demons are quite strong. Moreover, their formation was something they developed across many years. Finding a formation to counter them would not be easy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They are truly difficult to deal with. They're quite suited for a battle. You must have seen it. Although we managed to injure a lot of demons, the number of their casualties aren't very large. We didn't manage to make them suffer enough losses. Also, their numbers would continue to swell up. This is quite troublesome." Lizzie nodded. Megan did the same as well. Then after some time, Megan said, "Big Brother Hai, the Buddha Empire's evacuation would still need some time. Do we need to stop them here for long?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. The only action we can make is do our best here. I already reached an agreement with the fishmen. They will be entering the Buddha Empire's waterways. First is to help the refugees in their retreat, and the second would be to block the demons if it becomes necessary. But even if we use the rivers to block the demons, we still cannot stop their further advance. It seems like we can only rely on the Dwarf Mountain and the Elven Forest to block their advance." At this point, Lizzie frowned and said, "Is this fine? The demons are very strong. Can the dwarves and elves really block them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, they can certainly block them. Don't forget, the two of them have their own divine artifacts. More importantly, I'm quite sure that the Radiant Church had started to get anxious. They should be starting their move any time now." Lizzie agreed with this point. Although Zhao Hai couldn't see what the Radiant Church was doing, one could still see that they had been anxious just by the state of their empire. Zhao Hai looked at the demon camp on the monitor and sighed. The demons have changed their methods this time. I can remember that in the records of the dwarves, the demons immediately attacked upon entering the Ark continent. In the end, the demons went too far and was beaten back by the various races. But this time, it seems like the demons have gotten smart. They actually decided to build a city first. As long as this city gets built, then they would gain a stable footing in the continent, allowing them a safe place to retreat. This isn't good for us. Megan frowned. Then she said, "Wouldn't it be better for us if we destroy the city?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't be easy. The demons are settled on having this city. I'm afraid that with my current strength, we still couldn't afford to destroy it." Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure? We have about 20 million undead in our hands. Couldn't they just overwhelm the city?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't forget, in addition to their strength, the demons also have a self-destructing technique. If we push them too far, then they might decide to sacrifice themselves, taking several undead along with them. If we trade like that, we could easily deplete our number of undead." "And what do we do when our undead gets depleted?" "I don't want to use the continent to fill those numbers." Megan nodded. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although Zhao Hai had 20 million undead, this was their main battle force in resisting both the demon race and the divine race. Topping up those numbers with people from the continent wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Lizzie nodded and said, "It's best if we don't destroy the city. This would give us even more time to prepare. At the same time, if the divine race really did come, then the demons would be able to cause more trouble to the divine race." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to look at the two and said, "How about Laura and Barry? Are they busy?" Lizzie nodded and said, "Elder sister Laura is busying herself with the allocation of materials." Although she had Kair for help, the tasks that needed to be done is just too many. On the other hand, Barry was still enjoying the scenery in the space. She kept staring at the unchanging grassland. "I really don't know why she liked that scene." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "The scene might be dull to us, but for Barry, it was the most wonderful thing that she had seen in her entire life." Kair had already told us about the situation in the divine realm. Kair's leaves weren't delicious, yet her leaves are still the most staple food of the demon realm. From just this point, we can imagine what kinds of days she had while in the demon realm. "I'm sure she wouldn't get tired of the scenery for a long time," Lizzie sighed. Then Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, Sister Ruian has been going all out these past few days. It seems like her body is getting weaker and weaker every day. Go and see her, otherwise, her body might really break down." Zhao Hai sighed. Then he nodded as his figure vanished and appeared inside the Lion Empire's royal palace. Ruian was currently inside, processing documents. Although Zhao Hai already left, the great nobles still didn't dare to neglect Ruian's presence. As long as something important cropped up, they would immediately have Ruian look through it. Although this allowed Ruian to have a grasp of the empire, this made her very tired as well. Zhao Hai looked at Ruian. She was even thinner than when he last saw her. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but ache when he saw this. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Ruian in a new light. Everyone was young at one point of their life, and everyone makes mistakes as well. For Zhao Hai, Ruian's hard work can already be considered to be the price that she paid for her past mistakes. Zhao Hai doesn't want to see Ruian torture herself anymore. Zhao Hai also thought that he had been unfair to Ruian. Among his women, the only one who didn't know about the space was her. This made Zhao Hai feel sorry, so he decided to tell Ruian about the space. When Ruian heard Zhao Hai sigh, she looked up. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Ruian couldn't help but let out a breath as she smiled and quickly said, "You're here." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Ruian and said, "I just fought with the demons. Neither of us lost or won. It seems like we can only use Acre Mountain as a defensive terrain to block the demons." Ruian couldn't help but stare when she heard Zhao Hai. Then she immediately took a step towards Zhao Hai and said, "How are you? Are you injured?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine." On the other hand, "You look like you couldn't survive for another day." "You already did a good job. Don't busy yourself too much. I'll take you to a place where you can take a well-deserved rest." Then he went and held Ruian's hand. Ruian was overjoyed when she felt Zhao Hai's warm hand. Zhao Hai looked at Ruian and smiled at her as their figures flashed and entered the space. Chapter 695, Billy's Idea. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't tell Ruian and Evan about the space. What they knew was that Zhao Hai was someone with a space-divergent ability. When their figures appeared inside the space, Ruian's mind couldn't help but turn blank. They were currently in front of the space's villa, and Ruian saw Lizzie and Megan. When she saw them, Ruian couldn't help but pull her hand away from Zhao Hai. She was still ashamed in front of Lizzie and Megan. One was because of her status, and two, because of her past. When Lizzie and Megan saw Ruian's action, they smiled but didn't say anything. Zhao Hai turned his head to Ruian and said, "All right, Ruian, you can take a rest here. Lizzie and Megan will tell you everything there is to know about this place. I still need to head out." Ruian gave a nod before Lizzie and Megan pulled her over and telling her everything about the space. Then Zhao Hai's figure disappeared as he went out of the space. This time, he wasn't heading towards Demon City, but instead towards Dwarf Mountain. The Dwarf Mountain is inside the Buddha Empire. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought that once the Buddha Empire's army withdrew, the closest army to face the demons would be the dwarves. When Zhao Hai arrived inside Dwarf Mountain, he was quick to notice that the atmosphere here was very different compared to the past. There used to be the sounds of dwarves hammering here. There were also dwarven women, making armor and other things. But now, the place appeared very empty. There weren't any dwarf children or women present. The only ones left were dwarves soldiers. When Zhao Hai appeared, he was immediately escorted by two soldiers towards Billy's office. When Billy saw Zhao Hai, he immediately asked the latter to take a seat. After sitting down, Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why did you come? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded. "The demons have arrived and I had a minor scuffle with them. Neither of us won or lost." Billy nodded with a heavy expression. He knew how strong Zhao Hai's undead were, and to think that Zhao Hai was unable to win, it seems like these demons wouldn't be easy to deal with. Zhao Hai turned his head to Billy and said, "Patriarch, how are your preparations doing?" Billy gave a nod and said, "Preparations are doing well. Moreover, with the magic beasts that you gave us, our communication with the elves has gone much smoother." Zhao Hai nodded. After taking the dwarf women and children to the Black Wasteland, Zhao Hai released large quantities of water element beasts in order to aid the dwarves. With these magic beasts, the dwarves would have it easier to communicate with the elves. At the same time, this also made it easier for the dwarves to traverse the underground rivers of the mountain. Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The people from the Buddha Empire are still moving. It will take at least 2 months before all of them left. I'm afraid that relying on Demon City for defense wouldn't be enough. We should try and find another solution." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also think that Demon City wouldn't be enough to slow the demons down. Therefore, I plan to lay some ambushes on every city in the Buddha Empire." Billy nodded and said, "That isn't wrong, but there are some issues. If you want to really ambush the demons in the Buddha Empire, then relying only on the Buddha Empire's army would be a good idea. The Buddha Empire is famous for their iron. This made their heavy armored cavalry very effective in battling in the plains. How about getting the beastmen to help the Buddha Empire in defending, and while the beastmen and Buddha Empire cavalry are attacking the demons in the field, we can also have some Bloodhawk cavalry and some Hawk beastmen attack from the skies. Adding your undead to all of these would be a very good way to tussle with the demons going through the Buddha Empire. Moreover, this would also increase the depth of strategy in the battlefield. What do you think?" Zhao Hai was shocked. He hasn't thought about this point. Now that Billy reminded him, he can remember that he can now use the entire continent as manpower in this war. So why wouldn't he unite the various forces, making sure that everyone shows their best performance? After thinking about it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get pumped up. He was currently thinking about the feasibility of this plan. While the beastmen cavalry are indeed strong, the elves are also formidable archers, who also have their own aerial cavalry. If this aerial cavalry were to ride the Bloodhawks, then their speed should be no slower than the flying demons. The elven air force could surely disrupt the demons in the skies while the Buddha and Beastmen cavalries clashed with the ground troops. At the same time, the dwarves could also assist in defending Demon City, digging tunnels here and there, making offensive and defensive maneuvers many times more effective. Nobody could blame Zhao Hai for not thinking about this before. One should know that Zhao Hai had not commanded such a huge battle before. Even though the forces in the continent were listening to Zhao Hai, all of them were also preparing themselves to defend the demons. During the war, Zhao Hai would just issue his ideas and the others would just make the move. That is to say, Zhao Hai just told them the heading, and they just decide how to do it by themselves. One could say that Zhao Hai's capability can only be ranked as an officer, not an alliance leader of such a big alliance. He just didn't have the talent to do that. Billy's idea completely woke Zhao Hai up. If they do as what Billy said, then they won't only have the Acra Mountain as an option. New paths and strategies would be opened up. Seeing that Zhao Hai was staying quiet, Billy didn't speak. He knew that Zhao Hai was lacking in this aspect. However, he wasn't worried about it since Zhao Hai was still quite young. Moreover, he already has the strength. Given enough time, Zhao Hai would mature bit by bit, eventually being able to contend properly with the demon race. After some time, Zhao Hai gained some ground as he looked at Billy and said, "All right, Patriarch, I know what we should do. However, I would need to ask the dwarves to dispatch some troops to send towards Demon City. No matter what, we cannot lose that place to the demons very easily. If we lose it this early, then the demons would gain more foothold in the continent." Billy nodded. "That's not a problem. Rest assured, we shall have the troops prepared in a short time." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "All right. Then I'd like you to dispatch about 50,000 troops for Demon City. I'll be heading to the Buddha Empire now and discuss things with the Buddha Emperor. I want to stop him from sending troops to Demon City. Instead, I'll have the Beastmen and Elves send some troops there instead. Those troops would be a huge help in defending Demon City and delaying the advance of the demons. At the same time, we'll have some troops propagate along strategic positions in the Buddha Empire. As for the smaller cities, we can just leave them." Billy nodded. "The Buddha Empire's situation is truly special. As long as we hold those strategic positions, then we would be fine. Small cities aren't just worth defending. Instead, we can just have Buddha and Beastmen cavalries wander around selected areas." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right. Then please prepare your army. I'll go see the Buddha Emperor now, then the Beast King and the Elf Queen. This time, I need to discuss things with them personally." Billy nodded. Then he stood up to prepare his army. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's figure vanished as he appeared in the Buddha Empire's capital. Iron Knight City was actually more bustling compared to before. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't due to business. These ships were currently transporting people. One could say that the Buddha Empire's capital had become a beast that had been struck by a sword, bleeding out, but instead of losing blood, it was losing its citizens. In the end, this city would be left empty. Zhao Hai appeared right outside the imperial palace of the Buddha Empire. The palace has now strengthened its vigilance. It was basically under martial law. There were teams of cavalry constantly patrolling the place. When he got out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately summoned his bone dragon and then rode it towards the Buddha Empire's imperial palace. At this point, everyone in the continent was aware that the bone dragon symbolized Zhao Hai. Even if they didn't know Zhao Hai's face, they would still know it was him due to the bone dragon. Zhao Hai's status in the continent was now very high. He can come and go out of an imperial capital at will. Moreover, his words were already considered as imperial decrees by the various powers in the continent. Zhao Hai's sudden appearance in the Buddha Empire's capital caused a commotion in the city. Both warriors and mages looked at him in reverence while nobles looked at him with worry. They were afraid that Zhao Hai was carrying unfavorable news. The Buddha Emperor was currently inside the Great Hall, handling several domestic matters. When transferring citizens, it was imperative that nothing went wrong, and this was a very hard thing to do. The Buddha Emperor hasn't slept for several days. His appearance had become much thinner compared to before. When Zhao Hai's bone dragon landed on the imperial palace, court eunuchs immediately informed the Buddha Emperor. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai came, he was startled, just as the other nobles in the Great Hall. They were all afraid that Zhao Hai had brought bad news. What the Buddha Empire needed right now was time in order to evacuate its citizens. If Zhao Hai brought bad news, then things would become even more difficult. When he arrived at the Great Hall, Zhao Hai was immediately personally greeted by the Buddha Emperor. Upon seeing the Buddha Emperor come out, Zhao Hai immediately gave him a bow as he said, "I have seen your majesty." Then the Buddha Emperor didn't hesitate to pull Zhao Hai's hand and say,